Good morning, it is 10 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. We're now live in Westminster as MPs debate and vote on whether to legalise assisted dying in England and Wales. It's the first attempt to change the law in almost a decade after it was voted down by MPs in 2015. Well, that debate's just started. The vote's expected to be around 2 p.m. today. Kim Leadbeater, the MP who proposed the bill, is speaking in the Commons right now. Let's take a listen.
Important voices in this debate are, of course, those of people who are currently living with a terminal illness. Having a terminal diagnosis is perhaps one of those situations where it's very hard, if not impossible, to know how you would feel. I have met many terminally ill people over recent weeks, and every one of them is in my thoughts today. Sophie, who is here today, was diagnosed with stage 4 secondary breast cancer, which has spread to her lungs, liver and pelvis. She is allergic to opioids, so she knows that her pain is very unlikely to be able to be managed. She has a 17-year-old daughter, and all she asks is to have the choice to say goodbye to her at a time of her choosing in circumstances she can have some control over, and for her daughter to be able to remember her as the vibrant, positive woman she is. Nathaniel, who also joins us today, has stage 4 incurable bowel cancer, which is now in his liver and brain. Like many of us, Nat says he doesn't know if he would choose an assisted death or not, but he simply cannot understand why anyone would want to deny him the choice. He says, I wish to live as fully as I can and for as long as possible, but when the time comes, Nat also wants the right to die with dignity and compassion. Another very emotional lady came up to me at a recent interfaith event I attended. She and her husband thanked me for putting the bill forward. And she said, Kim, I am a proud Christian and I am guided by my faith, but I also have terminal cancer and I want the right to choose a compassionate death. I know there has been much discussion about the views of people who hold religious beliefs about this subject. I fully respect those beliefs, and I don't intend to say much more about this other than that I know there are a range of views within faith communities. Indeed, some of the most powerful conversations I've had have been with people of faith, including in my own constituency. People of different religions have said, whilst they would not choose an assisted death for themselves or for their family, who are they to stop someone else who may want to make that choice? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make some progress if I may. Mr. Speaker, I hope that I have set out the problem that very clearly exists. Now allow me to set out how this bill can address this problem, but most importantly do so safely and effectively. If this bill were to become law, it contains the most robust and strongest set of safeguards and protections in the world. There are very strict eligibility criteria and multiple layers of checks and safeguards embedded in the bill, none of which exist at the moment, as we have seen. I made a very conscious decision to name the bill Terminally Ill Adults End of Life, rather than anything else. That title can never be changed, and it ensures it is only adults who are dying that would ever come within its scope. As such, this bill is not about people who are choosing between life and death. It is about giving dying people who have got 6 months or less to live autonomy about how they die and the choice to shorten their death. The bill does not apply to people with mental health conditions. It does not apply to the elderly. It does not apply to people with chronic health conditions, and it does not apply to disabled people. Unless, of course, they have a terminal illness, in which case they would and should be entitled to the same rights as anyone else. Yes, I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. One group of people that are not often talked about are the learning disabled. Now, in clause 9(3)(b), it says that if an assessing doctor has any doubt as to the capacity of the person, that they may refer them for a further psychiatric assessment. Would the honourable member consider, if this bill is voted for today, would she engage in a debate about whether that language should be strengthened from may to must, and whether the training that is required and the experience of the assessor is strengthened as well?
Excellent point, and she also highlights a community who we must consider in light of this bill. I would absolutely be open to that conversation at Bill Committee. I think it's a very, very valid point. There are different views within the disabled community. As Professor of Disability Research Sir Tom Shakespeare says, it's unacceptable that people with disabilities continue to face social stigma and inequalities. However, it would be a mistake to conclude that we should oppose legalising assisted dying for terminally ill people until those wider problems are fixed. It is paternalistic and wrong to imply that inequalities will be resolved by reducing choices. A clear, transparent legal framework for end-of-life choice is better for everyone. He is right. There is, of course, still work to do in the fight for equality for people with disabilities. But once again, it's not an either-or. I will campaign alongside many others in this place for those rights, but I will also campaign for the rights of terminally ill people, because their rights are as important as anybody else's.
Would my honourable friend...
I will.
I'm very grateful to her, and I have huge respect for the way in which she's conducted this debate over the past few weeks. My concern is that she has focused today on the individual and the individual choice. But we are here to legislate for society as a whole. And in legislating, what we are saying if we pass this bill is that this is okay to take that choice. And there will be some people...
Absolutely.
There will be some people who are in that situation with 6 months of their life to go, who actually will then feel, ought I to do this? Is this something that I now should do? And it brings into play a whole set of considerations which are about, is it better for my family? Is it financially better for my family? In ways that at the moment are out of scope. So I think rather than simply focusing on the individual suffering, which we all recognise is acute, we must actually broaden it out to the impact that the legislation will have on society as a whole.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and what I would suggest is that actually this bill will give society a much better approach towards end of life. We're already seeing conversations about dying and death in a way that we haven't seen, I don't think, enough in this country. We have to take a holistic view, and indeed that's what's happened in other countries and other jurisdictions. Having those deep and meaningful conversations about death and dying is really, really important. But he actually quite nicely brings me on to the protections and safeguards within the bill. Under this bill, yes.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way, and on precisely that point, a decade ago I voted against this bill. I felt maybe it's not perfect, maybe there's more things that I need to know. And she's absolutely right, we haven't talked about death again for 10 years, we've never considered this legislation. The truth is, if we vote against her bill today, it will be the end of the conversation once again for another decade.
He's absolutely right. And how many people will go through the situations I have described if it's another 10 years before we address this matter? Under this bill, I'm not going to take any more interventions now, I'm afraid, because I'm very conscious there's lots of people who want to speak, and I know the Speaker is very conscious of that as well. Under this bill, any terminally ill person who wants to be considered for an assisted death would have to undertake a thorough and robust process involving 2 doctors and a High Court judge. No other jurisdiction in the world has those layers of safeguarding. The person requesting assistance must have mental capacity and a settled wish at every stage. That means they must repeatedly demonstrate that they understand the information relevant to their decision, the ability to retain that information, and to use or weigh that information as part of the process of making the decision. We know that capacity can fluctuate, which is why it is assessed at every step of the process. I'm sorry, I'm not going to take any more. I need to make some progress. The court must speak to one of the doctors and can hear from anybody else they deem necessary. If there is any evidence of coercion, the court will not approve. And if it emerges subsequently, the court order could be revoked. It's also important to note that the person can change their mind at any time with periods of reflection built in. Having consulted at the highest levels in the judiciary and the medical profession, I know they can and will fulfil these safeguarding responsibilities and have the expertise to do so. And let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend said earlier, this is not brand new territory for doctors. Doctors working in partnership with other clinicians are already required to manage complexity in end-of-life decision-making. I follow the request of the BMA that doctors should be under no obligation whatsoever to participate. But if they do, they will receive appropriate training and support, and doctors should be able to use their professional judgment when and if a conversation takes place, taking their cue from the patient, as they do in many other issues. And I welcome this patient-centred approach. Many doctors feel the change in the law would safeguard clinicians and patients by making everything explicit. And, Mr Speaker, when it comes to the detail of what assisted dying would look like, we have the benefit of drawing on the experience of 31 countries around the world, jurisdictions around the world. I could talk extensively about the international experience of assisted dying. The Health and Social Care Select Committee report did a brilliant job of this. And this bill has looked at best practice and also models which I, and I know many others, would not be comfortable with us having here in England and Wales. Reflecting on their experience, clinicians in Australia say, through deep and meaningful conversations between doctors, patients and their loved ones, we can dispel fear, reduce suffering, bring death and dying out of the shadows, and so allow patients and their families a better quality of life and a better quality of death. And as one Australian Member of Parliament said, we have brought behind closed doors practices into the open and given dying people meaningful, transparent choices. Crucially, none of the fears that were put forward as reasons not to change the law have been realised. The status quo was broken and assisted dying works. And evidence from around the world shows that the option of having an assisted death actually lifts the fear that terminally ill people have, and many never actually use it. But they are able to make the best of the time they have left due to the comfort and reassurance it provides. People talk about a slippery slope, but the Health and Social Care Select Committee found that not one jurisdiction which passed laws on the basis of terminal illness has expanded its scope. And none of the jurisdictions which have introduced... It's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. And as the courts, both here and in Europe, have made clear repeatedly, Parliament is sovereign. And this bill could not be made any broader through any judicial process. And, Mr Speaker, speaking of process, with reference to the bill, having listened to what I know are genuine concerns of members about ensuring we get this legislation right, I want to commit to the House that if the bill passes second reading today, which I sincerely hope it does, I am minded to move a motion that gives the Bill Committee the power to take oral and written evidence in order to ensure that a thorough approach continues to be taken. That is not normal procedure for a private member's bill, but I think it is the right thing to do. I also want to reassure colleagues that the Bill Committee will meet over a number of weeks, meaning there is ample time for full consideration of the details of the bill, including amendments. And the committee will be representative of the views of the House and also the makeup of the House. Let me be clear, that will mean there will be representatives of different parties with a range of views on the committee. And as the Leader of the House said at the dispatch box just yesterday and has said several times, the government will, of course, work with me to ensure that the bill is workable and operable. This will quite rightly take time. And I've included in the bill a commencement period of up to 2 years. This is not going to happen overnight. But that timeframe can be explored at committee stage, as it's more important to get this right than to do it quickly. So, Mr Speaker, in conclusion, for the reasons I have set out, I am very clear that the law needs to change to give terminally ill people choice at the end of life and to protect their loved ones from fear of prosecution. And, Mr Speaker, for those of us here today who are lucky enough not to have personal experience of this issue, sadly, we know that any one of us could end up in this heartbreaking situation. We are all living longer, which is brilliant. And I've campaigned inside and outside Parliament for a greater focus on prevention and early intervention in terms of illness and disease to keep us fit and healthy for as long as possible. But any one of us or our loved ones could be unfortunate or unlucky enough to receive a terminal diagnosis. And I struggle to see how it is fair or just to deny anyone the autonomy, dignity and personal choice that we might want to take control of our final weeks. And the right to choose does not take away the right not to choose. Giving the choice of an assisted death to those who want it would, of course, not stop anyone who is terminally ill from choosing not to do so. Mr Speaker, whatever happens today, I'm incredibly proud of the work my fantastic team and the many campaigners have done on this hugely significant, emotional and sensitive subject. But we need to be clear. A vote to take this bill forward today is not a vote to implement the law tomorrow. It is a vote to continue the debate. It is a vote to subject the bill to line-by-line scrutiny in Bill Committee, at report stage and at further reading. And then, of course, the bill will go to the Lords, for I have no doubt will be further robust debate and scrutiny. Mr Speaker, this will be a thorough process, focused on one of the most significant issues of our time. An issue that people across the country clearly want us to address, none more so than the many families who are facing the brutal and cruel reality of the status quo. Today is the beginning, not the end of that process. But the debate can only continue if colleagues join me in the I lobby today, and I wholeheartedly encourage them to do so. I beg to move that this bill be submitted.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Danny Kruger.
Speaker, I think you indicated that I could speak for a little longer than 8 minutes. Thank you very much. I just don't want to have too much grumbling at the 8-minute moment. I'll take about 15 minutes and time for intervention. So may I start by paying tribute to the Honourable Lady for her very powerful speech and indeed for the way that she's led this campaign with great respect.
Kim Leadbeater there opening the debate on assisted dying in a very measured and respectful way. Now we can see Danny Kruger, one of the most vocal opponents to assisted dying, making his remarks as well. We're going to have lots of this debate throughout the day. Parliament is full of 650 people with the same diverse and passionately held views on this as the rest of the country, and today they have one of the most, if not the most important decisions of their careers to make. We're joined by our political editor, Beth Rigby, and also our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi, as well, to discuss this most emotive of topics. And Beth, it's important to say, isn't it, that it's always very unpredictable what's going to happen when it's a free vote. MPs really listening to their own views on this to try and work out the best way forward.
Well, it is a free vote, so it's a vote of conscience, and they will have consulted their constituents. They will have their own personally held beliefs. As you say, Danny Kruger is up there giving the counter-argument to what Kim Leadbeater just said. But it is a historic moment. It is a moment potentially of profound societal change, I would argue, not seen since the Abortion Act of the 1960s or indeed the same-sex marriage debate of 2013, in which Parliament today is deciding whether to open the door to allow people to decide how they end their own lives. And so it is a massively important debate, a big historical moment. But in terms of how it will go, in terms of how it will fall, I think what we heard from Kim Leadbeater there was a woman who was trying to say to MPs, just don't let the bill fall yet, give it more time, because this is the second reading. If it gets voted through today, it goes to committee stage, to report stage. And Kim Leadbeater there was given a string of concessions to MPs, saying it could be, there's 2 years to discuss it. She was talking about how the government will get behind it to help make it the best bill. I've been told that the Health Secretary certainly intends to do that, even though he has been opposed, that if this does pass, he will, with his department and officials, work as hard as he can to make it the best bill it can be. And she said it is just the beginning of a debate if it passes. And I think we saw another MP, I think it might have been Toby Perkins, saying if it does fall today, that's it for another decade, which is what Ruth Davidson and Harriet Harman were talking to me about on our ED podcast, which we did yesterday. It's a free vote, Sophie. It's unclear which way it will go. The majority of MPs that have come out are in favour, which would point to it potentially passing. But I say that with a massive caveat, because there are over 100 MPs that we still don't know which way they're inclined to vote. And that was the message from Kim Leadbeater there. She's trying to talk to them to say, if you have misgivings, just give it more time. They can vote it down at the third reading if they are not happy with the state of the bill when it comes to be decided whether it should actually pass into law or not.
Thank you, Beth. We're going to have lots at the debate here, lots of the different MPs who want to speak, because there are so many of them. But I did just want to talk to Ashish before we dip back into the House of Commons. The interviews that I've done on this, speaking to people on assisted dying, are some of the most moving that I've ever done on both sides of the debate, talking to Ed Davey, for example, about some of his own views against it, talking to Prue Leith last night about why she thinks it's so important for people to be able to choose a better death. You have been immersed in this, Ashish, and what are your reflections after speaking to so many people?
Do you know, listening to Kim Leadbeater this morning, she's setting out her arguments, and what is more compelling on her side is what she can do, and what you've done, what I've done, what our colleagues in the media have done, is spoken to people who are immediately affected by this. These are very personal stories. These are stories about watching their loved ones die in excruciating pain, and you can never, ever take that pain away from them. So what Leadbeater has done this morning in setting out her arguments, she's used personal testimony, and she's done that repeatedly. She's talked about a patient with terminal cancer who suffered at the end of life. She talks about personal stories. And that's why this debate is difficult, I think, because on the one side you have such powerful personal testimony, and on the other side you have people who are against it for religious, moral, ethical reasons, but they talk about wider societal implications. And Leadbeater was talking the challenges faced by the slippery slope argument, coercion. She's defended all of those arguments this morning and talking about the jurisdictions where it's already in place, how the world is changing. But that's why for me, this has been a difficult argument, because you listen to these testimonies, you listen to these people who have seen their loved ones die in unbearable pain, and your heart has to go out to them. And then when you listen to the other argument, it's about the wider societal implications, which aren't so emotive. So I think it's hard for those undecided MPs now to try and pick the best of those arguments to make up their own minds.
Yeah, and actually so many MPs, as Beth was reflecting, genuinely still do seem undecided. Thank you both very much. Let's listen to Danny Kruger a little bit, shall we? Let's listen to him.
Practitioner who has such training qualifications and experience as the Secretary of State may specify by regulations. So obviously they are some sort of regulated medic. I recognise that. They're not necessarily a doctor. We will find out. But I recognise they're going to have professional qualifications. It's just not clear what those are going to be, because this is something that isn't in the bill. So, now, going back to this conversation that give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the honourable gentleman and commend him for the way in which he is engaging in this discussion in the same spirit as the honourable lady from Spen Valley. We often hear that one of the safeguards associated with this bill is that there are medical practitioners involved and that somebody requires a diagnosis of 6 months or less with a terminal illness. But does he accept that medicine is not an exact science? It is the science of uncertainty blended with the art of probability. That there is no exactitude in this, and no court will second-guess medical opinion, though simply look at process.
I agree with the honourable gentleman, and he's absolutely right, and I'm afraid the definition of terminal illness, which we'll come to, is in a sense the essential flaw in this bill, but I'll come on to that. Going back to this conversation that the patient has with the medical practitioner, the crucial thing is that the conversation doesn't need to be started by the patient, according to this bill. It can be started by the medic, by any medic, perhaps in hospital, who can make the suggestion of an assisted death to a patient who's never raised the issue themselves, whose family haven't suggested it, whose own doctor doesn't think it's the right thing to do. And so the idea is planted. And then for whatever reason, and by the way, there's no need ever to give a reason, the patient says they want to proceed with the assisted death. And so they sign a declaration, or rather somebody else can sign it for them, any professional, someone they don't know, maybe a new medical practitioner. Anyway, a total stranger can do all the paperwork on their behalf. That's what the section about the proxy entails. And then these two medical practitioners do their assessment. Happy to give way.
Very grateful to the honourable member. I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. I would urge the honourable member to check the wording of the bill, because actually, if somebody signs as a proxy, they have to know the individual for 2 years, and they are simply signing to say that they agree with the patient who wishes to go forward with the assisted dying.
No time to check the bill, but my memory is that it says someone who knows the patient for 2 years, or someone of good standing in the community, which is some sort of professional who's not known to them at all. Anyway, someone can quickly check the bill, but my understanding is it could be a total stranger to them. So we move on to the assessment, which these two practitioners do. Give way.
Isn't the matter very clear? Clause 15, subsection 5. In this section, proxy means a person who has known the person making the declaration personally for at least 2 years, or a person who is of good standing in the community. So there is no protection such as pretended by the supporters of this bill.
Yeah, well done, Daniel. Right, so the assessments have to determine whether the patient is terminally ill, whether they have mental capacity to make the decision, and then whether they've been coerced or pressured into the decision. So let's look at terminally ill. As I said, in many ways the whole question turns on this. I'm afraid this is a term of great elasticity, almost to the point of meaninglessness. It is well known, as the Honourable Gentleman said earlier, that it is impossible for doctors to predict with any accuracy that somebody will die within 6 months. It is a purely subjective judgment made in this case by a doctor whose job is approving assisted death. They simply have to determine for themselves that not that it's reasonably certain that death will occur, but it can be reasonably expected. So basically, it's possible.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. The thrust of the bill, as I understand it, is to ease suffering and pain with a patient who has a diagnosis who is going to die of the condition which has been diagnosed. But that right could only be exercised within a 6-month period. The pain could be a lot longer than that. The discomfort could be a lot longer than that. Has he heard, because I haven't, what is the importance of 6 months? Why not 8? Why not 10? Why not 12? And what would stop people challenging it on the grounds that the dam has been breached, the 6 months is entirely arbitrary, and therefore it could and indeed should be extended by negative resolution of a statutory instrument?
My honourable friend makes absolutely the right point, and I'm afraid to say that is absolutely the case. It is completely arbitrary, the 6 months cut-off. It's impossible to determine. It's a line in the sand. And of course it could be challenged, as so much of this bill could be challenged on human rights grounds, because every one of the safeguards that has been introduced by the Honourable Lady is, in fact, in practice, will be a barrier, a discrimination against the new human right that has been awarded to one group that should, of course, be awarded to all, if it's being conceded in this way. Give way.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Earlier this week, myself and other colleagues met with two eminent doctors who were former presidents of the Association of Palliative Medicine, and they raised that some of their serious concerns about this bill are the fact that the doctor or medical practitioner who makes the assessment need never have met the person they are assessing or been involved in their care at all. I wonder what the Honourable Gentleman makes of that.
Lady, she makes a very important point. It's why, although I'm not going to get into the question of public opinion, the polling, because it's so contested, but there is a very clear evidence that the doctors who work with the dying and the palliative care professionals are in a great majority opposed to a change in the law, both because they see the damage that it will do to the palliative care profession and services, but also because of the danger that they see for vulnerable patients. So I'm grateful to her point. But I give way, yes.
I thank him for giving way, and I appreciate that he talks to us as a medical professional, and we need to listen to his views. But isn't it true that any medical assessment is an approximation, something that you cannot say for certain? And isn't it therefore true that for this decision too, we cannot be 100% certain, but that is a way of life, and we cannot make 100% good legislation, because at some point we have to make a decision on balance whether something has merit or not. And for that reason, we should vote for this legislation.
For the Honourable Lady, especially for promoting me to the status of a doctor. I'm actually a charity worker and a political hack by background. But it's good of her to credit me with these skills. Maybe I should set myself up as a medical practitioner. Yes. I'm grateful to her points, and of course she's absolutely right. There are difficult judgments that have to be made by medics and indeed judges all the time. I think this is a very dangerous one to give them that power to do. It would be very inappropriate. Now, The whole question about the 6-month cut-off is very important. Acknowledge all the points that have been made, but the fact is there's another problem with this definition about terminal illness. The fact is that almost anybody with a serious illness or disability could fit this definition. And I recognise that these are not the cases that the Honourable Lady has in mind for this bill. Of course they're not, but that's the problem with the bill. Because all you need to do to qualify for an assisted death, for the definition of terminal illness under this bill, is to refuse treatment, like insulin if you're diabetic, or in the case of eating disorders, and I bring in my Honourable Lady and I've worked on this topic together. In the case of eating disorders, you just need to refuse food, and the evidence is, in jurisdictions around the world and our own jurisprudence, that that would be enough to qualify you for an assisted death.
Does he accept that every day in the NHS, patients refuse treatment and indeed food, and that there's currently oversight legally around coercion, around other things in that? And wouldn't, by bringing this legislation in, we'd actually strengthen protections around those areas?
Yeah. I'm perplexed by this argument. The suggestion that there may be coercion, of course there will be, and abuse and all sorts of injustice that go on in the current system does not mean to strike me as an argument for regulating and licensing assisted suicide. So if there are concerns that we have about practice in the NHS, let's deal with that. Let's not license suicide, which, by the way, again, evidence from around the world shows increases suicide in the general population. So suicide is contagious, and Oregon, which is often pointed to as an example in this debate, or in suicide outside assisted suicide laws rose by 1/3 since assisted suicide was legalised. So there's enormous contagious effects if we were to regulate and licence it in this way. Good way.
The honourable member for giving way, and he's making an excellent case for the bill to pass today. Because what you're actually doing, sir, is saying that there are specifics that need debate, analysis, discussion in great detail in committee. That's the whole point of it. And if it's not done with properly in committee, if it's not done within committee, then it won't pass the third reading. Your suggestion is, because you don't like specifics, that actually we can't discuss it in any form of detail.
I'm sure the Honourable Lady is delighted to have the support of the Honourable Gentleman with his bill, with the bill, and I'm afraid to say I refer him to the point that I was making. This is the inappropriate process. My honourable friend wants to intervene.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend who's making a superb speech, as I expected him to do. And on this issue of process, I say to the honourable gentleman from Boston and Skedness, my constituency neighbour, when I have introduced bills to this House, very serious bills, he will know that those bills, and I think of one in particular, the Investigative Powers Bill, which has become an act, 3 independent reports preceded it, 3 letters of scrutiny of both houses of Parliament across the House, before we went into committee. The point is that process should take place before we consider it here a second reading, not after.
I'm very grateful. Right, what I'll do now is I'm just going to get to run through the end of the process before I take any further interventions. So I explained that pretty much anybody with a serious illness or disability could work out how to qualify for this bill, for an assisted death under this bill. And if members think that it's far-fetched, that's what happens everywhere else, that assisted suicide is legal, including in Oregon.
Councillor Nettles, point of order.
He's using the incorrect language. It's not suicide. That's offensive. Please correct your language, Mr.
That's not a point of order, Danny.
I'm grateful for I'm afraid to say, and I'm sorry if offence is given, the fact is that the value of actually having a bill in black and white is that we do need to see what the law really is, and what this bill would do, it would amend the Suicide Act of 1961. It will allow people to assist with a suicide for the first time. So I'm afraid that is, I mean, I respect the Honourable Lady's concerns there, but I'm afraid we do have to use the proper language here. So, just quickly on this point about the broad scope. If you think that people with anorexia or other conditions that we would not regard as terminal couldn't happen here, consider the young people in the UK today who are given a diagnosis of terminal anorexia and put on a palliative care pathway, essentially assigned to death. And of course these are extreme cases, Mr. Speaker, but there are a lot, I'm not going to give way again. There are a lot of these cases, I'm afraid, and I mention them to show how wide open this bill is.
Can I just say to Honourable, please keep a little calmer. You've intervened twice already. We have lots of other people in this House who also need to be heard. Danny Crew.
And I think particularly of disabled people, Mr. Speaker, many of whom require constant treatment to stay alive, all immediately and by definition eligible under the terms of this bill for a state-sponsored death. And I refer members to the Equality and Human Rights Commission, which made the point that the definition and the line between disability and terminal illness is a very blurred one, which is why the title of this bill is in fact so dangerous. Now, I'm going to just make a little more progress. The second question that the medical practitioners have to answer is about mental capacity. And here again is a great vagueness. How do you judge if someone is in their right mind when they're asking for help to kill themselves? The bill says the definition of capacity is based on the Mental Capacity Act 2005. But that act is deliberately expansive. It explicitly assumes capacity in the patient. So having acute depression is no bar to being judged to have capacity under the Act. Being suicidal is no bar under the Act. So the capacity test is no bar at all. And then finally, this question around coercion. Is the patient asking for an assisted death because of pressure from someone else? And there are two glaring problems here. The first is that the process doesn't even attempt to answer the question properly. There's no investigation, no requirement for the medics to interview the friends and family, no need for a psychiatrist or the family doctor to be consulted. The medics just need to satisfy themselves, who knows how, that to the best of their knowledge, the person has not been pressured. But the second problem with this coercion test is that it focuses only on one type of coercion, the less likely type. The bigger danger isn't other people pressuring you to do this, it's you pressuring yourself, and honourable members have made this point. The bill has nothing to say to that. Internal pressure is absolutely fine. If you feel worthless or a burden to others, or if the NHS won't offer you the treatment you need, or if the local authority won't make the adjustment to your home that you need, or if you have to wait too long for a hospital appointment, if you want to die because you think the system has failed you, that's absolutely fine.
One friend just on that point.
I'm going to just move on a little longer. I'll get to the end. Right, so that's the medical stage. I'll just jump straight to the judicial stage. The medical practitioners sign it off, and the judge has to confirm all these same tests as well. And, of course, many eminent judges have made the point that this would overwhelm the family courts if this test was applied properly. But it won't be, because the bill assumes that judges will fulfil this sort of new inquisitorial role, actually look into cases as investigators, which is entirely unknown in the English common law. But it won't require any actual investigation. There's no requirement for the judge to even meet the applicant. They simply have to have a phone call, or maybe it'll be an email, from one of these medics. That's it. That's their inquiry. And on that basis, they must decide if it is more likely or not that there's been external pressure. So the judge approves it. They're required to approve it unless they can find evidence of external coercion. And so we go to the final act, as the bill says, which is when a junior colleague of the medical practitioner oversees your death by pills or a lethal injection. And here's the last thing that the bill does or doesn't do. There is no requirement at any stage of this process, the medical or the judicial stage, for anyone to tell the patient's next of kin or their wider family or even their GP what is happening, that the NHS and the judicial system are working in secret to bring about the death of their loved one, maybe their father or their daughter. Now, I say again, these aren't the cases the bill was designed for, but they are directly in scope, and it's going to take more than a tweak in committee to get them out. Now, is this what is meant by having choice at the end of life? Now, let's talk about choice. I'm often accused of, the point was made earlier, accused of wanting to impose my view on others. People say, if you don't approve of assisted death, or don't have one, but don't deprive me of the choice. In fact, the evidence is that with this new option and the comparative loss of investment and innovation in palliative care, real choice narrows. There is a broader point to make about choice, which is that no man or woman is an island. And just as every person's death, even a good death, diminishes us all, so we will all be involved and affected if we make this change. The bill will not just create a new option for a few and leave everyone else unaffected. It will impose on every person towards the end of their life, on everyone who could be thought to be near death, and on their family, this new reality. The option of assisted suicide, the obligation to have the conversation around the bedside, in whispers in the corridor. Is it time? And it will change life and death for everyone. Now, coming to the end, Mr. Speaker, I am very aware of the terrible plight of people begging us for this new law. I think we can do better for them than they fear. But we also need to think in real human terms what the effect would be on the choices of other people. And I don't mean the people who get there, who are used to getting their way. I'm talking about the people who lack agency, the people who know what it is to be excluded from power and have decisions made for them by bigwigs in distant offices speaking a language they don't understand. The sort of people the Honourable Lady and I both know from our previous charity work and who we all know from our constituency work. Not the ones who write to us campaigning for a change in the law, but the people who come to our surgeries with their lives in tatters, or who the police or social workers tell us about, the people with complex needs. What are the safeguards for them? And I'll tell you, we are the safeguard. This place, this Parliament, you and me, we are the people who protect the most vulnerable in society from harm, and yet we stand on the brink of abandoning that role. The Rubicon was a very small stream, Mr. Speaker, but on the other side lies a very different world, a worse world with a very different idea of human value. The idea that our individual worth lies in our utility, valuable only for so long as we are useful, not a burden, not a cost, not making a mess. Let's not be the Parliament that authorises that idea. And I mentioned at the start the voices of those we cannot hear, frail and elderly and the disabled. And since we are surrounded by such a cloud of witnesses, let us do better than this bill. Let today not be a vote for despair, but the start of a proper debate about dying well, in which we have a better idea than a state suicide service, in which we remember that we have intrinsic value, that real choice and autonomy means having access to the best care possible and the fullest control over what happens to you while you live, that true dignity consists in being cared for to the end. Thank you.
Can I just remind the House that we want to try and aim up to 8 minutes? Can I have Mother of the House, Diane Abbott?
I should like to congratulate the members of Spain for bringing forward this bill, which has been the occasion of a very important national conversation. But I would recall to the House that in 1969, Parliament voted to abolish the death penalty for murder. Public opinion was actually against this, but MPs believed on a point of principle that the state should not be involved in taking a life. It was a good principle in 1969, and it remains a good principle today. I am not against legalising assisted dying in any circumstance, but I have many reservations about this bill, and in particular, I do not believe that the safeguards are sufficient. They are supposed to be the strongest in the world because of the involvement of a High Court judge. But the divisional courts have said the intervention of a court would simply interpose an expensive and time-consuming forensic procedure. And Sir James Munby, the former president of the Family Division of the High Court, has said recently, only those who believe implicitly in judicial omniscience and infallibility, and he adds that he does not, can possibly have any confidence in the efficacy of what is proposed. Is a judge supposed to second-guess doctors? Will the judge make a decision on the basis of paperwork? Or will there be a hearing in open court? And where will be the capacity in the criminal justice system to deal with all this? So far from being a genuine safeguard, the involvement of a judge could just be a rubber stamp.
Oh, my learned friend,
yes.
In more than 2/3 of our care proceedings involving the most vulnerable children in our society, they cannot complete those care proceedings within 6 months. Yeah. Does my learned friend agree that there is a real concern that this safeguard is not deliverable or risks being the rubber stamp that I know that my learned friend doesn't want it to be?
I entirely agree with my honourable friend. Robust safeguards for the sick and dying are absolutely vital to protect them from predatory relatives, to protect them from the state, but above all, to protect them from themselves. There will be those who say to themselves they don't want to be a burden. And I can imagine myself saying that in particular circumstances. Others will worry that assets they had hoped to leave for their grandchildren are being eroded by the cost of care. And there will even be a handful who will think they should not be taking up a hospital bed. We are told...
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and she makes her case powerfully, but can I ask her to comment on the current situation, whereby people ask themselves the questions she has just asked today? What safeguards are there for those people? What inquiry is made before those people pass away and often take the most drastic and horrific action to do so?
But if this House passes this legislation, the issues that I have raised will become even more foremost in people's minds. We are told that there is no evidence of coercion in jurisdictions where assisted suicide is possible. But people do not generally write letters to sick relatives urging them to consider assisted suicide and then put the letter on file. And coercion in the family context can be about not what you say, but about what you don't say. The long, meaningful pause. Yes, of course.
Giving way. As a medical professional and surrounded by even more senior medical professionals, we can all say we all miss things when there's tangibles in front of us. The shadow on x-rays, the markers on blood tests. We miss things as professionals when we can actually see them. What evidence will we have, or what security will we have of picking up things that we can't see, like coercion?
That is the point. Coercion is something that you will have no material evidence of and that you cannot see. People keep saying that this bill can't be amended. Of course, any future government could bring in new clauses. And we can see what happened in Canada, which introduced assisted dying in 2016 for adults with terminal illnesses. In 2021, it was extended to people with no terminal illness and the disabled. And in March 2027, anyone with a serious mental health problem will also be eligible. The House should remember that no single organisation representing the disabled supports this bill.
Would the Honourable Lady give way?
Thank you. On that point, my daughter Maria lived her life with severe disabilities and health conditions, and since her birth, we were told many times that she might have only 6 months to live. She lived for 27 years. Crucially, Maria was non-verbal. And I am filled with dread and fear for those other people like Maria who are non-verbal and don't have that capacity, and what might happen to others like Maria if they aren't loved and cared for and have somebody speaking out for them.
I have heard so many stories like that. This arbitrary cut-off of 6 months, it doesn't necessarily meet with the reality of sick people.
Right Honourable Lady for giving way, and I think the case of Maria and others is one that should give us all pause. But does the Right Honourable Lady agree with me? 2/3 of the Cabinet, apparently in principle, support this measure. We should reject it today, but we should as a House commit not to go another 10 years of ignoring this topic, but to come forward in a considered way and ensure that it is looked at properly, and we do everything possible to have a system which is more robust, more caring, and ensures good outcomes for people like Maria.
So say that we must try and keep to the time limit. Diana.
I agree with the honourable gentleman, and as I said right at the beginning, I am not against assisted dying in any circumstances. If this bill passes, we will have the NHS as a fully funded 100% suicide service, but palliative care will only be funded at 30% at best. The former member for Dunfermline East, Gordon Brown, has said recently, we need to show we can do better at assisted living before deciding whether to legislate on ways to die. I represent very many vulnerable people in marginalised communities. I cannot vote for a bill where I have doubts about whether they will be protected. We can come back, we can have a commission, we can craft a better bill, but I will not be voting for this bill this morning.
Andrew Mitchell. Up to 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to make just three brief points. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is that I have completely changed my mind on this subject since I entered the House during the last century. And the reason for that is that I've sat in my advice surgery and I have had tears pouring down my face listening to constituents who have set out so clearly, speaking with such emotion about how their mother, brother, father or child has died in great pain and great indignity. And I strongly support this bill. I want to congratulate the Honourable Lady for the excellent way in which she has presented it. But I believe that we should give our constituents, our fellow citizens, this choice. I want this choice for my constituents. I want it for those whom I love. And indeed, I want it perhaps one day, Mr. Speaker, for myself. The current law forces people... I'm not giving away, I'm afraid. The current law forces people...
Well, Andrew Mitchell speaking there, just one of the very impassioned, thoughtful contributions that we've heard so far on both sides of the argument, really showing, I guess, many would say, Parliament at its best, unshackled by those party political positions, entering a free vote, a conscience vote on the most important of subjects. We're joined again by our political editor, Beth Rigby, and our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi. Beth, there's been some very strong arguments so far, even just in the early stages of this debate.
Yeah, it is profoundly moving, and you can see from the stories that MPs are telling how profoundly they are all feeling this. And for people watching who have watched loved ones die, I imagine it's quite triggering for people as well. Both Kim Leadbeater and Danny Kruger, if you like, who have put the case for and against, have done so in a way in which they are not trying to be dogmatic or bombastic, and they are understanding, both of them, that there is another very valid argument on the other side. I mean, in essence, Kim Leadbeater's argument is that the public are in favour of this measure, that we should all have the right to make the choices and decisions we want about our own bodies. And critically, she wanted to stress in her arguments that it's not a choice of life and death, but a choice about how to die. And she stressed the fact about the 6 months you have to be terminally ill. She also then, for the undecided, went into quite a bit of detail about if it gets past the second reading, which is what's happening now, and it goes to committee stage and report stage, which is basically when they vote in principle in favour of assisted dying, and then the bill is actually fleshed out, that she will have the support from the government to make it operable, and that it would take a couple of years. So she's arguing, really, this is the beginning of a discussion. And then you had Danny Kruger, who argued extremely eloquently too. His argument, in essence, was saying that this is not a bill creating an option for the few. His argument is it will change life and death for everyone and impose on everyone a need to make a decision about their end of life. And he argued that very passionately too. And he also acknowledged that if he got his way, if it wasn't passed, that he understood that for many people out there, that would create huge amounts of anxiety. So I think on both sides, you are hearing very emotive arguments, MPs telling their own personal stories, MPs sharing their own personal fears as well. You know, and at the moment, the majority of MPs going into this had said that they would support it of those that had declared, but there were well over 100 that had not. So it is unclear about which way this vote would go. And I think what Kim Leadbeater was doing there was say, just give it a chance. Don't make it fall at this hurdle. Just let it get passed, and then we can have a discussion about how this bill could go forward in a way that everyone gets to amend it and change it and get comfortable with it. But I think Danny Kruger made the point there that he said in his closing remarks that he felt MPs were there to protect vulnerable people, and that's what they had to do. As I said, Kim Leadbeater made the point that the majority are in favour and that people should have the right to choose.
We are the safeguards, Danny Kruger said, talking about Parliament. And it does really feel, as Beth was reflecting, that what is happening right now in the Chamber is so important. I mean, I've certainly spoken to MPs who say they're genuinely undecided. They want to hear the arguments in the House today. And as you say, there's certainly been some powerful arguments.
Compelling, emotive testimony from the pro and against side as well. Danny Kruger talking about coercion and burdens, and he used a line, and you're right, Sophie, this is the best of Parliament, and Beth is right as well. If you're an undecided MP and you've heard Kim Leadbeater this morning, and now you've just heard Danny Kruger, I imagine you are still undecided.
Yeah, it's hard.
Because there are compelling arguments on both sides. And when Danny Kruger talked about patients who are near the end of life becoming a burden, and he used a line, he said, hushed conversations in corridors, is it time? And, you know, if any of us have been around someone who is coming to the end of life, I mean, just to dwell on that and to think about that. And then Diane Abbott talking about people who feel like they're a burden to society. And it is Parliament's job, it is government's job to protect the vulnerable. And that's the point of this. We've heard personal testimony about people who want an assisted death when they come to the end of life. Where are the safeguards? How do you prove there has been no coercion? It's extremely difficult. She was saying there is no written letter from a relative saying, hello, Mum, hello, Dad, I think it's time you died. But these are, and she said something which really struck me. She said, it's not just what's said, it's what's unsaid. Really difficult decision for those MPs this afternoon.
And then I guess on the other side, what you will, I imagine, have in the debate too is the reality of it, which is people are committing suicide, loved ones are then getting in trouble legally because of helping someone who really wants to die, or people having to travel to Switzerland to have an assisted death. So that is the counter-argument, and that is what all of these MPs have to weigh up. And I think Kim Leadbeater's point in this is, her argument is, if you are still undecided, and I think here, as you said, hearing both sides have profoundly potent messages and arguments for, to oppose or support. I guess her calculation is that if there are enough MPs who are undecided, that they won't vote it down at this moment because they will have another opportunity at the third read. And that's certainly someone in the shadow cabinet was saying to me this week, that they were undecided and that they had a pile of correspondence from constituents that they were going to go and read through, but that actually this wasn't the final decision, and maybe that was going to sway that person. But it really is difficult. I don't even think we should try and call it. It's not really the point, is it?
It's exactly it. It's, as we've been discussing, an incredibly moving, emotive, thoughtful debate. And I think it is worth reflecting on what Beth was saying, that this is going to be a very triggering debate for many of all of us, and many of you, I'm sure, as well. When we're talking about deaths, about how people want to die, thinking about how people that we loved have died, it's a difficult day for so many people that I do want to make that point, but a very important day. And it does feel like those 650 MPs are wrestling with this and genuinely trying to find a way through it that is the best one. As Beth was reflecting, we don't know what is going to happen. We don't know. It's very difficult to call exactly how that will play out as MPs try to make the case for and against, and then, of course, some MPs are in listening mode, trying to work out exactly what they should do when that vote comes around at around 2 p.m. today. We've got many hours of this debate until that time.
They can attempt and perhaps succeed in suicide. They risk failing.
Good morning. It is 11 o'clock and you're watching Sky News. We're live in Westminster as MPs debate and vote on whether to legalise assisted dying in England and Wales. It's the first attempt to change the law in almost a decade, having been voted down by MPs in 2015. That debate is now underway. The vote is expected to be around 2 p.m. today. Let's take a listen in to the House of Commons.
Or prosecuted. And they also risked ending their lives too soon. On the question of safeguards, I do not follow the view of opponents of the bill, because sometimes they seem to say that they are too complex, too expensive, that there are not enough resources there. If we want to resource this bill, we can resource this bill in that way. And I do not think those are the strongest arguments. But at other times, I really don't want to because of the time, I'm sorry. I think this is should I? Yeah. I'll give way one.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He talks a little about the safeguards, and I just invite him and the House to reflect on the COVID pandemic. And when a lot of safeguards around a lot of things were relaxed. And I worry that if we were to see another pandemic on the scale of what we saw in 2020, where the people might feel that they were doing something patriotic by getting out of the way, by freeing up a bed for a younger person, and I just invite him to reflect on that.
I'll say that's with permission of the House. In practice, a terminally ill person will need to formally consider their decision at least 8 times under the provisions in this bill. This is a starting point. I think a number of members have already made this point. Already, I believe that this bill has had more scrutiny than most public bills that we consider, but we have up to 9 months before us to consider that further. Madam Deputy Speaker, all the practical and all the legal considerations here, I think, point towards this bill. It may well be amended to change the safeguards, to change the way that it operates, but we have the opportunity to do that. But at the end, that's not the decision for me. The decision for me is about 2 things. It's about human dignity and it's about agency. And I would like to think that even at the end of life, no, especially at the end of life, when someone may be at their obviously have their faculties, but maybe at their weakest ebb, that they can still exercise that agency, they can still make those decisions for themselves. They can have the longest life they can, and they can end that life in the way that is most beneficial to them, their loved ones and their family. That is simply not happening, and by voting against this bill today, you ignore those facts. One of them.
Kit Malthouse.
Mr. Speaker, when I was a child, my parents shielded me from death, and centuries of art and literature and religion taught me that death was something noble or even slightly romantic. When I became an adult, I learned pretty quickly that that was not the case. For far too many, it is anything but, certainly not noble. The deathbed for far too many is a place of misery, torture and degradation, a rain of blood and vomit and tears. I see no compassion and beauty in that, only profound human suffering. And in 10 years of campaigning on this issue, I've spent many, many hours with dying and bereaved people that have time and time again reinforced me of that view. Now, I'm co-sponsor of the bill, and I'm chair of the All-Party Group for Choice, co-chair of the All-Party Group for Choice at the end of life. And I could give a speech that was going to promote the bill, but my honourable friend, and I do call her a friend, the member for Spen Valley, has done that remarkably well. So in my speech, I wanted to address some of the common issues that have been raised and no doubt will be raised during the debate with which I struggle. The first is, no doubt, we're going to hear an awful lot about the overseas experience. Well, I'm married to a Canadian, and I can tell you they love their children just as much as we do. The idea that they, the Australians, the New Zealanders, the Spanish, the Austrians, care little for their relatives or indeed for the wider society in which they live is frankly offensive. And we should not pretend that somehow here we are special or different. They have thought as profoundly on these issues as we have over the last 10 years. And we can learn from them and design a system for our own sensibilities and culture as they have done too. They all have different laws on abortion, some of which we would not pass in this House. That doesn't mean to say we shouldn't have abortion laws here either. We are a 1,000-year-old democracy. We should be able to design legislation that deals with this issue for ourselves. The second issue that's been raised with which I have struggled is the issue of the impact on the NHS and on judges. These people are already dying. They are already in the National Health Service. They already are entitled to care. And even if you think there is an impact, are you seriously telling me that my death, my agony, is too much for the NHS to have time for? Is too much hassle? Or even the claim that it would overload the judges, that I should drown in my own fecal vomit because it's too much hassle for the judges to deal with. We send things to the NHS and the judges from this House all the time. Is anyone suggesting that we shouldn't be creating a new offence of spiking because the judges are overworked, which has come through this week? Of course not. They will cope as they have done with all sorts of things that we've sent from this House over the years, and we should not countenance the idea that some logistical problem is going to get in the way of giving us a good death to our fellow citizens. And then I wanted to address the notion, or address directly those people who are considering voting no, and to make sure that they are clear in their own mind that a vote against this bill today is not a passive act. There are two states of being on offer today, and I have to break some news to you. Whatever happens to the bill today, people with terminal illness will still take their lives. If the bill falls today, we are consigning those people to take their lives in brutal, violent ways, as they are doing at the moment, or for increasing numbers of our fellow citizens to make the trip to Switzerland if they can afford it. We know that between 600 and 700 people a year are killing themselves in violent ways, shooting themselves, throwing themselves in front of trains, taking overdoses in lonely, horrible circumstances. Many, as I say, are going to Switzerland. More than that are lying in hospital. I guarantee there will be somebody over the river in St Thomas's now who is refusing treatment and starving themselves to death because they cannot face what is in front of them, by all means.
Would you agree with me that we had a choice today? We've come here today to debate assisted dying. We could have come here today to build cross-party consensus on how to finally, once and for all, fix palliative care in this country. We could have come to look at a funding consensus, and that does need to be cross-party. So I agree with his point. that no is also a choice. But what can follow on from that should be a cross-party consensus on how we fix palliative care.
Well, I agree with the honourable gentleman, and isn't it a surprise the conversation about palliative care has started? Right? We weren't having it before this bill came forward. And the evidence from the Health and Care Select Committee, which was published just in February this year, shows that palliative care and assisted dying go hand in hand. I won't, thank you. And improvements go hand in hand. What medics from across the world told us is that the two are complementary. And that in places like Australia, where I discussed this with a palliative care doctor who was against the introduction of it when they were contemplating it, she now finds it an invaluable tool. She embraces it as something that her patients want and need. And my concern today, frankly, is if this bill is turned down as it was in 2015, exactly the same thing will happen, which is the conversation about palliative care will wither, as it has done for the last 10 years. I wanted to illustrate this with a story that has particularly affected me. Mark Crampton was a former police chief inspector who was suffering from COPD. His COPD became too much for him, and so he informed his family that he was going to take his own life. He took his oxygen tank and mask, and late one night went out and sat on a railway embankment. He wanted a death that was instant and quick, that he could rely upon. He waited until 2 in the morning. Heartbreakingly, he had worked out when the last train was going, so he would minimize disruption to the public, and he took his life in lonely circumstances in the middle of the night. By not passing this bill, we would deny to Mark supervision, conversation, access to doctors, periods of reflection, advice, and even if he'd been through all that and decided it was still too much, we would give him a much better end than he actually achieved. Be clear, as I say, whatever happens to this bill, terminal people will still take their lives. And to the honourable gentleman who says that people dying in agony, hundreds of people dying in agony every year, is a price worth paying for the good of society, I have to tell him I find that an appalling prospect. A society that looks away from these people in the gallery who are living in terrible fear of what will face them, or have watched their families die in fear, that we look away and say that's okay for the good of the whole. I find that a terrible, terrible prospect. We have a duty to assist them, as the other countries around the world that have realised have done so, and find a way to make them comfortable in the end. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to just talk a little bit about rights. We're going to hear a lot in the debate about rights, quite rightly. We hear about the rights and fears of the disability community, who are specifically excluded from the bill. We hear a lot about the rights and fears of the elderly, who are also specifically excluded from the bill. We're even hearing about the rights of doctors, who are allowed to conscientiously object to participating in this process if they wish. But when are we going to have the conversation about the rights of the dying? Where do we put them in the ranking of rights as they face their end? When do we grant them the autonomy and choice which so many of them have campaigned for over the years? And surely, as they're coming towards the end of their life, their rights have to be in the forefront of our mind. The last best gift that we can give them is control over the disease which is destroying them. If we don't pass the bill today, we are cornering all those people. We are trapping them with the law against their disease and consigning them to an end of torture and degradation which they do not wish to go through. As I said before, we are a 1,000-year-old democracy. It's not beyond us to design legislation that gives them what they want and protects those who we feel need to be protected. I want, like my right honourable friend, this choice for my constituents, but profoundly I want it for myself, and I want it for those people in the gallery who've been working so hard over the last decade to get us to change our minds. Please be clear, friends, that whatever happens today, terminal people will still take their own lives. All we are deciding today is how.
Yeah. With a reminder that there is no formal time limit, but if we wish to get members in and as many as...
Well, it's been a compelling thoughtful, sometimes heartbreaking, frankly, debate today, when we are all confronting the thing that perhaps we're most uncomfortable with. How we die, how loved ones die as well. And I have to say that Parliament so far has risen to that occasion. We have seen compelling arguments on both sides, and of course those 650 MPs having to make perhaps the most important decision that they will make in their careers. I just want to look back on some of the opening arguments on both sides for the assisted dying bill, because today's private member's bill was brought, of course, by the Labour MP Kim Leadbeater, who opened today's debate.
Intentionally helping another person to end their life is currently illegal under the Suicide Act 1961 and carries a maximum prison sentence of 14 years. This includes family and friends helping someone who is terminally ill to die, both in the UK and overseas. The law is not clear and it does not protect individuals, families or medical professionals. And this drives people to very desperate measures. I made a very conscious decision to name the bill Terminally Ill Adults End of Life, rather than anything else. That title can never be changed, and it ensures it is only adults who are dying that would ever come within its scope. As such, this bill is not about people who are choosing between life and death. It is about giving dying people who have got 6 months or less to live autonomy about how they die and the choice to shorten their death. The bill does not apply to people with mental health conditions. It does not apply to the elderly. It does not apply to people with chronic health conditions, and it does not apply to disabled people. Unless, of course, they have a terminal illness, in which case they would and should be entitled to the same rights as anyone else.
Kim Leadbeater there trying to make the argument in favour of her bill and some of the safeguards that she has put in place to try and reassure MPs. The Conservative MP, Danny Kruger, though, put the defence for the bill to be voted down. He's urged MPs to vote against it if they had any doubts.
My view is that if we get our broken palliative care system right and our wonderful hospices properly funded, we can do so much more for all the people that we'll hear about today, using modern pain relief and therapies to help everybody die with a minimum of suffering when the time comes. But we won't be able to do that if we introduce this new option. Instead, we will expose many more people to harm. The crucial thing is that the conversation doesn't need to be started by the patient, according to this bill. It can be started by the medic, by any medic, perhaps in hospital, who can make the suggestion of an assisted death to a patient who's never raised the issue themselves, whose family haven't suggested it, whose own doctor doesn't think it's the right thing to do. It is well known, as the Honourable Gentleman said earlier, that it is impossible for doctors to predict with any accuracy that somebody will die within 6 months. It is a purely subjective judgment made in this case by a doctor whose job is approving assisted death. They simply have to determine for themselves that not that it's reasonably certain that death will occur, but it can be reasonably expected. So basically, it's possible.
I'm talking now to our political editor, Beth Rigby. And Beth, it's worth reflecting, isn't it, on the tone of the debate, and it's such a difficult day for so many people.
It is a difficult day for many people, and many people will be watching this, Sophie, and they will have watched loved ones die, and I imagine it is very triggering for lots of people out there. And you can see in the comments that it's actually really a motive for MPs too, be it them telling personal stories or stories of constituents. I mean, the first thing I'd say is, we said, didn't we, at the beginning, that it was a historic day and a historic debate, and you are actually seeing that now play out in real time, because the way in which MPs are approaching it, the enormity of what they are discussing, it does sort of meet the moment of this, if it passes and then it goes to third reading and it becomes law, that it is a moment of profound societal change in a way that the Abortion Act was, or gay marriage, that MPs are deciding about something that touches, well, in the case of death, all of our lives. And so that's kind of the framing of it. Now, in terms of the arguments, you've heard, in essence, Kim Leadbeater saying that this is not about choosing between life and death. She's very clear that it's about giving dying people who have got 6 months, I'm quoting her, or less to live, autonomy about how they die. And then Danny Kruger so profoundly arguing on the other side, that the bill is not just for the few. That's what he argued. He says it will change life and death for everyone, that there will be those whispered conversations when someone is near the end of life. Is it time? So he says it will affect deaths for everyone, and he says it's the job of MPs to protect the vulnerable. And then when you're actually listening to the debate, the two interventions that have jumped out at me, one was by the MP Mary Foy, and she talked about her daughter Maria, who lived life with severe disabilities and health conditions since birth. And she said that she was told many times that her daughter might only have 6 months to live, and her daughter lived for 27 years. And the reason she told that story was, she said, crucially, Maria was non-verbal, and I'm quoting her, "I'm filled with dread and fear for those other people like Maria who are non-verbal and don't have that capacity." So that was Mary Foy talking about her story. And then Kit Malthouse gave a very powerful intervention there where he spoke about his constituent Mark, who took his own life and wanted to take his life, obviously suffering a great deal. And he took himself to a train track in the middle of the night, and because he knew that if that way he was certain to die. And Kit Malthouse's argument is that this is about people at the end of life with a disease and discomfort that they don't deserve, and that's how he put it in his powerful argument for. And the reason I'm recounting those stories is that you can see how profoundly it's felt on both sides, and what a difficult decision it is for MPs to have to make today.
It really is. And as you say, Beth, it does feel like Parliament is rising to that occasion. It feels unusual to us to hear a debate that is so devoid of party politics. It's not split down party lines, it's a free vote.
And you could see with, I think, Danny Kruger and Kim Libby to have known each other in the past through the previous work they've done. They've both, Kim herself has said she's been working on this a long time, and, you know, the tone of it is very respectful. They obviously have profound regard for each other. And I think crucially as well, it's almost like arguing it in regret, in the sense that they can both see the other person's arguments and are there to make their representations. And it is for every single MP to make their own decision. And Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, has been at pains to say that it is a free vote, that he does not want to try and lead this massive Labour MPs one way or another. And I think for lots of MPs, the ones I've spoken to, some of them it will be of conscience. For some, it will be about religious belief. For others, it will be a decision that they will base on judgment. Some might look at polling and what the public want and feel they have to do it by those terms. Others will take their post bags and weigh up what their constituents are asking them to do, and they all have to make that decision. But I think the fact that the debate is how it is, and as you said, Sophie, the House has really risen to the occasion, is a reflection of actually what a profound moment this is. And, you know, the argument is it came about a decade ago, nearly a decade ago, in 2015, it was voted down. Now, 2024, we are having the debate again. And I think there is a view, where it's been shared in the House, that if this does fall at the second reading, that perhaps it will be another decade before this discussion on assisted dying comes back to the Commons. Kim Libby's made the point, didn't she, that there are 31 jurisdictions around the world in which there is assisted dying. And there's a big question about whether or not this bill passes today, and then it goes into a bigger discussion about whether we choose to make it law.
Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rigby there, our political editor. Well, we were speaking there about the very strongly held, strongly argued views in the House of Commons, and of course that is a reflection of where the public is at as well. Sky's Matthew Thompson is outside Parliament, where campaigners for and against assisted dying are staging their protests and making their voices heard. Matthew.
Yes, it's very interesting hearing Beth trotting through the sort of coalition of different positions that make up either side of the debate in the House. And as you say, that is very, very powerfully reflected here on the streets outside the House of Commons. We spent the morning with one side of the debate, a demonstration organised by the likes of Dignity in Dying and those who are in favour of the principles of the bill. And here around me now are a coalition of different groups who oppose the principles of the bill. And that's for a variety of different reasons. It ranges from social justice justice, disability rights, through to religious conviction, all of them powerfully held and all powerfully evidenced with personal stories. And someone who's a very powerful voice in that campaign joins me now. It's Liz Carr, the actor and activist. Liz, would it be fair to sum up your position? I mean, I know there are many positions, but would it be fair to sum it up as being a lack of trust in the system, in doctors to whom this gives a deal of power over life and death?
I mean, I don't want to be a downer on doctors, so this is maybe not about them, but it's about, I guess, yes, giving the state, changing the law, moving from having legal criminal law protection to handing that over to doctors to allow them to end some people's lives. And the thought of that, for many of us, is really terrifying, particularly at a time when we all know, whatever our political beliefs, I think whatever side we're on, the NHS is struggling, social care is struggling. There is so much that needs to be fixed. Fix it now, then maybe let's have this conversation.
Can you explain for some people struggle to understand why particularly disabled people are incensed about this? What is the kind of thing that's led you and many others to that position?
Yeah, I think a lot of people think this has nothing to do with disability. Well, in the majority of countries where it's legal, it is for disabled people. So we do feel we have a stake in it. Terminally ill people are often disabled too. But, you know, I guess as a disabled woman, I've had so much experience in the medical profession as a patient, and I've seen the bias, the unconscious bias, the discrimination, the assumptions. I made a documentary called Better Off Dead, and that's based on the idea that as a visibly disabled woman, even strangers in the street have a sense that it must be better to be dead than to be me. And I mean, taxi drivers will regularly say things. They think they're complimenting me, but it will be an anecdote of kind of like, you know, gosh, you are amazing, because I don't think I could do it if I was like you. So against that backdrop of discrimination and bias, I don't know how safeguards can protect us.
So the fear is in some way that because of these unconscious biases and assumptions, or some of them very conscious perhaps, people might be pushed onto pathways towards death that they didn't need to be on. Is that essentially where we're going with that line of argument?
I think we saw, you know, I hate bringing it up, it's not over, but if you think about COVID, and we saw very, very clearly, yes, a difficult time, but rationing decisions were made based on who was more viable or who was more valuable, you can argue. You know, I think we saw then that certain groups of people are devalued, and that then made us really, even more than ever, terrified for that feeling of pressure, of self-coercion. I don't think it's being dragged by the euthanasia vans to have this. It is about consent and choice. However, you can choose this because you have no choice. And choice isn't choice without choice. So let's sort out end-of-life choices for everybody before we look at legalising assisted suicide.
Liz Carr, thank you ever so much indeed. Well, there you have it, one of the many powerful arguments that we mentioned a moment ago that are being rehearsed both here on the streets and inside there in the House of Commons.
Matthew, thank you very much indeed. Well, we can see the impassioned voices on the streets outside Parliament. Let's listen to what's happening inside the House of Commons. This is Layla Moran of the Liberal Democrats speaking.
To the point about palliative care. This is really, really important. Now, the message from the sector, from patients and from their families is crystal clear. It is not good enough, and we must do better. I will, of course.
I found my honourable friend for giving way. Would you agree with me that this isn't a choice between palliative care or assisted dying, but actually the two can go hand in hand? But with the knowledge that if palliative care doesn't provide the individual with the comfort they require, that they would still, with this bill, have the option to decide how they want to end their lives, rather than potentially drifting away without being able to have that final cuddle or to say that final goodbye.
I'm extremely grateful to him, and I think this debate around palliative care needs to be had. My concern is that we have not had any firm commitments from government, other than woolly words, about how they are actually going to tackle this. My concern is that a Royal Commission pushes this into the long grass, and I say to the Secretary of State, who's in his place, the gauntlet has been thrown down. If he wants someone like me to not vote for this bill moving forwards, I would say to him he needs to do two things. One is put firm commitments on palliative care on the table that resolve them within the next, 1 or 2 years, but then also commit to afterwards bringing a bill like this back in government time. Without those firm commitments, I will continue to make the case for continuing to want to see progress. I will give way one more time.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she and I come to this from different places. I will be voting against this bill today. I agree with her and indeed with all those members that have spoken about the need to massively improve palliative care. But she comes from this to a place where she says we can address some of those concerns at a later stage. How does one address coercion and guilt through legislation?
Extremely grateful to him. And these are conversations I want to keep happening. But the other thing I would say is there might be people who are, I would say to those who say, how do we do this better, and are using those process arguments, what does the bill that does address assisted dying look like that you might vote for? And if the answer is that there is none, let's be honest about that. Now, I want to end by actually giving over a tiny amount of my time to someone who's in the gallery today. Tracy, who I can't see right now, but thank you for coming. And what I said to Tracy, who's a constituent of mine, who I met, is that I would allow just some of her words to be spoken today. Tracy was 58 when she was diagnosed with incurable stage 4 breast cancer, which spread to become a brain tumour in 2023. It was successfully removed, but Tracy lives every day knowing her cancer is likely to return. And this is what she wants us to hear. Despite this prognosis, I can honestly say I'm a happy person now. I feel lucky to have made it to 60. There is just one black cloud on the horizon for me, and that is the way I will die. I am terrified that I will suffer a long, painful death. If I knew I had the choice to have a good death, these worries would disappear. Please change the law so I can live what life I have left, safe in the knowledge that I have a choice about how and when I die. If you do this, I will be able to live even more happily, knowing that I do not need to worry about the prospect of a cruel and painful death. So I will simply end by saying there are sincerely held views today. Let this be the Parliament where we ensure, regardless of how we vote today, that we give people a good death.
Tonya Antoniazzi.
I have led two Westminster Hall debates for the Petitions Committee on this subject of assisted dying. I have grappled with this, I still do, and when my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, was speaking earlier, I had a packet of tissues and I made swift work of them. It really is so difficult for so many of us, with personal experience and also with our own thoughts. It is our privilege, it is genuinely our privilege to be able to say that this is what we want or what we don't want, because we may not be facing that right now in our lives. But when you are, and I will be voting for the bill today, when you are, you think about it deeply. And I think about this all the time. I really need to maybe get a bit of a life, but it really, really is something that bothers me. The way in which this debate has been held is a real, it's a real honour, and it's an honour for all of us in this chamber to be able to do this today, whatever our views are. But I have to say that it's just not easy, and I want everybody out there to know it's not easy. It's really, really difficult, and it's difficult for those on opposing sides. But I'm going to get to the bill because, as it's been pointed out, that is what we are here to talk about, and not get overly emotional. But I want to talk about the bill, and I want to talk about how it impacts in Wales. And these are things that I hope that we will be able to amend the bill to take consideration of and I hope that we can look at this in detail in the Lords. I believe this bill should pass today because we need to discuss this and we need to know how it's going to work. And as it's currently drafted, I think we are going to have to look to Welsh Government and to see if there needs to be a legislative consent motion, because it doesn't seem to engage with the Sewell Convention in a substantive way. And some of the issues that have been raised with me are that the bill places multiple duties on the Secretary of State in England around code of practices and providing assistance with the NHS. And the Welsh Government needs to be happy with the Secretary of State in England in deciding how services are provided within the Welsh NHS. And there will need to be an amendment, which I suspect will then engage with the Sewell Convention. The need for subordinate legislation to enact this bill is really complicated, and we need to see how this will be passed here in this place. And so there are issues around the code of practice, because some of them have devolved. And I just want to highlight that today, because we need to be mindful, regardless of the emotional stories that we are going to be hearing in this place. It does have an impact on legislation in Wales, and that's very important, that when this bill does go through, or if it does go through today, that those discussions are had, because everybody's lives matter and we have to get this legislation right. But on that note, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't want to take up any more time, but thank you to all of my friends, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, because you have been an absolute gem. So thank you ever so much. Thank you.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Prior to my election to Parliament, as a consultant psychiatrist with a PhD in decision-making capacity, under Section 9(3)(b) of this bill, I would have met both criteria to be a medical expert assessor. So I've got a particular perspective as someone who, in different circumstances, might have been called on to do these assessments. I strongly believe that we should respect and support the right for bodily autonomy in people with full decision-making capacity, subject to the caveats that this does not cause serious harm to others. I argued for this when I was on the working group of the Independent Review of the Mental Health Act and on the Pre-Legislative Scrutiny Committee for the new bill, legislation which, amongst other things, aims to prevent people from coming to harm when suffering from severe mental illness. These reforms were debated in the House of Lords this week and demonstrate how Parliament should legislate in complex areas that balance individual autonomy and risk. In contrast, as the private members' bill, there is limited ability for scrutiny of this bill's provisions. It has had no independent review, no pre-legislative scrutiny, and no impact assessments. Many MPs support the principle of assisted dying but have concerns over implementation, resource implications and safeguarding, which is why I, along with other colleagues on both sides of the House, tabled a reasoned amendment to this bill calling for an independent review and consultation before a vote in Parliament to provide a third way through. And I'd like to thank the members supporting the amendment, particularly the members of Shipley and Twickenham, for their work and extensive and careful consideration of this area. While the general debate on assisted dying may focus largely on the principles, legislation must address the limits to and safeguards on consent. Should people be able to agree to a medically assisted death? If so, what, if any, restrictions should there be on people who can make this decision? Age, capacity, terminal illness, intolerable suffering. And then, what safeguards are there to uphold these limits and prevent abuse? Assessments by 2 doctors, judicial scrutiny. Given that the main argument I see in favour of assisted dying is the exercise of personal autonomy, I believe the most substantive issues we need to wrestle with are the limits that we set to it. Why is this bill limited to the terminally ill, and not those suffering, but not terminal? What even comes within the scope of terminal illness? As with the refusal of treatment and medication, conditions such as type 1 diabetes and HIV can be designated as terminal despite being fully treatable. There are many questions, but in this bill, the most prominent problem is that in a legal context, if the availability of assisted dying is limited to only those who are terminally ill, it is discriminatory to either those with or without terminal illness. Either their right to autonomy is greater than others, or the values of their life is worth less. We must also ask if can autonomy be exercised where there is no choice? If good palliative care is simply not available, can we really rely on this as a true and free decision? I would argue we can't, and this bill does not safeguard against coercion through state neglect. But I would usually always, but unfortunately it will impact another member speaking, so apologies. Perhaps fundamentally, for me, given my interest in capacity, is that we have not considered how much human decision-making is driven by altruistic intentions. I did it for my children is rightly a primary motivation for many in many settings. But as a society, are we comfortable with the decision to seek a medically assisted death to not be a burden to one's family or to save them money? This won't impact capacity. We can't pretend that capacity assessments are going to be a shield for these moral concerns. Where is the line, if there is one, between indirect coercion and the natural human responses in a stressed family unit looking after a sick loved one? Now, I believe legislation on assisted dying could be brought in that has fully reviewed and addressed these issues. But parliamentarians must deal with what we have in front of us today. Proponents on both sides of the debate frame this vote of second reading as a vote on the principle of assisted dying, but in reality it is a vote on the implementation as put forward in this bill. As a former mental health doctor, I'm most proud that I was there for the most vulnerable, and today I think about those without a voice in this debate or in the TV studios. I think about the elderly woman in the care home with mild cognitive impairment, retained capacity, but nevertheless vulnerable to coercion and undue influence. Or the sick mother whose child may lose their job or relationship due to the burden of caring responsibilities. This bill doesn't protect them. It risks placing implicit pressure on people already vulnerable at a time of life they should be receiving our unwavering care and support. We should and must vote it down.
Yeah. Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in my brief remarks today, I want to touch on principle, policy and practice. We have to be very clear today that we are not just having a debate on the principle, but on this bill. But the principle at stake is that we do cross a Rubicon, whereby somebody who is ill, who is terminally ill by the definition of this bill, is assisted by the state to die. This is a fundamental change in the relationship between the state and the citizen, and the patient and their doctor. If we have a scintilla of doubt about allowing the state that power, we should vote against this today. Yeah. I, like many of us, most of us, came into politics partly to stand up for the vulnerable. And we've heard heartbreaking stories today about those vulnerable at the point of death. We've also heard, and I concur completely with my right honourable friend, the member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, about those who are vulnerable for other reasons, who could be coerced or persuaded down this route. I've had the privilege of being around the hospice movement for nearly 50 years, when my father established one of the first National Health Service hospices in this country. And I saw what he did as a doctor in a world where death was not talked about, where surgeons would say, "We'd whip this bit out, you're going to be fine." And he would be one of the first to have to tell them, "It's actually, you're going to die." And the work that he did on the back of giants like Dame Cicely Saunders is something we should be proud of. We were the first country in the world to recognise palliative care as a separate profession. And some of the tragedies we've heard about today are because of a failure in that system. And a failure in palliative care and support is not a reason to continue. And I have a personal experience. Many of our members of this House will remember when my daughter was very ill a few years ago. And I had not intended to speak about this today, but she was admitted to hospital with acute pancreatitis as a teenager. So this bill would not have covered her at that point. But I did not know for for 5 days, in fact many months, whether she would live or die. And those first 5 days she did not sleep and she did not eat and she was crying out in pain. But I saw what good medicine can do, that palliated that pain, that got her to a place where, although for 2.5 months she was unable to eat, she was saved, and the key thing was she was not in pain. Well, she was in pain, but it was managed. Our best friends were the pain nurses and the anaesthetists. So I have seen directly, and I have other examples of another family member, which I haven't got time to go into today. I hope she forgives me for raising her personal situation in the House today.
Will the Honourable Lady be wed? I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way and pay tribute to her for her strength in this House and to everybody on both sides of the House in this very difficult issue. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that we already have assisted dying in this country? The legislation in this country already allows for choice that proves that people would be able to die at home with carefully administered, practitioner-led pain management. And does the Honourable Lady agree with me that the inconsistency of this application of good pain management at end of life is for compassionate legislators to feel that the only option is to vote for this bill is a failure of our existing national health? And does the Honourable Lady...
Interventions are going to have to be short in this debate. There are many members who wish to get in, so perhaps that's enough. Meg Hillier.
I thank my honourable friend for that. I think she is absolutely right. When you see it working, it is great. And some of what we've heard today has been a failure of the system. That cannot be a reason that we we accept this bill today. And for over 30 years, I've been scrutinising the policies and actions of public bodies and seen the mistakes that they make, both in the care sector when I was in local government and more recently as chair of the Public Accounts Committee. I give way.
I'm grateful for giving way. The time to make this decision is frankly wrong. At a time that 44,000 terminally ill pensioners were set to, indeed many of them lost their winter fuel allowance, we're now discussing whether we will put forward a bill to, frankly, a state-sanctioned bill. The taboo that many of us are reluctant to talk about are...
Meg Hillier.
I thank the honourable gentleman. What I do agree with him on is the time is not right now. We have not had the proper discussion about palliative care. Some of us have been trying to talk about this for many years, and we need to make sure that this debate does not stop today. But this bill must stop today. It is not developed to deliver that palliative care resource that we need. And I do want to touch on the policy, but I just want to pick up on my final point before I took the intervention, that we've seen many systems of failure, whether it was contaminated blood, many whistleblowing in the NHS repeatedly showing failure in the system, and there's great trust for those supporting the bill that these safeguards will deliver. And I won't go into the details as others have already done that, I'm sure many more will. But we made coercive control in this House illegal in 2015. And yet this bill, although it talks about the safeguards, I fear that it will not pick up coercive control. We ruled it as illegal, and we thought that was a moment of progress in this House. And then, because of the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll move on to some of the practical challenges of delivering this. My constituents are struggling to see doctors face to face. To see the same doctor twice feels like a miracle in modern Britain today. And my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is trying to sort this out, but it's going to take a long time. We need to make sure that we sort out our buckling health service, support palliative care, and make sure, yes, that we discuss what a good death is. A good death that Cicely Saunders triumphed and campaigned to make sure we had one of the best hospice movements in the world to deliver. If you have any doubt in your mind about this bill impacting on people who do not have the capacity, who aren't the people in the TV and radio studios talking about it, those in my constituency who have poor English, or the woman who came to see me only a month ago with terrible pain from a gallbladder, a simple day operation, but she didn't understand what the doctor had told her. She wasn't sure, she wasn't going to have it out because she didn't know what it meant to be without a gallbladder. If somebody who is English, in her 60s, able to speak, a bright woman, but unable to challenge and have that conversation with the doctor, just think what this could mean if this bill passed today for many more vulnerable people. Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the House for its indulgence.
Sir Edward Lee.
I pay tribute to the Honourable Lady, and I want to follow her in talking about palliative care. And I want to start by reading an email that was sent by a personal friend and a constituent to me only yesterday. I apologise for adding to your thousands of emails you'll be receiving. I just wanted to tell you why I oppose the Right to Die bill. I know you are aware of the experience I had when my husband was dying. In hospital, we had a dreadful experience because they had no end-of-life care, and he suffered. Once in the hospice, it was a different story, and he received the loving care he rightly deserved.
We'll return to the very compelling debate on assisted dying in just a few moments, but I did just want to bring you a little bit of breaking news, because we're just learning that Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, has appointed Heidi Alexander as his new Transport Secretary. So Heidi Alexander becoming the new Secretary of State for Transport. She's, of course, replacing Louise Hay, who resigned today after a story broken by our very own Rob Powell about a guilty plea on a conviction that she had previously relating to mobile phones. I just want to bring in our political editor, Beth Rigby. So we were expecting this, weren't we? But Heidi Alexander, the name that's new.
Yeah, Heidi Alexander appointed. She did serve in the shadow cabinet under Jeremy Corbyn. She is now the new Transport Secretary, and it comes obviously after Louise Hay, following Rob Powell and Alexandra Rogers' great story that she had pleaded guilty relating to a phone and being convicted before she became an MP. This happened in her late 20s, but she did have a conviction. Rob Powell and Alexandra Rogers reported this last night on Sky News, and she subsequently has resigned. Number 10 moved very quickly once this conviction had come to light, and there was an exchange of letters this morning where she said that she had made a mistake, and she didn't want to distract from government. Keir Starmer with a cursory reply thanking her for her work as Transport Secretary. But this is not the end of the story, Sophie, because, yes, they move quickly regarding Louise Hay. Heidi Alexander is now in the chair as Transport Secretary. But Louise Hay also did say in her statement last night that the government was aware of this previous conviction. I should stress it happened before she became an MP, and actually it happened over 10 years ago. So I'm not sure there's now a record. I think I'm not clear on that, whether it was an actual record still of it. And so there are questions about if Keir Starmer knew about this, why did he appoint Louise Hay in the first place? She had made this clear that this had happened, so it wasn't a secret, it was known. And that certainly is what the Conservative Party is asking today, and I think we haven't yet heard from the Prime Minister beyond these two letters, but I think what we saw last night was when that story broke and it was on the front pages of a number of newspapers, the writing was on the wall that probably Louise Hay would have to go. Some people think it's unfair. They say, you know, she says she made a mistake. It happened in her early 20s or late 20s before she became an MP, but clearly the government trying to get back on track after what I would say is a bumpy few weeks, do not want the distraction. So Louise Hay is gone, Heidi Alexander in as Transport Secretary.
And of course, the job, as you say, you don't want any distractions for, because it's a very important brief with the railway nationalisation as well. Beth Rigby, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rigby there, our political editor. Let's take you back to the House of Commons, shall we? Sir Edward Lee, still speaking as listening.
Really reassure the public, and there is tremendous interest in this. And there's huge doubt, and many people are conflicted, and we've heard many moving stories about people's fear of dying in agony. But until we clear this up, I don't think that we can make the progress that this issue deserves. So, yes, we have to fund our hospice movement seriously. It is very worrying that we're going to fund the NHS to fund death, but we're not adequately funding our hospice movement. So before we take this momentous decision today, and I think we've got to be realistic about it, if this bill was to pass at 2:30, that would be it. I don't personally believe that a private member's bill, which only has 5 hours of debate and many members of Parliament will not be given time to speak, I don't think a private member's bill is the right mechanism. Now, in the last Parliament, I know that we had, this was a very different issue, but we were discussing a certain subject we all know about. In the last Parliament, we had hundreds of hours of debate, questions, scores of civil servants were crawling over the issue. Surely this is even more important. Surely we should have had more than just 2 or 3 weeks to consider this bill. We should actually be looking at the detail. The devil is in the detail in terms of possible coercion and the facilities available to the hospice movement, the issues that I've talked about, the law which is unclear about how you can or cannot relieve pain. Can we just not pause a moment? And really, those are the practical points I want to make. This is so important. The future of so many vulnerable people are at stake. And I really was very struck by the comment which was made earlier from those benches, that we can't consider this just in terms of individual hard cases, but in terms of society as a whole. What sort of society are we? Are we a society that loves our NHS, that loves life, that loves caring, that loves the hospice movement? Or are we a society which believes that there is despair? So I will be voting for hope at 2:30, and I will be voting against this bill.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I asked the ENT nurse I've worked with for 20 years about assisted dying. She said it's an essential change, no doubt in her mind. Like me, she's seen the unbearable distress that some head and neck cancer cause. And she knows of the very difficult deaths of some of our patients, despite excellent palliative care. This is the experience which has changed my mind. When I was a young doctor, I thought it unconscionable, but now I'm an old doctor, and I feel sure it's the right change. I have seen uncontrollable pain, choking, and I'm sorry to say, the frightful sight of a man bleeding to death whilst conscious as a cancer has eaten away at the carotid artery. This is called a carotid blowout. I know the terrifying loss of dignity and control in the last days of life. I'm speaking here of people who are dying, not people living well who have chronic or terminal diseases. We're talking here of people at the end of their lives, wishing to choose the time and place to die. This is not some slippery slope. We are shortening death, not life, for our patients. This is not life or death. This is death or death. Coercion and manipulation have been spoken about and are no doubt feared. But I think the danger of no change to the law is a greater fear for those who are dying and wish to have choice. The very real fear of loss of dignity and control are at the heart of it. Do not underestimate this. There are strict safeguards in this tightly written bill, and I fervently hope there will be the opportunity to refine these as the bill progresses.
Will you give way on that point?
Sure.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Assisted dying is already occurring in unregulated ways, with up to 650 terminally ill people taking their own lives each year, often in traumatic circumstances, causing additional pain for their loved ones. This bill promotes freedom of choice at the end of life in a controlled and regulated manner. Does my honourable friend agree that legal assisted dying would provide essential safeguards where there currently are none?
I thank my honourable friend for that really timely intervention. Some may say we do not have the resources to introduce this change. And many may say we must invest in palliative care, which of course we must. But I see assisted dying as complementary, not alternative to palliative care. Sure.
Thank you so much to my honourable friend for making way. And he spoke earlier about coercion, very briefly, and the very well-held fears that many of us have in this House about the risk of coercion, particularly to vulnerable people. I wonder what my honourable friend makes of the fact that in Washington state, where the relevant law is restricted to terminally ill people like this law, last year 59% of those who went through with an assisted death did so because they feared being a burden to, I quote, family, friends or caregivers. And in Oregon, the figure was 43% last year.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I respect her report of the statistics, about which I have no further information. Mr. Speaker, colleagues know the gravity of the law we are discussing and might feel the moral weight of such a change is simply too great to bear. They may fear that our wisdom is...
Good afternoon. It is 12 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. We're live in Westminster as MPs debate and vote on whether to legalise assisted dying in England and Wales. And honestly, I'm not sure I've ever seen such a moving and thoughtful debate in the House of Commons, with compelling arguments expressed on both sides. MPs, of course, today will be wrestling with their consciences to work out how to vote, which will happen at around 2 p.m, the first attempt to change the law in almost a decade. That debate, of course, is well underway. The votes, as I was saying, expected to take place around 2 p.m. today. We'll, of course, bring you the results of that. I just want to say that we're expecting around 170 MPs to speak throughout the course of the debate. But first, let's take you through what some changes the bill is proposing to the law around assisted dying. So the bill proposed would allow adults over 18 who are terminally ill within the last 6 months of their life and have mental capacity to ask a doctor for assistance to end their life. Now, 2 doctors would assess that the person meets certain criteria, including that they have a clear, settled and informed wish to end their own life, and also that they've made their decision without coercion or pressure. A High Court judge would then also have to approve the application, and a life-ending substance would be prescribed, which the person would have to administer themselves. Now, providing assistance to the dying person would not be a crime, but if the law passes, it would become illegal to induce someone to request assistance to end their life or induce someone to self-administer the life-ending substance. Well, today's private member's bill has been brought by the Labour MP, Kim Leadbeater. She opened the debate. Let's listen to her.
Intentionally helping another person to end their life is currently illegal under the Suicide Act 1961 and carries a maximum prison sentence of 14 years. This includes family and friends helping someone who is terminally ill to die, both in the UK and overseas. The law is not clear and it does not protect individuals, families or medical professionals, and this drives people to very desperate measures. I made a very conscious decision to name the bill Terminally Ill Adults End of Life, rather than anything else. That title can never be changed, and it ensures it is only adults who are dying that would ever come within its scope. As such, this bill is not about people who are choosing between life and death. It is about giving dying people who have got 6 months or less to live autonomy about how they die and the choice to shorten their death. The bill does not apply to people with mental health conditions. It does not apply to the elderly. It does not apply to people with chronic health conditions, and it does not apply to disabled people. Unless, of course, they have a terminal illness, in which case they would and should be entitled to the same rights as anyone else.
Kin Ledbeater there putting out the reasons for her decision to put this bill forward and trying to reassure MPs as well about the safeguards around it. She was followed by the Conservative MP Danny Kruger, who put the case for the bill to be voted down and urged MPs to vote against it if they have doubts.
My view is that if we get our broken palliative care system right and our wonderful hospices properly funded, we can do so much more for all the people that we'll hear about today, using modern pain relief and therapies to help everybody die with a minimum of suffering when the time comes. But we won't be able to do that if we introduce this new option. Instead, we will expose many more people to harm. The crucial thing is that the conversation doesn't need to be started by the patient, according to this bill. It can be started by the medic, by any medic, perhaps in hospital, who can make the suggestion of an assisted death to a patient who's never raised the issue themselves, whose family haven't suggested it, whose own doctor doesn't think it's the right thing to do. It is well known, as the Honourable Gentleman said earlier, that it is impossible for doctors to predict with any accuracy that somebody will die within 6 months. It is a purely subjective judgment made in this case by a doctor whose job is approving assisted death. They simply have to determine for themselves that not that it's reasonably certain that death will occur, but it can be reasonably expected. So basically, it's possible.
Well, it's been a debate that's been compelling, measured, respectful, and frankly, at times, pretty heartbreaking. Let's have a listen to how some of that debate played out this morning.
My daughter Maria lived her life with severe disabilities and health conditions, and since her birth, we were told many times that she might have only 6 months to live. She lived for 27 years. Crucially, Maria was non-verbal. And I am filled with dread and fear for those other people like Maria who are non-verbal and don't have that capacity, and what might happen to others like Maria.
I have completely changed my mind on this subject since I entered the House during the last century. And the reason for that is that I've sat in my advice surgery and I have had tears pouring down my face listening to constituents who have set out so clearly, speaking with such emotion about how their mother, brother, father or child has died in great pain and great indignity.
Is a judge supposed to second-guess doctors? Will the judge make a decision on the basis of paperwork? Or will there be a hearing in open court? And where will be the capacity in the criminal justice system to deal with all this? So far from being a genuine safeguard, the involvement of a judge could just be a rubber stamp.
People with terminal illness will still take their lives. If the bill falls today, we are consigning those people to take their lives in brutal, violent ways, as they are doing at the moment, or for increasing numbers of our fellow citizens to make the trip to Switzerland if they can afford it.
Many of our members of this House will remember when my daughter was very ill a few years ago, and I had not intended to speak about this today, but she was admitted to hospital with acute pancreatitis as a teenager. So this bill would not have covered her at that point. But I did not know for for 5 days, in fact many months, whether she would live or die. And those first 5 days she did not sleep and she did not eat and she was crying out in pain. But I saw what good medicine can do that palliated that pain.
Tracy lives every day knowing her cancer is likely to return. And this is what she wants us to hear. Despite this prognosis, I can honestly say I'm a happy person now. I feel lucky to have made it to 60. There is just one black cloud on the horizon for me, and that is the way I will die. I am terrified that I will suffer a long, painful death. If I knew I had the choice to have a good death, these worries would disappear. Please change the law.
Well, I'm here with our political editor, Beth Rippey, and it is worth reflecting, isn't it? This is a hard listen, and it will be for many of our viewers as well, but it is such an important issue, and the debate has been very compelling.
Yeah, I mean, look, we said, didn't we, going into this debate today, it's the first time in nearly a decade, to start off, we should say, that MPs have discussed assisted dying, and we said it was a profound moment, that it could usher in potentially a profound societal change. And then you hear MPs discussing it in the Commons, and it really does meet that moment in the sense of an extraordinary debate with emotions and with very exceptional oratory and discussion, and none of it is party political or partisan. And you can see many MPs grappling with these really complicated issues, and issues that often in the Commons they discuss stuff that doesn't touch people's lives in a real sense. It's a bit abstract, but this debate really does, and it touches everybody's life if this legislation goes through. And really, I think what we've heard from the two proponents, or the proponent and the opposer, which is Kim Leadbeater and then Danny Kruger to argue on the other side. I mean, Kim Leadbeater's trying to say, look, this is a law that will only affect very few people, but we should give people the right to choose how they die. And she said it's not about life and death, it's actually about death and how people choose to die. And then Danny Kruger, in essence, has said, look, it doesn't just affect a few people, because it will change the conversations around the bedside when a loved one is in the final stages of their life about whether, as he put it, is now the time. And he said it will affect all of our lives and all of our deaths. And that argument is, in essence, what it is. And then what you're hearing in the Commons is MP after MP talking about their personal experiences, their experiences of constituents. And it is really, I mean, it's profoundly moving, and it's quite triggering.
It is triggering and moving, as you say. And speaking of the contributions of MPs, I did just want to dip in to the House of Commons now and listen to what is happening there. Let's take a listen.
For it. I have subsequently had a good life, a fulfilling life, a life where I've worked towards ensuring disabled people are valued by our society. But that moment also gave me a glimpse of how I would want to live my death, just as I've lived my life, empowered by choices available to me, living that death with the dignity and respect, and having the comfort of knowing that I might have control over that very difficult time. For so often, control is taken away from disabled people in all sorts of circumstances. In order to ensure that there's compassionate choice at the end of life, it is right that this bill is tightly drawn around the final stage of terminal illness for adults and includes the strongest safeguards. The choice of assisted dying as one option for adults when facing 6 months terminal illness must be set alongside the choice of receiving the best possible palliative and end-of-life care, or it is no choice at all. Having analysed the bill closely, therefore, there are changes that I would want to see at committee stage to strengthen those options and ensure that the way that choice is presented by medical practitioners is always in the round. People deserve dignity in death, and for those who do not choose to end their lives in this way, they and their loved ones should feel reassured and safe in the knowledge they will receive the very best of care. I'd also want to ensure the final stages of this bill properly define dishonesty, coercion and pressure. I think it's necessary to embed mandatory language in the bill around the need for a code of practice on palliative care, as well as improving the regulations on training for medical practitioners. I trust my friend, the member for Spen Valley, to champion these amendments and continue to diligently to listen to members, as she has done throughout this process. However people vote in this House today, a decision of conscience, it is incumbent on all of us to commit to improve palliative end-of-life and adult social care. It must be the start of the work that we do in this place to ensure the very highest standards in these areas. That will be a very great legacy indeed, giving people the dignity they need in that moment of death. For many of us across the chamber, considering these issues has been extremely hard and upsetting. We've had to go to the very depths of ourselves to understand what choice we would make today. Whilst we may enter different voting lobbies, we leave this chamber shoulder to shoulder, and I know we will all work in our own ways to make systemic change to improve the lives of our constituents and people up and down this country.
Yeah. Very considerate 5 minutes. Thank you. David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll try and keep it brief, and I'm going to stick to some extent, procedure. It must be one of the most painful decisions for most of the members of this House, the one that we're taking today. It certainly is for me. And I'm somebody who has changed their position. I'm a believer in the sanctity of life, but I'm also an antagonist to torture and misery at the end of life. And so, accordingly, I'm intending to vote for second reading. And I say to those who made procedural comments in this, second reading is a point of principle, not a point of conclusion. And I'll come back to that in a second. And I've done that because since the scandal of Dr. Shipman and the murders that he carried out, the behaviour of the health service has changed. And I have witnessed, with constituents in particular, any number of people who have died slowly and in agony beyond the reach of palliative care. And the Honourable Gentleman for Bury St Edmunds, I think, exemplified that brilliantly. But beyond the reach of palliative care. So no matter how well we do this, we cannot fix that problem. Secondly, and I'm going to disagree with my right honourable friend for Hampshire North West, in saying to him, it's not insulting to the other people who've tried this already to critique what they have done. We have the example of a very wide range of outcomes to people who have other countries that have tried this. And if I thought the outcome, and if I think at third reading that the outcome we are heading towards is Belgium, I'll vote against. If I think it's Canada, I'll probably vote against. If it's Australia, I'll vote in favour. And that's what the next stage of this process is about. Now, this bill has got, and I'll say to both the sponsors, that it's got a number of areas they know that I think they have to put right. About a dozen, in truth. I'll pick one because no, I'm afraid not. 5 minutes. Huh? I'll pick one because it's technical and awkward. Section 4.2, I think it is, of the bill appears to give doctors the right to initiate this process. Well, after the DNR scandal during the COVID crisis, I don't want that at any price. I do not want the state initiating this process. So that is a critical thing for me. So I'm making the point, really, that the decision on second reading is on principle, not on outcome. Now, the Honourable Lady has said she's going to work very hard to make committee work, and I'm sure she will, and she may succeed. But I want to say this to the government. I understand perfectly well that they're trying to maintain a route of strict neutrality, but there is a distinction here between neutrality and responsibility. And I think they need to focus on the issue of responsibility. This bill is more important than most of the bills in your manifesto. And I'm not trying to be rude. It's more people in the dog and duck, or there's the Honourable Member Clacton here. He got mobbed over breakfast, people talking about this. More people care about this than they care about most other things we're doing. So it deserves 4 days in report stage, in government time, over the course of several weeks. We don't need a Royal Commission. This House can do this, but it needs to be given the option to do it. So I say to the government, the path of responsibility is give us the time to get this right. And if we get it right, it'll be one of the things we can be proudest of in the coming years until we eventually leave this place. So I reiterate, I want this bill to succeed. It's more important than most bills we handle. It can't be dealt with in 5 hours and a few hours in committee, so I'm going to vote for it today, but I want the government to help me be able to vote for a good bill at the end of this.
Please face the speaker so we can pick it up on the microphone. Anna Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, and I am honoured to have been called in this debate. It's been particularly moving to hear contributions from across the House. The feelings for me have been particularly raw as I've witnessed my close friend Sharon dying of cancer over the last few months at just aged 55. She had good access to palliative and hospice care, died at home with her sister and niece. But even with this support, her final days were difficult. And her sister wrote to me. She was highly distressed. Every day she said she'd had enough and wanted to die. It was very undignified for her, and it was heartbreaking to observe, but be powerless to help. Each story that we hear of loss and grief is unique. As legislators, we must consider everyone who will be affected, both directly and indirectly, by a change in the law. The public and the courts are rightly looking to Parliament to answer the question of whether physician-assisted suicide should be a legal option. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is incumbent on us as parliamentarians to do the job properly. I, like many other members, have spent the past weeks listening to constituents, professionals in my Shipley constituency and experts in this place. And I have read many numerous reports and articles. As well as the moral and ethical dilemmas, there are many complex legal and practical considerations that need careful examination. And I take a different view from the Right Honourable Member for Pooland, who's just spoken. I do also welcome the reassurances from the Honourable Member for Spen Valley and her commitment that the Bill Committee should take evidence, but I am not confident that a private members' bill process will be able to adequately address them, and that is why I co-sponsored the cross-party amendment led by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Runnymede and Weybridge, to call for an independent review, a systematic public consultation on these legal changes and an independent assessment of the provision of palliative care. With a background in health and social care, Madam Deputy Speaker, and specifically ageing, I'm particularly mindful of the context of this bill, and I'd just like to make three very brief observations that concern me. Inequalities in access to palliative and end-of-life care, we've heard that many times. Some 100,000 people, according to Hospice UK, die each year who could benefit from end-of-life care who don't receive it, and those who are non-white and from lower socioeconomic backgrounds are less likely to get care. So unless terminally ill people are confident of access to high-quality end-of-life care, how can they make an informed choice about assisted dying? I believe that investment in palliative care must come before a change in the law is implemented. Second point is the failure to reform social care. Some people have to spend their life savings, including the value of their homes, on care, and much of the responsibility for providing care falls to family members who fill the gap. Older and disabled people with a terminal illness may feel an unspoken pressure to go down the route of assisted dying, to protect their inheritance or because they don't want to be a burden. And there is a real direct risk of coercion. Annually, there are 400,000 cases of domestic abuse against older people in England and Wales. My third concern is the NHS is on its knees, as outlined in the Darcy report. An impact assessment is needed to fully understand the cost of implementation to the NHS. Do we have the doctors? What additional training is required? What is the opportunity cost of the necessary but lengthy process of establishing consent, capacity and absence of coercion? Without this, we risk making dying legal, but find it only available to those who can pay. So, Madam Deputy, I want to conclude respect to the fact that many colleagues want to speak. I recognise that people can benefit from a potential change in the law. People like my friend Sharon, for whom palliative care was unable to relieve her suffering. However, there are also many who could be put at risk by a change in the law. Other direct and indirect costs and consequences that need to be weighed up. I believe we should adopt the precautionary principle in this case. Without a proper public consultation and a detailed examination, I will be unable to support this bill today. Thank you.
Colin Lockhart. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like many others across the House, I come to this debate with personal experience. Many of us have been at the bedside of a loved one as they have neared the end of their life, and that for me was on the 11th of June 2023 when my dad's earthly journey ended. Terminally ill for 5 years, a painful, aggressive cancer, yet a faith that sustained him and a health service that sought to support, care, comfort and preserve his life. Consultants and medical staff who went over and above to ensure that he got every opportunity to see his family and particularly his grandchildren grow up. Did I want to see my dad suffer? Absolutely not. But equally, those difficult times provided us with an opportunity to care for and express for a love for a person whose life we valued. The root of my conviction is this: life in all its forms is of inherent worth and value. And while I have come to that conclusion partly because of my faith, like everyone across the House, I have listened carefully to the evidence in coming to my conclusion on the danger this bill represents. Each individual person is of extraordinary value, not because of their capacity, their intelligence, their appearance, or for any other reason than they are human. It's right that we should rage against death and suffering and pain as it's not natural, but this bill we are considering takes that rational fear to an irrational and dangerous conclusion. The answer to fear of death or dying badly, or even a desire for a good death, is not logically to legalise a means of bringing about death in a more efficient or sanitised, state-sponsored fashion. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are having the wrong debate today. What we should be debating is how, as a society, we can improve an individual's end-of-life experience through improved investment in end-of-life and palliative care and the very best medical or hospice facilities. I strongly support efforts to this end towards improving how we provide for those who are suffering in their final months of life, rather than seeking to end their life more quickly than is necessary, as this bill aims to do. Tragically, at the moment, 1 in 4 people do not have access to the care they need at end of life. Many are unable to see their GP and get the pain medication they need as they face their last few months. A broken system, one which the government has pledged to fix, and surely it should be a priority rather than introducing a state service that ends life. We need to debate how to properly fund the healthcare system we have, but this bill halts this and will divert much needed funding for better palliative care into ending life and not preserving it. Madam Deputy Speaker, in summing up, the bill before us undermines the foundation upon which our NHS is built to preserve and to protect life. It's not about individual pain, it's about a societal change that ends and devalues life. It puts the lives of marginalised and vulnerable people across our communities at risk with wholly inadequate safeguards against coercion. It will, as has been the case in every country where such legislation has been introduced, see the rapid expansion of eligibility of criteria. It can't protect against the unreliability of a terminal diagnosis. It doesn't guarantee a good death when you look at the complications associated with the drugs used in places such as Oregon. Death is final. Madam Deputy Speaker, today I have stood up for what is right, told the truth and warned of the dangers of this rushed and ill-thought-out bill. I would urge the same honesty from those who support it. This is not the answer to end-of-life care, and that's why I and my DUP colleagues will be voting against this bill today.
Hopkins.
I'm very glad to have the opportunity to speak in this hugely significant debate today and to support my honourable friend, the member for Spend Valley, as a co-sponsor of this bill in support of choice at the end of life. I've spoken many times about assisted dying and the desperate need for reform to the law since I came into this place 5 years ago, and I believe this bill today is a landmark opportunity to change the status quo once and for all, so that mentally competent, terminally ill adults have the right to choose a peaceful, safe and compassionate death. We hold a responsibility in this place to legislate for all people across the United Kingdom, for society, and the overwhelming opinion of the public is clear. A poll conducted earlier this year found that 75% of people would support a change in the law to make it legal for terminally ill adults to access assisted dying in the UK. The current blanket ban on assisted dying forces terminally ill people to suffer against their will as they near the end of their life, while loved ones watch on helplessly. Some choose to avoid this fate to seek assisted death abroad, but that comes at a substantial cost of around £15,000 to travel to Switzerland for that purpose, which highlights the systemic inequality where only those with the financial means have access to a choice over the timing and manner of their death. I will continue, I'm afraid. As a humanist, I believe we have but one life and that we should live it well and make it meaningful. I believe that individuals should have autonomy in life and similarly at the end of life. I also believe that every person should have agency and the right to die with dignity and a safe and painless death on their own terms, subject, of course, to strong safeguards. And I believe the bill has stringent safeguards. And whilst my humanist beliefs have contributed to my view, personal experience when young sparked my initial questions around the manner in which our life ends. My grandfather, Harold Hopkins, was an optical physicist and is remembered as one of the most innovative scientists of modern times. Many of his inventions are in daily use throughout the world, including zoom lenses, coherent fibre optics and rod lens endoscopes, which revolutionised modern keyhole surgery. But unfortunately, he was immune to the grip of cruel terminal illness, and my grandfather sadly suffered greatly in the final weeks of his life while battling prostate and secondary cancers. Rendered blind during his final days, which was a cruel irony for a man who did so much to advance optics. But actually, it was the haunted look on my father's face when he arrived home, having spent the final few days with Harold in terrible pain and suffering before he finally died, that had a lasting impression on me. And that surely, in a modern society, if we are able to live a good life, we must be able to have a good death. Yeah. But my grandfather is one of many who has faced this fate, and I have had many constituents write to me and other families who have spoken to me, many here today, who share their own stories, watching their loved ones die in unnecessary pain and indignity. And while many have raised concerns around the need for better funded and supported palliative care services in our country, I reiterate the point made that this bill does not represent an either-or proposal. Yeah. So as my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, has said over the last few weeks, this legislation, at its core, is not about ending life, but about shortening death. This is fundamentally an issue of dignity, compassion and humanity, and I would encourage all members across the House to use their power as an elected representative today to alleviate the needless pain of thousands of individuals and their families and ensure we take the first step towards providing choice at the end of life by legalising assisted dying.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To discuss matters of life and death is to recognise the gravity of one's role as a Member of Parliament. The bill before us seeks to shorten the suffering of the terminally ill, those with just 6 months to live, no one else. For too many, death is not a singular moment, but an excruciating journey of terror and agony as your body turns on you. But arguments that we must wait for palliative care to improve in our country are a logical fallacy. This bill does not prevent us improving our palliative care system, and contrary to what has been said today in this chamber, in evidence to the Health and Social Select Committee inquiry, Hospice UK said it would be totally inappropriate for us to suggest or even imply that hospice and palliative care services can somehow address pain in all circumstances. Imagine a situation where you have cancer that day by day is breaking every individual vertebrae on your body, one by one. There is nothing that can take away the pain, and that is the situation in which my mother lost her life. Her last words were, "I cannot go on like this." And thankfully for her, there were only a few more days of pain. But for others, there are months, and before they get to that 6 months, they will have suffered from years of excruciating agony that palliative care cannot resolve. But yes, we must improve it, and I will fight for those. Arguments that this is the beginning of a slippery slope is not reflected in the majority of legislators, such as Australia and across multiple states in the USA, where they have not been expanded. The Health and Select Committee again told us that where terminal illness was the basis, not suffering as per this bill, the law has not changed. Now, as a Conservative, individual freedom, choice and personal responsibility shape my decision-making until those freedoms cause harm to others. I do not see the role of legislation as being to impose moral convictions. It is our job to protect choice. Now, for those whose religious beliefs drive their arguments today, I will always defend your right to practice your faith and protect your own life choices. But supporting the choice of others does not diminish the principle of compassion. It recognises respect for individual autonomy. But to deny choice to others, especially those with only 6 months to live, where their personal choice does you no harm, is wrong. Now, turning to those concerned about the state mandating powers to decide who can and cannot live, judges already exercise this power. They end lives in far more complicated cases, such as those of children on life support. And on arguments around procedure, we all have to be honest with ourselves. This bill and this legislation have been read far more vociferously than most bills that go through this House. Most bills over the last 20 years have come to Parliament with far less than 14 days to consider. The Police, Crime and Sentencing Bill, 6 days to consider 59 pages. Legal Migrants Bill, 6 days to consider far more pages. We have had sight for it for longer than any other bills. And the idea that a private member's bill is not appropriate is also wrong. Social reform comes through private members' bills. The abolition of the death penalty, the legalisation of abortion, the decriminalisation of homosexuality, all things I hope this House would unite on. This is the start of a process of debate, and it would be a tragedy if it was defeated today. And trust me when I say that I learnt early in my career that when you hear promises that things will come later, this is a promise that no action will come at all. The High Court made clear to my constituent Phil Newby, who has motor neuron disease, when he went to the High Court, that we must make this decision. For us to shy away from it, from those considering to abstain because it is so difficult, and I recognise it is difficult, we must not do so. So I ask colleagues to vote for this bill, to allow a long legislative process to proceed, and together to commit to shortening the suffering of those who are terminally ill in our society, because they deserve that choice.
Let's Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to congratulate the member for Spen Valley for the way she conducted this debate. I worked in the NHS as a district nurse for 25 years, working with many, many terminally ill people. I saw the whole range of human emotions in that time, from the joy to grief, everything you can imagine. I am also a mum, a daughter, a sister, a wife, and a grandmother. I know how crushing it can be when someone you love is terribly ill, and how helpless this can make families feel. It is completely understandable that some would want to feel like they are regaining some control over their circumstances by pursuing an assisted death. But Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is not the answer. I simply do not trust that this bill can be implemented ethically and or safely. There are too many blind spots, and it is being rushed through too quickly and too little scrutiny. It will place enormous pressure on disabled, elderly and poor people to opt for ending their lives, so not to be a burden on their loved ones. The bill would also not do anything concrete to uplift the hospice and palliative care sectors. All we have had is promises. According to the bill, the Secretary of State must ensure that assisted suicide is available. There is no accompanying duty to provide palliative or hospice care to everyone that needs it, leaving these essential services heavily dependent on donations and charity. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is simply unacceptable. The exercise of either coercion or pressure prohibited by the bill is difficult, perhaps even impossible to detect. Families and personal circumstances are complicated. It would take an enormous amount of resources to make this system robust enough to entrust the lives of our loved ones to. The bill allows doctors to propose assisted dying to patients. Some of the worst Canadian abuses have originated this way. For example, a 51-year-old Canadian cancer patient was notoriously offered death instead of surgery. Even though our proposed system has its differences, this is still a risk I am not willing to take. The current law presents us with a clear boundary that can never be crossed. It avoids all slippery slopes with no room for error. Legislation of assisted suicide would replace this with an arbitrary boundary that is rife for misunderstanding, error, and at worst, abuse. And remember, this is all happening in the context of an NHS run into the ground by 14 years of Tory austerity, and the government simply hasn't had the time to rectify yet. It is not a fair choice because of this. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will therefore be voting against this bill and will continue to push for improvements to palliative and hospice care. This is the only way to ensure that no one is left behind from any community. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well, it's been a compelling debate with some very powerful arguments on both sides being expressed today. And blimey, MPs really do have to make the choice of their lives later on. We're expecting the result about 2 p.m. Always difficult to predict, of course, when it's a free vote, a conscience matter. MPs looking to their hearts, their minds, to try and work out the best way forward. As the debate continues, we'll bring you much more of it. We will, of course, reflect on what's been said in the House of Commons. But I did just want to bring you a little update on another story we've been covering today, because Heidi Alexander has been appointed as Transport Secretary. That's after the resignation of Louise Hay. Heidi Alexander, the new Transport Secretary. And we can talk now to our political correspondent, Rob Powell, who's just been getting the update from the Prime Minister's spokesperson at Lobby. He's outside number 10 for us. Rob, what's been happening?
Hi, Sophie. Yeah, the Downing Street Christmas tree going up behind me, if you can hear the noise. Not a very festive atmosphere inside Downing Street for the daily Lobby briefing today, though. This is basically the 11:30 meet-up where political journalists go into building just up from number 10 and are able to ask questions to the Prime Minister's official spokesperson. As you might have expected, a lot of time today was spent on that revelation that we first revealed yesterday evening about Louise Hay, the now former Transport Secretary, and a conviction that she pleaded guilty to 6 months before she became an MP. And a lot of focus on what Sir Keir Starmer, what the Prime Minister knew about this and when. Unfortunately, the answers that we got from the Prime Minister's spokesperson were not exactly fulsome in detail. There was one phrase that kept coming back over and over again, and it was that following further information emerging, the Prime Minister has accepted Louise Hay's resignation. Now, we tried extensively to find out whether that meant that Keir Starmer knew about this conviction when appointing her to the Cabinet, whether he was comfortable appointing people with criminal convictions to his Cabinet, what the new information was, what Louise Hay potentially revealed to the Prime Minister individually, but there was really no more detail than that. Look, what I read into that is that something was known, that Keir Starmer knew something had gone on. We understand yesterday that this was made and declared when Louise Hay was made a shadow cabinet minister and appointed to the shadow cabinet. Of course, that in itself is not necessarily a clear statement because we don't know who the declaration was necessarily made to. We don't know what was declared. In her resignation letter, Louise Haigh made clear that she said, as you knew, made clear that Keir Starmer did know. Downing Street aren't confirming what he knew. They aren't confirming what the Prime Minister knew when he appointed her to cabinet. They aren't confirming what new information emerged that caused this resignation. So, I mean, it was pretty unsatisfactory in that regard, because clearly what the Prime Minister knew about this and whether he knew of this conviction is a matter of legitimate public interest and a legitimate matter of journalistic inquiry. But at the moment, Downing Street don't have that answer for us, so we cannot say whether Sir Keir Starmer knew about this conviction when he appointed her to cabinet. We will see whether that line holds throughout today.
Rob Powell, thank you very much indeed. Rob Powell speaking there, who, of course, broke the story on the Politics Hub last night that Louise Haigh had this previous conviction. I want to return to the House of Commons, where the very powerful speeches both for and against assisted dying are going on. Let's have a listen to see the latest. This is Jake Richards speaking, the Labour MP who is in favour of assisted dying.
By loved ones. I have no doubt that they will weigh heavily on each of us, however we vote later today. Fundamentally, I believe that if we are able to safely offer peace and empowerment to those at the end of their life, then we have a moral imperative to do so. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are lawmakers, and I also fundamentally support this change because our current legal framework is simply not fit for purpose. Our criminal law is a mess. 4 former Director of Public Prosecutions have told us that they need change. This is pretty unprecedented. When 4 former Director of Public Prosecutions, the people who make the decisions, the sole people who make the decisions as to the prosecutions in this case, are urging Parliament to take action. In 2014, the Supreme Court, in the judgment in Nicholson, urged Parliament to take action because the law was not working in this area. And the law is chaotic because as to how it relates to this argument around coercion. If we vote this legislation down, if it falls today, do not think that vulnerable people at the end of their lives will not be subject to coercion this weekend and over the coming weeks. The police will investigate. A coroner will undertake an inquest into the circumstances of any suicide at the end of life. A prosecution may begin. But all these authorities, all these processes would have happened after the individual had died. This bill shifts the emphasis on such an inquiry to before the event, more logical, more rational, more humane. And let me quickly deal with the procedural arguments, because a private member's bill, as has been mentioned by my right honourable friend for Rutland and Stamford, was sufficient to reform our abortion laws, abolish the death penalty, to change our divorce regime. And in 2015, when this issue was last before the House, it was good enough then. I've read every single word of that debate. There was not a single word of opposition to this being the mechanism for such change. Since then, since 2015, we've had further select committee reports, more evidence from around the world as other jurisdictions move in this direction. One begins to wonder whether opponents to change are grasping at procedural straws rather than taking on the principle as we should at second reading. Madam Deputy Speaker, I appreciate that this decision is difficult for colleagues, and I respect views on all sides of this debate. But these moments do not come around often. I urge colleagues, seize the moment, shape the world around us, and provide for compassion.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the past, I have voted against this type of measure for one overriding reason, namely the impracticability of effective safeguards. Even if I have always felt practical safeguards could be erected against external coercion, there was no prospect whatsoever of having effective safeguards against internal pressures on someone to request assisted dying or even euthanasia. For example, as we've heard, an elderly person in a care home knowing that the legacy they could bequeath to their children was being reduced by tens of thousands of pounds every few weeks, would be highly likely to feel obliged to ask to die. And I can't conceive of any safeguard against self-sacrifice of this sort, whether for financial reasons or in order no longer to be a burden on one's nearest and dearest relatives and friends. However, there's an additional point I wish to inject into the debate, because in my opinion, the key to this dreadfully difficult conundrum about end-of-life care, pain, and the possibility of assisted dying lies, or should lie, in the ability of medical personnel to administer effective pain relief even if it shortens the patient's remaining time. In my view, there should be no bar on the use of pain-killing medication if that's the only way to ease human suffering, even if it leads to a speedier death. Hence the frequent references to putting dying people on an appropriate pathway. It was therefore most alarming to me to read a very important paragraph in a letter sent to me in favour of changing the law and voting for this bill by my constituent, the distinguished broadcaster Dame Esther Ransom, in which she explained that doctors no longer feel able to follow this humane course of action since the atrocious Harold Shipman case, which was briefly alluded to by my right honourable friend Fagul and Pocklington. Now, if there has been such a change in regulations as Dame Esther believes, I think it's imperative that it should be reversed, and this is something positive which could come out of the imminent debate. Another thing that has been touched on more than once is the uncertainty and the postcode lottery surrounding effective palliative care. Dame Esther's view is that there are some people who have some conditions for whom palliative care never can be effective. Other people express the view that there is always a way in which pain-killing medication can be used in order to prevent suffering, but I suspect the answer to this riddle lies in the fact that that pain-killing care in some cases might lead to a shortening of life. Therefore, I conclude that there are three issues that should be in our minds. Can safeguards be effective? My answer to that, I'm sorry to say, is still no. Can pain be alleviated sufficiently by palliative care? I think the balance of the argument is in favour of saying probably yes, but it's too uneven across the country and would certainly need the sort of investment that would be necessary to set up a system that would work for assisted dying. But above all, have doctors the freedom to administer pain relief which may shorten life? We need to know the answer to that last question, because if since Shipman they've been prevented from taking such merciful measures, then that is a classic case of hard cases making bad law. Doctors need to be able humanely to ease people on their last journey, and the country needs to know where the medical profession stands on that central matter to this debate.
Yes, Salto.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After spending almost a decade working to protect women and children from harm, my focus with any piece of legislation is the potential it creates for abuse and coercion. And whilst I would have once been supportive of the principle of assisted dying and might wish this option for myself, I have increasingly found myself unable to reconcile my desire to safeguard the most vulnerable with putting that principle into practice. I am concerned that if this bill passes, we will see people coerced, either by an abuser or by societal expectations, into ending their own lives. We don't want to think about it, but abuse surrounds us. 2.3 million victims of domestic abuse in the last year. 1 in 6 older people experience abuse. The definition of coercive and controlling behaviour includes behaviour which repeatedly puts someone down, telling them they are worthless. Victims describe this as a drip-drip effect, and it goes unnoticed. Not just because we don't want to think about it, because it's hard for professionals to identify it without proper training and a lack of specialist support. There is no mandatory training for judges on coercive and controlling behaviour, nor is there effective training for medical professionals. 50% of healthcare professionals in a 2019 survey said they did not feel they had received adequate training to identify a victim of domestic abuse. And it's also hard for victims themselves to realise that they are being coerced until they have got free. We know that older people, and especially those who are disabled, are particularly susceptible to abuse by a family member and less likely to be able to escape their abusers. And those who are coerced are often isolated from friends and family. So if you are not required to tell friends or family if you're opting for assisted dying, who will raise the alarm? How would you report your concerns? Will judges be able to investigate the police records of those around the person who is requesting the assisted dying, family or carers? I will always remember a conversation I had with a hospital-based independent domestic violence advisor who was called to the bed of a lady in her 80s in her last days living with cancer. The lady disclosed the facts to the IDVA that she had been abused by her partner of 50 years and said, "Thank you. I've never told anyone before, but now I am finally free to die, and I'm grateful for this release." We know from the Moncton report that a third of female suicides could be linked to domestic abuse, and from the Killed Women campaign that it could be as many as 130 women each year who are murdered by a partner or relative but have their deaths recorded as suicide or an accident. Every week we hear of family court judges who fail to spot coercive and controlling behaviour. In one case, a judge found that repeatedly calling his partner worthless, calling on her to die, the purpose was not controlling conduct. And where is the discussion of gender in this? Out of 60 documented cases of euthanasia and assisted dying for anorexia across this world, 100% were for women. I have come to the view that no bill, however drafted, could adequately sift those with a genuine desire to end their own life from those doing it for all the wrong reasons. And for this reason, I'm voting against.
Sean Berry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and to everyone who's spoken so far, it's been a really respectful debate. And I don't think any of us here haven't shed tears at the messages that people have sent in to us from our constituencies this week. I've received so many profoundly moving letters, postcards, emails, messages into my office on this issue from my constituents in Brighton Pavilion. And the amount of people who've told me about their own personal experience of their loved ones facing really hard choices at the end of their lives, it is very moving. This is a big decision for us. Well-informed public opinion shows that a very large majority of people want the option to choose assisted dying in the circumstances envisaged by this bill. And this level of public support reflects that the law as it stands too often forces people to endure horrific deaths. And I've heard so many stories from constituents of the trauma and pain they have witnessed in loved ones. Too many people are affected by the current law in truly painful ways, and too many of those who are able now seek unregulated, distressing and unsafe alternatives. because there are no legal options here. Someone who wishes to end their life at the point when they reach unbearable suffering from a terminal illness may act too soon. They may take their own lives and do so before they reach a point where they require assistance, and in secret, leaving a legacy of shock and confusion instead of peacefully planning an ending to their final few months. Some of the testimony I've seen from family members and partners who face the consequences of these secret decisions are truly heartbreaking, because the current legal situation also makes it a prosecutable offence for anyone to advise or assist someone in this horrible situation in any way at all, putting at risk anyone who even knows. Several people have also raised concerns about coercion with me, and I've listened very hard, and I aim to make a vote today that will better protect people. The member for Rother Valley made very, very well the points that this bill will be a clear improvement in terms of safeguards against potential coercion for terminally ill people compared with the current law. We should all listen to that. Now, like the Honourable Member for Gower, I do have one constructive point to make that I think we should be discussing at the next stages of this bill, which I hope we will vote for. And this is on the time limit, because other jurisdictions do already allow for other time limits, or for terminally ill people with no time limits, or for a separate time limit for a number of well-known specific neurological diseases in which I cannot for time, I'm sorry, in which the period of terrible suffering can be much longer than 6 months. We must look at that at the next stage. And like many MPs, I and my colleagues have received many concerns about the availability of palliative care. And I hope we are seeing the start of a much more open conversation about what practical problems people face at the end of their lives, something we are generally not comfortable talking about now in this country, and provision which we don't currently provide for people in anything like an adequate way. We must do better, and like other countries, make sure we see improvements in palliative care at the same time as making this change. Because while we don't have to choose between this bill and better palliative care, we do have to give dying people the right to choose which ending is right for them. So please, please, vote for this bill today.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank the House and colleagues across it for the care and consideration that they've given to this debate. If the bill passes second reading today, there will be further lengthy scrutiny. Today, I want to address something that I think is a bit of a misconception about this bill. And that misconception is the idea that for patients taking a decision to die and for doctors assessing capacity, coercion and consent is somehow new. We've heard the term Rubicon. There seems to be an idea that this is a completely new sort of decision and that this is something unusual and outlying in medical practice. I'd like to challenge that, because actually patients, doctors and indeed High Court judges are already making life and death decisions every day. And as the member for Bury St Edmunds said,
good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. We're live in Westminster as MPs debate and vote on whether to legalise assisted dying in England and Wales. It's the first attempt to change the law in almost a decade, having been voted down by MPs in 2015. Well, it's 1 o'clock. The debate's been going now for around 3 hours. And I have to say, it is frankly probably the best debate, if you're looking at just by a raw standard of debate, that I've ever seen in the House of Commons. There's been no partisanship, it's been respectful. It's been a moment when the House of Commons has really lifted itself to the occasion, because the 650 people in there really have the same diverse and passionately held views on this as they do in the rest of the country. Just want to take you through some of the details now of what is actually in this bill, the changes that it proposes to the laws around assisted dying. Over 18s who are terminally ill with 6 months to live would be able to ask a doctor for assistance to end their life, as long as they have the mental capacity to do so. 2 doctors would assess if that person meets certain criteria and that they've made their decision without coercion or pressure. A High Court judge would then also have to approve the application, and a life-ending substance would be prescribed. which the person would have to administer themselves. Providing assistance to the dying person would not be a crime, but if the law passes, it would become illegal to induce someone to request assistance to end their life or induce someone to self-administer the life-ending substance. So those are the details of this bill. It's a private member's bill. It's been brought by the Labour MP, Kim Leadbeater. She opened the debate today.
Intentionally helping another person to end their life is currently illegal under the Suicide Act 1961 and carries a maximum prison sentence of 14 years. This includes family and friends helping someone who is terminally ill to die, both in the UK and overseas. The law is not clear and it does not protect individuals, families or medical professionals. And this drives people to very desperate measures. I made a very conscious decision to name the bill Terminally Ill Adults End of Life, rather than anything else. That title can never be changed, and it ensures it is only adults who are dying that would ever come within its scope. As such, this bill is not about people who are choosing between life and death. It is about giving dying people who have got 6 months or less to live autonomy about how they die and the choice to shorten their death. The bill does not apply to people with mental health conditions. It does not apply to the elderly. It does not apply to people with chronic health conditions, and it does not apply to disabled people. Unless, of course, they have a terminal illness, in which case they would and should be entitled to the same rights as anyone else.
That was Kim Leadbeater opening the debate there. She was followed directly by the Conservative MP, Danny Kruger, who put the case against the bill. He's urged MPs to vote against it if they have doubts.
My view is that if we get our broken palliative care system right and our wonderful hospices properly funded, we can do so much more for all the people that we'll hear about today, using modern pain relief and therapies to help everybody die with a minimum of suffering when the time comes. But we won't be able to do that if we introduce this new option. Instead, we will expose many more people to harm. The crucial thing is that the conversation doesn't need to be started by the patient, according to this bill. It can be started by the medic, by any medic, perhaps in hospital, who can make the suggestion of an assisted death to a patient who's never raised the issue themselves, whose family haven't suggested it, whose own doctor doesn't think it's the right thing to do. It is well known, as the Honourable Gentleman said earlier, that it is impossible for doctors to predict with any accuracy that somebody will die within 6 months. It is a purely subjective judgment made in this case by a doctor whose job is approving assisted death. They simply have to determine for themselves that not that it's reasonably certain that death will occur, but it can be reasonably expected. So basically, it's possible.
Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, shall we? We heard there from two MPs putting their perspectives. Frankly, we could have chosen any number of MPs because the debate has been so compelling, so moving. And I guess because it's a free vote, it feels quite finely balanced. It's difficult to predict.
That's right. We've had about 30 speeches so far. 30 of the best speeches I've actually heard in the Commons chamber as we've moved through all sorts of different ways of looking at this incredibly complex and difficult subject, whether it's the principle, whether it creates a slippery slope, whether it's the resource implications, or whether it's inequality.
Sam, I want to come back and get more thoughts from you, but I think it is worth listening to Robert Jenrick, the former leadership contender for the Conservatives.
It could be done on papers alone. Transparency is absolutely critical to the law. It's one of the oldest principles in our English legal system. I think of people like Jeremy Bentham, who spoke hundreds of years ago, and they said that evil can arise in secrecy. It is publicity that is at the heart of justice. This is not a transparent process, and that leaves it woefully open to abuse. The second point I would make is this. We all want to believe in this House that the laws we pass are final, full stop, the end. It's not the case. And I worry, in fact, I am certain that as night follows day, this law, if passed, will change. Not as a result of the individuals in this chamber or in the other place, but as a result of judges in other places. We've seen that time and again. It may be on either side of the debate, but it will happen. This act, if passed, will be subject to activist judges in Strasbourg. They will change it fundamentally. And we have to be prepared for that. I don't want to see that happen. The last point I would make is this, and it doesn't relate to what we might be able to do to improve the bill. It's something that we can never resolve as a House. It's that I don't think it's as much as a slippery slope. I think it is like a cliff edge. When we walk out of this chamber or out of the gates of this building tonight, we'll walk into, in a way, a different country if this bill passes. There'll be different conversations around kitchen tables. There'll be different conversations had by couples lying in bed at night, on quiet country walks when people talk about difficult things. And they won't be conversations that I think make our country a better place. And more important than that, there will be people who don't speak about these things at all. There will be imperceptible changes in behaviours. There'll be the grandmother who worries about her grandchildren's inheritance if she doesn't end her life. There'll be the widow who relies on the kindness of strangers, who worries, it preys on her conscience. There will be people who are, and we all know them in our lives, shy, who have low self-esteem, who have demons within them. I know those people. I can see them in my mind's eye. They are often poor. They are vulnerable. They are the weakest in our society. And they look to us. They look to Parliament to represent them, to support them, to protect them. In their interests, I'm going to be voting against the bill today. Sometimes we have to fetter our freedoms. We, the competent, the capable, the informed, sometimes have to put the most vulnerable in society first.
Florence Shalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to start by commending the comments from the Honourable Member for Runnybridge and Weybridge, because I think he outlined some of the complications with this legislation as it stands. I also wanted to put on record...
Well, we'll continue, of course, dipping into this most impassioned debate in the House of Commons. It does feel a very finely balanced debate as well, a debate that it is difficult to predict how MPs will vote when they do so in around an hour's time. But let's just bring in Sam Coates. I mean, we saw there a very vehement speech, I guess, from Robert Jenrick, saying that this is not a slippery slope, it's a cliff edge.
And he is reflecting a view of actually several senior Conservatives that worry that once this legislation is put into law, that won't be the end of it. It'll be interpreted by courts in a way that actually widens the scope of people to use these powers to end their life early, and talking about the responsibility of MPs towards the most vulnerable. I think what's really striking, Sophie, across the last 3.5 hours is the spread of different ways of arguing about this and what MPs have brought to bear. Look, there are two different doctors we've heard from over the course of this debate, and they've taken two opposing situations. We heard from Dr. Ben Spencer, he's a Conservative MP, and he talked about his experience with the vulnerable. He said, I think about elderly women in care homes with mild cognitive impairment and the burden that they might feel they are creating for people, and that's unsustainable and inappropriate, and he's going to vote against the legislation. But then we heard from a Labour doctor, Peter Prinsley. He said, as a doctor, and this is difficult stuff to listen to, not mine to talk about, but he said he'd seen a man bleed to death as cancer ravaged his body. We are not talking about the difference between death and life. We are talking about the difference between death and death. Those are the arguments that MPs are hearing in the chamber today, whether it was Dr. Mary Tidball, who talked about her own experience as a disabled person, telling her parents as a child she wanted to die, but now voting in favour of the legislation, whether it was Meg Hillier, long-time chair of the Public Accounts Committee, talking about the experience of her very ill daughter who did pull through, but thinking that experience in part was going to lead her to vote against the legislation. Or David Davis, who has changed his mind, is now broadly in favour, although begging the government for more time on this. Or Jess Asato, another one of the new Labour MPs, talking about how can we be sure that the safeguards are good enough for all of those victims of domestic abuse that might feel coerced into ending their life just looking at this so thoroughly and so thoughtfully from so many different angles. You can't see the way that the House of Commons chamber is going, as you so often can. Such is the degree of thought that MPs have put into this.
Yeah, it's as you say, Sam, it's such an emotionally charged debate. Parliament at its best, it's a very painful debate to listen to at times as well. And I do think it is worth reflecting that it's going to be a very triggering debate for an awful lot of people out there listening to it, watching this programme as well, thinking about their own situation or perhaps memories of their loved ones as well. And I think that this is weighing, you can tell it's weighing on the MPs in the chambers there as they wrestle with the right thing to do. Sam, thank you very much indeed. We'll bring you, of course, the result of that vote when we have it. But in the meantime, let's listen in to the debate. This is Florence Eshalami of the Labour Party giving her view.
She wanted to live. And I believe this bill would protect the wishes. This bill would not protect the wishes of people in her situation today. Because freedom in death is only possible if you have had freedom in life. And I will close by asking this, Madam Deputy Speaker. How can we be possibly satisfied that this bill would deliver equality and freedom in death when we do not yet have this in life?
Colleagues, continue to work with me. I'll try and get as many people in. Liz Saville-Roberts.
And I think the starting point for many of us today is how to resolve that dilemma of what I want for myself with the fear of enabling potentially terrible consequences for others. There's a rational fear of the reality of coercion and what drives decisions within families, what individuals feel is best for their family. There's a rational fear of how institutional pressures, lack of resources and, appallingly, culture within the NHS might ramp up the convenience of death as an affordable option. This isn't a new fear, and the Honourable Member for York Central mentioned this. Baroness Neuberger's review into the Liverpool care pathway said that in order that everyone dying in the acute sector can do so with dignity, the present situation has to change. That was in 2013. We know in the aftermath of COVID how little has changed. Death as an institutional convenience has never been and never will be right. It is our duty to demand good palliative care, to address the institutional barriers, the resource barriers to good palliative care. But this is not a licence to sidestep today's moral question. The people of England and Wales now expect us as legislators to provide an answer in principle. It's our duty to provide that answer not only in principle, but also in process. With this in mind, I will support this bill at second reading if there is a guarantee of sufficient scrutiny to stitch together a complete garment out of what is presently threads and patches that could indeed, as we heard, be rent asunder in court. If Bill Committee scrutiny cannot make this bill robust, I will reconsider my support at future votes. And surely this House can ensure that there is both cross-party and small party representation on the Bill Committee rather than conventional party proportionality, which of course we are today on a free vote. The implications for Wales, where health is of course devolved, cry out for proper consideration, and I support the Honourable Member for Gowers in her concerns about the Sewell Convention and the need for a legislative consent motion in the Senedd. It's equally true, of course, not just in Wales, but for remote and deprived communities where ill and dying people already suffer disproportionately inadequate health services. And to close, I want to pay credit to Iola Dorkin of Morpeth-Nevin, who I have known for over 30 years, who is presently dying of motor neurone disease. She wears a brace that her husband has adapted to make more comfortable. Today, she is on respite in a hospice in Holyhead. That is 50 miles away from her home. That is the reality of people's lives as these things stand. We need a change in the law.
Dr. Simon Offer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I am one of those medical practitioners, sometimes known as a doctor, and I've been a GP for 30 years, and about every year I have 4 or 5 cases of palliative and terminal care that I look after. So I have got quite a lot of experience in this, and I'd just like to make some very quick observations of what I've noticed. first thing is, a lot of patients who are dying of cancer ask you whether you can curtail their life and finish their life a little bit early. That's a very common thing they ask. I've had 2 patients go to Dignitas on their own without family members because the family members were fearful that they would be arrested on their return. And we've been discussing this giving a double dose of morphine, and I think a lot of doctors, almost all doctors in terminal care, have probably done this, double the dose of morphine, knowing it might, curtail the patient's life. That's a big fudge. That puts me in a very vulnerable position, particularly since we need to resolve that. Can I also say in this debate, I think we're getting a little bit confused between palliative care and assisted dying. Now, a lot of people who receive excellent palliative care still request assisted dying. They're not mutually exclusive, and I totally support what everyone's saying about really developing palliative care. It's really important, but that does not go instead of assisted dying. The things go together. Assisted dying is one of our tools in palliative care, as I see it, as we go into the future. A couple of things about coercion. So coercion is this sort of thing I will need to, or people like me will need to assess. Now, if someone says they feel a burden, that immediately is not a good reason to me to approve an assisted dying. And doctors are trained in this. They're trained in assessing capacity, as the right honourable gentleman said, but we're also trained in trying to find out the reasons why someone wants to end their life. And so I think it's judging doctors harshly to say that they will not spot coercion. I think the slippery slope, actually, interestingly, the only change in Australia was that they found the judiciary review actually didn't add much to the process. But otherwise, doesn't seem to be a slippery slope as long as the legislation is carefully done. There was... Yes, certainly.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he opened by referring to himself as a doctor and medical practitioner. Perhaps he could help with the difficulty I have with a bill I would dearly like to support, and that is the provisions in it that allow the Secretary of State to bring forward regulations so that the independent doctor can be an alternative medical practitioner according to those regulations. And there's also a section in it which makes the court look an optional process. So I do worry that there aren't the protections in here for 2 doctors. Perhaps he could help with that.
I do think it's the right thing for this bill to have 2 doctors and a judiciary review, because this is new legislation, and we must be sure it's safe. It's incredibly important, these safeguards, certainly. So I'll finish simply by saying that as a doctor all my life, I've been trying to empower patients to make their own decisions over their health care. And this is a great opportunity to do that. I had one patient who had a terminal diagnosis that hung himself. The family were devastated. It was a horrible way to die. And I felt we'd failed as a medical profession. Let's not fail as a government and a judiciary and Houses of Parliament. So please support this bill.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Madam Deputy Speaker, members, how do you want to die? How do you picture your own death? It's a question we rarely ask ourselves, but one that every one of us will face. And for me, I hope it's with peace, surrounded by loved ones, free from pain, content with a life well lived. That's the gold standard. And good palliative care strives to make that ideal a reality. And let me state unequivocally, we need to support palliative care. But today's debate is not about whether or not we support palliative care. It's about what happens when we can't provide a solution. What happens when palliative care doesn't work or can't work? The truth is, members, palliative care has limits, and there are limits to palliative care. Consider the cases that keep doctors and surgeons awake at night. The likes of the inoperable neck cancer eroding away into the carotid artery, a literal bloody time bomb that no one knows when it will go off. And do you know what modern medicine's answer to that is? Keep dark towels nearby for the blood. Counsel a partner or family on what it's like to find someone bleeding out. There is no cure. There's no respite. What would you do? Currently, for these patients, we can offer no agency over their end, no alternative to this terrifying death. Can we truly say that's compassionate? So I ask you, should we not even offer those suffering at least the chance of dignity in their death? And this is what the bill stands for. To reject it at second reading is not just to vote against assisted dying, it's to silence the debate for another decade, to say that the status quo is acceptable, to say it's fine for those who can afford it to fly to another country, while others are left here without recourse. I can't accept that. For what is this House for if not to empower people, to give them the tools to shape their lives and, yes, their deaths? Today we have the chance to put compassion into action, to offer choice who are facing the ultimate sacrifice. And I hugely respect those members who take a different view. And I simply and gently say to them, there are consequences too. Those intractable cases will still be there, with no solution, no choice in this country, and no resolution to their suffering. And those who are understandably a little unsure, well, if you do have doubts about the safeguards, about the implementations, and I agree some are valid, then let the debate continue. For some of you, it will be at a bridge too far, but if necessary, reject it at third reading. But to stop it now is to stop the conversation entirely, to take the choice off the table, to remove a dying person's agency. So when all is considered, I ask again, how do you want to die?
James Frith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill asks us to make a profound and irreversible decision to the principles of our health service and end-of-life care. With end-of-life care funded too often on a shoestring for many, this bill takes our focus to ending life, not improving living, as life draws to a close with terminal illness. I believe it poses significant risks. Our wider societal, cultural norms will be changed forever. Those that refuse to acknowledge this prospect now do so with the benefit of things as they are now. And my point is that this context, this concept, changes immediately today if the bill is passed. The safeguards may sound rigorous on paper, but the strained state of our NHS means many patients do not have a consistent relationship with a named doctor. We are attributed to health centres nowadays, not named doctors. Someone's consideration of this decision could depend on which doctor they see, one who raises assisted dying as an option versus one who refuses. A deeply troubling prospect with this bill. The ideation of assisted dying will become a ballot. We know now that there is a range of assisted dying views across our GPs, and so we cannot deny that who you end up seeing with your terminal illness might be how you end up. At the doctor's, possibly in the presence of a loved one, under strain and also in need of respite themselves. And this first suggestion is the beginning of a journey towards, yes, assisted dying. This is before you consider the forces of marketing, of commercialisation and the industry that will spring up if this bill passes and is sewn into our NHS. It is possible we cannot imagine being the victim of coercion, or that as MPs, our agency is so baked into our experiences of living, we cannot envisage a scenario where those who already claim to feel unseen and directed towards meeting their end sooner than otherwise might have been. Our casework from constituents is already full of cases of people struggling to access the rights we've enshrined in law, access to justice, health, education support, the disaster in our SEN system, as victims often of state neglect, often of state coercion, and the failure of safeguards once supported on paper passed into law. Disability rights groups and advocates have raised their voices, wanting us to talk about the dangers of normalising assisted dying. For many, this bill represents not a choice but a principle shift that undermines the value we place on protecting the vulnerable. And so it falls to us as the strongest to stand up and vote against this bill. Passing this bill today will not improve palliative and hospice care. For me, my belief is it will forfeit it. End of life is complicated. End of life care often isn't complicated enough. On reflection, my mother-in-law deserved a frank, trusted conversation on the risk of secondary illnesses and amputation that would follow with the automatic cancer treatment she was given in her final months of life. We should expect more agility from our NHS. And whilst dying is the ultimate binary experience, end-of-life care should be more sophisticated, more personalised. Shortening these expectations with a system that endorses assisted dying will forfeit this too. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as legislators, our responsibility is to protect the most vulnerable and consider all eventualities. We disagree on slippery slope arguments, but if this bill passes, it will be a moment of no return, and why I am not prepared to support this bill.
Neil Shastrihurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is a privilege to speak in this debate today. And I think the way in which the House has conducted itself on both sides of the argument is a credit to this place. I stand here as not only a medical practitioner, having worked as a surgeon for about a decade, but also as a healthcare barrister. So I've looked at this debate from both sides of the argument. And I have been deeply moved by some of the stories I have heard by patients who are facing a terminal illness. I'm also instructed by my own experiences, my personal experiences of my relatives, but also those patients who I failed. I failed because I did not give them the good death that they deserve, despite the very best efforts of palliative care. And it's true that we can improve the palliative care offering in this country, but it is not a binary choice. It is not a choice of palliative care or assisted dying. It is a choice of having the option of how you want to have autonomy over your body at the end of your life. I understand the concerns in this House. I do, I genuinely do. But this is not the point to cancel the debate. This is the point to engage in the debate. This is the point that we move it forwards, that people could contribute to that in the committee stage and say how this can be improved, and we can work together to make a societal change, to improve our society and to support those that want that ultimate choice in those last days. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am honoured to rise in my support to this bill, and I am proud to support my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, as one of the co-sponsors of this bill. In my city of Liverpool, data shows that 74% of people are in favour of assisted dying. I have been privileged to correspond and meet so many of my constituents who have shared their views and personal stories with me, spanning both sides of this important debate, and I thank them all. As we've heard today, there are strongly held beliefs on both sides of this House, and I absolutely respect those with differing views to myself, and I hope that they respect my own views, even if we disagree. Long before I entered this place, I have been an advocate of assisted dying, with the appropriate safeguards to alleviate unnecessary suffering. My own mum cared for my dad during his cruel battle with cancer. Sadly, not even the best palliative care could provide him with a good death. And I do believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is such a thing as a good death. At its core, this bill is sensible, safe and compassionate. But above all else, it places human dignity at its heart. In respect of palliative care, this bill isn't an either-or. I, along with many other campaigners for assisted dying, fully support improving palliative care, and it has been proven that end-of-life care has improved in several countries because of assisted dying reform. And I hope if the bill passes that the UK will also belong to that list. Palliative experts, including those opposed to law change, admit that some people's suffering is beyond the reach of even the best palliative care. I also don't believe if this bill finally becomes law, it will create a slippery slope. As the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield eloquently said, in Oregon, terminally ill adults have had a legal option for assisted dying for more than 25 years, and not once has it been expanded to include other groups. No, I'm sorry, I won't. Every year, around 650 terminally ill people take their own lives. Countless others who are more affluent make the choice of the long, arduous journey to Switzerland, all without any protections in place. I don't want choice to only be available to those who can afford to pay. That is not just or equitable. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, just like many other private members' bills that have gone before, that have looked to bring about social reform, such as abortion, divorce, and the decriminalisation of homosexuality, this is an historic moment and an opportunity, if taken, to give real dignity to those who have reached the end of life and want a choice, while also respecting the views who don't want to take that choice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a really humbling subject to speak in. I'd like to put on record my thanks for the member from Spen Valley for bringing this important issue before the House today. I've witnessed firsthand the cruelty that a terminal diagnosis brings. The son of a single mother, my grandparents were like second parents to me. Each struggled with their own incurable cancer diagnosis. At Christmas dinner in 2019, my nan, who could no longer eat and was clearly in a great deal of pain, turned to me and said, "She's ready to go. It's time now," she added. It was that night that I reflected on how, as a society, we shy away from discussing death. We park it away, prioritise more immediate, palatable subjects, but it is impacting members of our communities day in, day out, from terminal diagnoses to medical treatment, and ultimately, their final days. This really matters to me. In my maiden speech, I pledged to campaign for greater control in those final days, and to afford those with terminal diagnoses the right to end their lives in dignity. This is not an argument against palliative care. Some wonderful Macmillan nurses made my nan's final months as comfortable as possible. And I agree absolutely with many members that have raised the issue today, that we need to be doing more to support our palliative care sector. But good palliative care and a dignified end of life are not mutually exclusive. Nor do I seek to control those who have strong religious beliefs. Those who believe that only God can take life have the complete freedom to wait for that moment, but that is their choice. Many have legitimate... I'm not taking any interventions. Many have legitimate concerns about safeguarding. Of course, the most vulnerable should not be coerced into making a decision, but this bill introduces specific offences for this. Indeed, this combined with sign-off by 2 independent doctors, judicial oversight and a period of reflection means that there are robust mechanisms in place to protect the most vulnerable. I'm not giving way. These details are vital, but so is our humanity. Being with my nan in the warmth of her own home, surrounded by a loving family, after months of excruciating pain and no hope, I knew there and then that she should be able to choose her time to say goodbye to her family. She, like so many others, had had enough. An understanding and compassionate society should not stand in the way of her right to choose. You can see the profound impact this has had on me and my belief in the importance of end-of-life care and choice, and it's enabled me to understand a crucial distinction that is at the heart of this emotive debate. This isn't about shortening life. This is about shortening death. For those members who support the principle of this bill, but who are concerned about the specifics of the safeguards, I would urge you to support it today at second reading. Further debate can be had during committee stage if honourable members feel that changes are required. This bill provides the choice to shorten death, a right that an empathetic and considerate society should afford its citizens.
Dawn Butler.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Spen Valley and the way this debate's been conducted. Yesterday we buried Tony Waugh, GMB officer, a really good friend. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer. He beat it once, but it took him in the end. Early this week, the cancer community lost Nina Lopez. Nina Lopez had stage 4 triple-negative breast cancer. She was given 6 months to live in 2018. 6 months to 6 years, and she taught us how to dance through her fro days. As we've heard, it's not an exact science when somebody's given a 6 month to live diagnosis. As a patron of Black Women Rising, a cancer charity that deals with Black women and minoritized women through their cancer journey, recently somebody said to me, they was given 6 months to live, and they said to me, I'm ready to go. They said, I've had a good life and I'm ready to go. 6 weeks later, they're now fighting to live. Now, the thing is, if we'd focused on just the fact that she was ready to go and wanted to die, it would have all been very different. So there are parts of the law, and we've heard in the debate today, that needs changing around coercion, around doctors being able to help people with their end-of-life treatment. But I think those safeguards and those discussions can be separated from assisted dying and assisted suicide. I don't see why we have to have that as a combined discussion. Everybody has the right to die with dignity and compassion. Whether this bill passes or not today, I hope that those conversations will continue. After all, we are legislators. We have the ability to do that. 80% of my constituents are against this legislation, and I'll be voting against, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to follow the Honourable Member, and I'd like to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Spen Valley. I think the way in which this debate has been conducted today, the spirit is a tribute to her leadership in this issue. It's been harrowing for all of us, I believe, but to us falls the responsibility and the privilege of making this decision on behalf of those people who go through experiences so harrowing that I don't think any of us, even though we have heard their tales, can imagine. I know that I can't. But until recently, I had put to the back of my mind that I have actually been in the situation where I have waited to find out whether I would have a terminal diagnosis. And I was lucky, I went the other way, and I don't know what I would have wanted, but I do know that as I waited, I thought about all the things that I wanted to do and might be denied, that people with a terminal diagnosis do. The things they planned with their lives, the opportunity of seeing their children grow, be married, or perhaps their grandchildren. And I know that when we came here today, we were all aware of that, and we came and we thought seriously about it, about the implications and about the need for palliative care. But I would say to the House, it is not our job to say that palliative care needs to be improved and the NHS cannot cope, therefore we shouldn't do this. Our job is to say we need to improve palliative care so that the NHS can cope, so that we can do this. And on the safeguards that are needed and included in this bill, I believe that they're there. For those with religious beliefs, which mean they cannot count in this bill, I understand their concerns and I respect them. But I would not be standing here if I were not convinced that in this bill we have the best opportunity to provide a choice safeguarded by medical and legal professionals and protected from that slippery slope. Because it happened in Canada because they did not have terminal diagnosis in the definition of the bill from the beginning, and we do. And that we should go on from today, if we vote this through, to perhaps further scrutiny, tougher levels, that every piece of legislation in this place and the other must go through. I respect everyone's concerns and belief in this today, but I would also ask them to respect, and ask all of you to respect, those who have already been denied so much in their lives, those things that I said that they might want, that they might be denied. Because we have a choice today. We can lead a national conversation which examines the issue before all of us, dissect this bill line by line and check its effectiveness. Or we can vote to close it down today. And then the country, the families who are suffering, they will be denied the light that they want to see thrown on this issue, the voice that they want their loved ones or perhaps themselves to have. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have, many of us, watched loved ones die difficult deaths. And we have, over the past few weeks, months and years in politics, heard harrowing tales and spoken to families who've had no choice but to watch their loved ones pass in the most harrowing of circumstances, or make an expensive, for many, a prohibitively expensive trip to Dignitas alone. I can't help about those things that they have been denied by the cruelest of fates. And I would say, surely, surely, we cannot deny them choice at the end of life.
Fuchs. Deputy Speaker, I want to start by thanking my honourable friend for Spen Valley for the incredibly sensitive and thoughtful way she's conducting the passage of this bill, consulting widely with terminally ill people and their families, medical staff, lawyers and faith leaders, and those on both sides of the debate. For me, I have two very personal stories about why I support a change in the law. Last year, my dad's health took a turn very much for the worse. He had sepsis, kidney failure and heart disease, and he'd lived with Addison's disease for almost 50 years. He was given the dreaded news that he only had a few months left to live. His last few weeks I would not have wished upon anyone. He was in agony and suffering, his breathing was difficult, and he was in such pain. I struggled to see him suffer so much. But the nurses, doctors, carers, and my incredible stepmum were all without fault, and his palliative care was excellent, thankfully. He was able to die at home with me, my sister and my stepmum by his side. But seeing him suffer so terribly convinced me we had to have a change in the law so that people who are terminally ill have a choice. My second story is from Australia, where my brother lives. My wonderful sister-in-law, Kelly, sadly died of liver cancer that developed into bone cancer. She had a fractured left arm, fractured pelvis, fractured sacrum, cancer in her spine. At 54, Kelly was far too young to die. Her cancer was particularly painful and unforgiving. As she lived in Victoria, she was able to register for assisted dying. For her, that was incredibly comforting. To know that if she needed to, and only if, she could stop the suffering. She didn't need it in the end, but she did have the option. And in her darkest days and her fearful days, that brought her and my brother incredible peace of mind. I've heard similar stories of suffering in the hundreds of emails sent to me by constituents over the course of the last few months. People want and deserve access to both the best palliative care as well as a choice if they are terminally ill. The protections in the bill are strong. The evidence underpinning the bill is strong. I was there for my dad's final week when he was in so much pain, and I was there right at the end holding his hand. What a privilege to be with him at the end and see him through. So in memory of my dad and of Kelly, I support this bill, and I urge all those across the House to support it too.
Jim Allister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is not an easy subject, nor should it be, because this is a matter of the taking of human life. The taking of human life sanctioned by the state. Our nation, through many wonderful charities, through government itself, reaches out compassionately to those who are threatening suicide. They are urged to use the services of the Samaritans and to get all the help they can. Mr. Speaker, I cannot square the circle where the state would then move to itself sanction suicide, indeed to facilitate suicide, in fact to promote suicide, and to do it in respect of those who are intrinsically the most vulnerable in our society. Anyone who gets a diagnosis of terminal illness by reason of that is obviously vulnerable, and many, in consequence, suffer depression and other difficulties. So they are amongst the most vulnerable in our society. And being vulnerable, they are amongst those most liable to fall under the foul influence of coercion. Now, coercion comes in many forms, and anyone who's listened to domestic abuse cases will know that it can be very insidious, it can be very invasive, it can be very persuasive, because the coercer has the constant ear of those they wish to coerce. Add into that mix the fact that that person might feel a burden. We've all heard old people say, I'm a burden on society, I'm a burden on my family. And even when they're told, no, caring for you is not a chore, it's a privilege, they still think they're a burden. And if in that background, if in that matrix, there still is the pernicious influence of coercion, then I think the thought that people reach a reasoned, considered, independent opinion is a fallacy. And it is those people that this House should be protecting above all. And this bill does not protect people in that situation. Oh, we're told 2 doctors, a judge. Well, a judge, he doesn't have to, but he might decide to hold a Zoom call with the applicant. He's not to know if sitting in the corner of the room, out of camera, is the coercer. So where is the protection in that? So I do say to this House, this is an issue that cuts to the very quick of our fundamental duty to be the protectors of the most vulnerable. And it is no part of the state's function to be promoting, assisting the end of life for people who could be in that condition, and you'll never know how many are in that condition. So, for me, Mr. Speaker, I can't, I won't vote for this bill.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honour and a privilege to speak in this debate and to follow so many honourable colleagues who've made such powerful contributions. And I especially want to thank the honourable member for Spen Valley, who's no longer in her place, for all the work that she's done on this bill. All the colleagues across the House who've been working together so collegiately, and all my constituents from Newport West and Eastline who have written to me in their hundreds. And the experts as well who've shared their views with us. Everybody here in this room, in this chamber, wants a good death. But we do know at the moment palliative care across the UK is chronically underfunded, mostly charity raised, and certainly it's very much a postcode lottery. I want to pay tribute to all the hospices that are working around the clock. They do an amazing job on very, very stringent budgets, and especially mine, St David's Hospice and the Hospice of the Valleys, who do amazing work there. But we have to remember that although we're talking about people here who have very, very powerful stories who are in the chamber today, we legislate for all, and that means making sure our legislation is safe and proof for the future, future-proofed. So things like presuming consent, I do have some concerns with the bill. When the door is opened in this bill, my worry is it will be widened, as it has been in other places like the Netherlands, like Belgium, like Canada. These things will happen. Over 65 private members' bills were passed in the last Parliament. No bill had more than one session in committee. The average length of debate in the committee was 35 minutes. Just over a quarter had any amendments made in it at all. And I know the Honourable Member for Spen Valley has said she's willing to extend it, and I welcome that, and I will be pressing her for that to make sure it is safe. Because if we are going to vote, and I'm going to personally vote against, if the vote is going to be to carry it forward, scrutiny is crucial at all points of the bill coming forward. I know that others we've talked about terminal illness today, but intractable pain is something that people live with every day, and that's an issue. And certainly in my 30 years as a physiotherapist, I've seen good deaths and I've seen bad deaths. And we all want to make sure we get the best for our constituents. We need to make sure end-of-life care is sorted. And this debate has been good in that we have talked. I've certainly talked to my family, and I know my lovely mum of 89, who's disabled, housebound, widowed, has said, yes, it's all very well talking about assisted dying. We need to talk about assisted living as well, because that's most important. Quality of life is crucial here. We need to make sure that we are here to legislate for all. That's why I'm voting against the bill today, but I thank you for the opportunity to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to start by, first of all, acknowledging not just the importance of the debate, but thank the member for Valley for bringing this debate forward, because I think it is an important debate. I'm going to be voting against the bill today, but I still think it's an important discussion to be having, not least because there are many, many of my constituents who believe that this is the right thing to do, and there are, of course, many who feel that this is not the right thing to do. And I think that's why we've shown the very best of what Parliament can do here today. But for me, when I came to my conclusion, it wasn't because of some sort of zealotry or evangelism. I completely acknowledge there are those people who go through some very difficult situations where they lose the normal faculties that they have, and or they can be in immense pain. But I also think we need to be clear about what we're talking about here today. We are talking about the wholesale change of how the state deals with death, and that is really, really important, because, of course, that places a number of scenarios upon people, upon society, upon the medical profession, and for me, I think it puts at great risk, actually, some of our most vulnerable people. And part of the reasons I'm going to be voting against this today, because I think the slippery slope arguments are very, very valid in terms of what risks they produce, because we are talking about medicalising death and placing an undue burden on our health professionals and legitimising a role for the state in the death process. I'm not going to give way at this debate. And I've yet to be convinced there are sufficient safeguards in place in this. And I think if we talk about slippery slopes, if you look at Canada, for example, you don't now even have to have a terminal fatal illness. And mental illness will be an acceptable reason for assisted suicide in 2027. So for me, even though it didn't start like this, clearly in Canada that Pandora's box has been opened, and clearly that route is what we have the risk of embarking on today. And I know the honourable member for Spen Valley said that there is almost a guarantee that this won't change, but she can't guarantee that parliamentary sovereignty, or she can't guarantee that future parliaments won't change the goalposts on this, and she can't guarantee that. And the very fact that the argument for a slippery slope is exactly that when you embark on this journey, that is exactly where we may end up as the goalposts start to move. I also think that there's been lots of conversation around the PMB process, and I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to end my comments very shortly. But lots of comments about the PMB process. The honourable member cannot guarantee that there will be sufficient scrutiny and those safeguards work. There's not been enough impact assessment, not been enough public consultation. There's been very limited time to look at this piece of legislation, and we are at serious risk of presenting something or passing something that will do immense harm. And I worry that in the future we will look back at this where there has been abuse or there's been coercion, and some of our most vulnerable people will be coming back to this House to discuss the damage that we've caused today. Point of order, Kim Peter, please.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I seek your guidance on correcting the record. I said in my speech I have consulted with the highest levels of judiciary and medical profession. I have received correspondence from the Judicial Office, and I would like to clarify my earlier comments. Whilst I have spoken to lawyers and judges, I should not have implied that the serving judiciary has in some way indicated their agreement to the bill, which they have not. The serving judiciary have been very clear to ensure that they have made no public comments about the bill one way or the other. So, Mr. Speaker, I apologise if I applied anything to the contrary, and I seek your guidance on correcting the record.
Well, thank you for correcting the record. Rosie Writing.
Speaker, I rise today in support of this incredibly important bill. Like many colleagues here, I have been contacted by hundreds of my constituents on both sides of this debate. I have been moved by their personal stories that bring home the impact of this legislation could have on them and their families, and I want to put on record thanks to everyone who's contacted me. I fundamentally believe in the right to choose at end of life, and that's what this bill is about, giving dying people a choice on how they die. Anyone who doesn't want an assisted death can choose not to have one, and anyone who wants the reassurance of an option has it. Mr. Speaker, my constituents' stories and stories shared today by colleagues across the House have shown me that it is truly unacceptable to maintain the status quo. Without a change in the law, terminally ill people will continue to face the end of their life with a very limited range of options. Some travel abroad to help to die, but it is only an option with those with the financial means to do so. Choice at end of life shouldn't only be an option for those who are financially stable or the desperate. Death should be peaceful and pain-free, and this bill gives the opportunity to make that a reality. There is no doubt in my mind that this bill, so carefully considered by my honourable friend for Spen Valley, would be an improvement to the lives and liberties of my constituents and those across the UK who are terminally ill, and I urge members across this House to vote for it at a second reading. Mr. Speaker, I want to end with the words of one of my constituents who said, "We have some of the most amazing caregivers in this country who provide compassionate care in the most difficult of circumstances, and that gives comfort. But I feel no one should be forced to know how the book ends when they were only part way through it, without having the choice to put the book down and choose one with a better ending."
Idle speech, Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do not need to choose between palliative care and supporting those who want to make their deaths better. It is so fantastic to hear everyone from across every part of the chamber have a shared commitment to funding more palliative care. And I hope that the Secretary of State and his team will hear that and go further in knowing that you have our support in investing more. But until they do, we cannot condemn those who are at their end of life to terror, to loneliness, to being forced into horrible circumstances. Whilst listening to this debate, I've been concerned by some of the comments, and so I've reread the bill as I've sat here, and I'm concerned that there has been a suggestion that mental health conditions would be allowed. It is not clause 2.3, and that people might not be offered surgery or other treatment. They must, clause 4.4. It is also worth noting that the suggestion of a person being coerced could be protected by forcing someone to disclose to the very family who may be coercing them. The witness in clause 5.2.2 and the periods of reflection allow that independent person to be present at those appropriate times. I have already shared publicly my own family death journeys, and I wear them here on my jacket. But today is not about them. Today is about all of those people who need this. Last night, I read the book, Die Smiling, about Nigel's journey to Dignitas, and it ends with his final journey and a Facebook post prepared before he made that agonising journey, a 20-hour journey with his wife and children to Switzerland, and it moved me to tears. But most people cannot afford that option. Most do not want to put their families at risk of prosecution. They want death on their own terms. Gary lives in my constituency of Mid-Dorset and North Poole, and he asked me to tell you his story of dying with liver cancer. He knows the end stages will be brutal.
Good afternoon. It is now 2 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. We're live in Westminster as MPs debate and vote on whether to legalise assisted dying in England and Wales. And I think it is fair to say that it's a debate that has shown Parliament at its best, with thoughtful, compelling and sometimes very emotional arguments on both sides of the debate. We're now in the closing stages of the debate after MPs have been discussing this for most of the day. We'll have live coverage of the results very shortly, but let's just bring you back to the House of Commons chamber until that happens.
I cannot say, hand on my heart, that many of those patients had a peaceful death. I left palliative nursing as the emotional trauma became too much. There are neither the range of medications or symptom relief treatments available for many of the harrowing things people are forced to go through in their last days and weeks of life. This bill is about compassion and humanity, and we must listen to the voices of dying people.
Come to Shadow Minister, Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today the focus is rightly on backbenchers, so I'll limit my remarks and I won't be taking any interventions, mindful of your advice on time. It's not for me to make the case for His Majesty's opposition, as we've not taken a collective view. And like many members, I've struggled greatly with this decision. I don't believe there is a perfect choice to be made today, just different versions of imperfection. And my time working as a doctor in A&E has made me sympathetic to both sides of the argument. I've seen the pain in the eyes of relatives who want to ease the suffering of their dying loved ones. But I've also held the hand of frail elderly people forgotten by their families, feeling themselves to be nothing but a burden. Reduced to its core, we're facing a difficult dilemma, Mr. Speaker. Access to assisted dying could reduce suffering for the terminally ill, and that is a choice some people would like to have, and some people would make that choice without any undue pressure. If we vote against this bill today, they won't have that choice. I caution against avoiding facing up to that hard moral reality by arguing that whatever people may fear about dying can always be managed by modern medicine. For all it can achieve, modern medicine cannot achieve everything. We've heard examples today of the worst illnesses that do more than cause pain. The member for Bury St Edmunds and the member for Hinckley and Bosworth described dying from a catastrophic bleed that takes your life in a panicked final moment. And of course, the treatments we may use to help people with pain often rob them of what they may sincerely feel to be their own independence and dignity. Some people may not want to spend their final days in a drug-induced state of semi-consciousness to manage their pain. Those minded to vote against this bill should give this the greatest possible consideration. And I don't think opponents of this bill can deny this, any more than proponents of the bill can deny that if this law is passed, it would represent the crossing of a significant legal, societal and moral Rubicon. Every other expectation we have of the state is for it to help extend and protect life. We would instead be asking the state to procure the medicines, provide the staff and sign off through the courts, a process that is designed to and will lead to someone's death. And a deep respect for the sanctity of life is not the preserve only of religious thinkers. Opponents of this bill place great weight on that consideration. They argue that once you accept that the state and its citizens can play a proactive role in causing death, the debate will shift from whether it should do that at all to how and when it should. It may be that we pass this legislation and no other in future, but those who have the utmost concern about even the possibility of an expanded bill may vote against this one as the surest way for them personally to stop that happening. And the mother of the House argued that coercion is not limited to the selfishly motivated relative directly pressuring a vulnerable person. It can be as simple as knowing people in the same position as you could and did choose to die. Some members worry that people will then ask themselves not just, do I want to die, but should I want to die? So where does this leave us? All of us can make a sensible and reasonable case for our positions and even point to care and compassion as we see it in support of our view. Taken all together, I think that means one thing more than anything else should be our guiding principle today. We should, above all else, vote with great humility and with respect for each and every vote cast in whichever direction. And I want to direct that sentiment to the country at large. I know there are passionate campaigners on either side of the debate with their own perspectives who fear greatly the outcome today if it isn't the one that they want. I say to them that as well as being MPs, those voting today are also sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, parents and grandparents. I know each member will have in mind what they would want for their families and themselves. And I know our final decisions will come at the end of a great deal of thought and careful consideration. And as the member for Vauxhall has said, I think if you listened closely enough today, you have actually heard us speaking all with one voice. The voice of passion for those people and causes we're trying to aid with our vote, even if those people and causes are different. That passion represents this House at its very best. That should not be forgotten, and I hope that that is something on which we can all agree.
Davis Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This second reading debate on my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley's bill, provides this House and the country with an opportunity to discuss this complex and sensitive issue. I want to make clear that I stand at the dispatch box today not as the MP for Pontypridd, representing the views of my constituents, although I thank each and every one of them for taking the time to contact me with their considered opinions. But I stand here today as the Government Minister responsible for the criminal law in this area contained in the Suicide Act 1961 in England and Wales. As the Government remains neutral on this topic of conscience, and out of respect for my ministerial colleagues who are not able to outline their views in today's debate, I will not be sharing my personal opinions on this matter. I will, however, be taking part in the vote. With all that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I will keep my response brief and I will not be taking any interventions. The Government is of the view that any change to the law in this area is an issue for conscience for individual parliamentarians. It is rightly, in our view, a matter for Parliament to decide rather than one for Government. Accordingly, these benches will have a free vote should the views of the House be tested today. If the will of Parliament is that the law in this area should change, the Government will, of course, respect its duty to the statute book and ensure that any bill is effective and that its provisions can be enforced. I thank my friend, the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, for bringing this important national conversation to the fore and for conducting her campaign with respect and integrity. Yeah. I pay tribute to the campaigners on all sides of the debate, including Dame Esther Ranson, Liz Carr, Nathaniel Dye and Baroness Gray Thompson. They have all used their voices to advocate for what they believe and have contributed significantly to the important national conversation around death. Regardless of views, the one thing we have in common is that we will all experience death at some point. Death is a topic we do not tend to talk about very much, but these discussions have undoubtedly enabled families up and down the country to talk openly about their wishes and how they feel about their own death. That powerful level of honesty is a tribute to how members of this House and campaigners have conducted themselves throughout, and I thank them for informing today's debate.
Point of order, Kit Moulton.
I beg to move that the question now be put, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question now be put. As many other opinions say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. The question is the bill now be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobbies.
The division has been called and MPs are now voting. And frankly, I'm not sure if I've ever seen such a moving and thoughtful debate in the House of Commons, unshackled by party politics, MPs really wrestling with their consciences. And now, of course, it's time to vote and to make perhaps the most important decision of their careers. It's been a very emotive, a very distressing and difficult watch for many of us and many of you as well. I'm sure so many of us will be thinking about loved ones, about difficult deaths, trying to work out what we would do in the situation that MPs find themselves in right now. So thank you for staying with us during that most important and compelling debate. I know how the result goes matters so much to so many of you. Well, let's cross now to our political editor, Beth Rigby, who is in Central Lobby for us. Beth, it's been an emotionally charged debate, and now, of course, we're awaiting to find that potentially historic result.
Yes, it really is a landmark moment. If this bill passes, it will be a moment of potentially profound societal change along the lines of when the Abortion Act was passed in 1967, or indeed the Same-Sex Marriage Act of 2013. Will MPs finally decide to take forward assisted dying? It was voted down in 2015 and is back in the House. And while it is a conversation in here, it is indeed a national conversation. You see protesters, demonstrators on both sides of the argument outside the House on a day where politicians put personal politics aside to have this most profound debate. And it was a debate of profound division, actually, between people, but expressed, I would say, with profound respect for each other. And while MPs are very divided as to whether they should support this bill or not, they were united in their sympathy when MPs told either their personal stories or stories of constituents to make the case for and against. And Kim Leadbeater, who brought the bill, started off by saying she knows it takes courage to talk about the death of loved ones. She, of course, is the sister of the murdered MP Jo Cox. She won her sister's seat in a by-election, and it is she who brought forward the bill. And her argument, in essence, was to say that this is about not life or death, but autonomy at the end of life. She stressed that it was about terminally ill people right at the end of their life. Now, Danny Kruger, who was extremely eloquent in the counter argument, said it might seem it's for just a few people, but in fact it affects everyone's lives. He talked about how for every person at the end of their life, there will be that whispered conversation, as he put it, around the bedside about, is it my time? Should I go? And that was, in essence, the nub of the debate as MPs wrestled over it. And you can see that they were wrestling with their consciences, profoundly thoughtful about this debate. It really was the best of the House of Commons, and I can't remember seeing a debate that I personally found so compelling and moving and emotional and decent. As I said, party politics aside, they are now voting. Sir Keir Starmer is in the chamber, and we will have the result soon. And you know, the majority of MPs that have been polled that have said which way they intend to go, the majority appeared to be in favour for voting this through on the second reading, but there were well over 100 of MPs who were undecided. We didn't know what they thought, and perhaps they've been persuaded one way or another. We simply have to wait and see. The other thing I would say about it, there were a few interventions in there, not least from David Davis, and then Rosie Duffield tweeting about how she hadn't been able to speak in the debate and said that for such a consequential vote, she simply thought that wasn't good enough, that she thought it should have more time. That was also the argument that David Davis made. He said he thought it should be given days more debate, but it is a private member's bill. The vote is happening now after 5 hours of debate. And just to stress, if it does pass, this is the second reading, it then goes into committee and report stage. And Kim Leadbeater, when she was making her opening arguments, trying to persuade MPs, did make the point that this could take up to 2 more years to get onto the statute book. MPs would have a third reading whether they could decide to vote for the amended bill. And she also said the government would help her get the bill into the right sort of shape. So that was her argument. But Danny Kruger there profoundly arguing about how the job of MPs were to protect the vulnerable. And he talked about concerns about unforced coercion, where people might not be coerced, but they might feel coerced, that they're a burden. And then, of course, the arguments around the slippery slope, that it starts at this and does it get extended as time goes on. It's an incredibly difficult topic. I'm sure lots of you at home who have lost loved ones have found it a very difficult and emotional watch. It touches all of our lives, and if it does pass, it will be a profound moment where there will be a big societal change.
Absolutely will. Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rigby there in Central Lobby for us, right in the heart of Parliament. You can see MPs there filling the seats back up again after they make their choice, make one of the most important decisions, if not the most important decision of their career, how to vote on this most emotional, most difficult of topics on assisted dying. Well, as we await the result, we're joined by our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Capes. I mean, Parliament last voted on this nearly a decade ago in 2015. It was a very different Parliament then. It's very hard to predict, isn't it, frankly, how this will split?
When Sky did a survey yesterday, 321 of the 650 said that they hadn't decided or weren't declaring in advance. And normally you can sense the mood of the House But over the last 4.5 hours, 45 speeches by my counting, I couldn't tell you what way the House of Commons is about to go on this, the vote on the principles of the assisted dying bill that Kim Lidby has put forward, because MP after MP came at this subject from a different angle, from a different perspective, with a new personal, sometimes family, sometimes constituent, sometimes friend, sometimes principle, sometimes politics story, what they thought about this issue. We heard intricate, agonising details of people's ends of their life. It was painful listening, people who died a bad death. And some MPs said, we have to stop that happening. But then there was a really meaningful debate, I thought, Sophie, over the last 4 hours, about what does choice really mean? How can we know that somebody isn't feeling pressured, even if not a word is spoken, that their time is up? How can we protect those who might just feel vulnerable, as Robert Jenrick was saying? And MPs have to balance those two impossible, really, frankly, impulses to protect people's ends of life versus to protect their right to life. And it's very, very hard to know how many of those individuals will come down. You know that Keir Starmer is in the voting lobby, David Lammy's there, we saw Rachel Reeves in her seat. For much of the debate, the only member of the government on the Green benches was Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, who is not in favour of this bill, but would have to implement large parts of it if the legislation becomes law. But this government, just as the opposition, haven't taken a position on this legislation, even though they'll ultimately have to end up implementing it. Because this is all about all 650 MPs, or if you exclude Sinn Féin, who don't take their seats, 643 possible votes that we will find out in just a few minutes how MPs have decided to cast their ballot.
Well, it's rare you see the House of Commons as busy as it is right now, and I think that really does reflect just how much the MPs are feeling the weight and the history, I guess, of what they are about to decide. The last time, of course, MPs voted on assisted dying, they rejected it in principle. Will they do the same this time? Or are we about to see a truly historic change in the law to allow terminally ill adults to end their lives, assisted dying? We're going to find out very, very shortly. And Sam, it is worth reflecting, isn't it, on the importance of what happens. I mean, we've been talking an awful lot about the debate so far, and rightly so, because, you know, as you said, it showed Parliament at its best. There were some compelling, very meaningful and thoughtful arguments put forward. But if this does pass, then it really is going to, well, it's going to be a huge effort to try and make it happen, but also, of course, it is really going to change so much about how we think about death. I'm just going to pause that thought because we are now hearing from the Speaker. OK, the Speaker has now shut the doors, which means we are about to imminently hear the result of that vote on assisted dying. And of course, the ayes are going to be people supporting this private member's bill, so supporting the principle of assisted dying. The no column is those who reject it. And we are now moments away of finding out how this deeply divided House has decided to vote on assisted dying. The last time they voted on it, nearly a decade ago, in 2015, they rejected the principle, and we'll find out very shortly what will happen this time. And I know that so many of you watching at home, that this decision is going to mean an awful lot to you, whether you're reflecting on your own life, thinking about your loved ones. It's been an emotional and very charged day. And we are about to find out whether or not assisted dying is something that is going to be accepted as a principle by Parliament. Can see Kim Leadbeater there, I think, taking to her seat. The woman, of course, who has spearheaded this private member's bill after topping the ballot and trying to drive it through and make that legislation happen. We're joined now by our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who is standing by. This could be... We're moments away, aren't we, from finding out the results, Sam?
A hushed House of Commons. We believe Keir Starmer voted in favour of the legislation, by the way. That's what our colleagues over in Parliament are telling us. In a moment, you'll see the tellers just starting to assemble just by the mace facing the Commons Speaker. That will be the sign that the announcement of the vote by the Commons is about to be made by the Speaker. We believe that Rachel Reeves also voted in favour of the legislation. Rishi Sunak, we are told, voted in favour of the legislation. And one of the most powerful figures inside government, Pat McFadden, also voted in favour of this, the principle. I think you can see 3 tellers there standing before the Speaker. We're probably waiting for a 4th, and at that moment, we will get the result. 650 MPs, 643 of them attend the House of Commons. We're about to find out what happened.
Order! Order.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And look! Right, does the member in charge of the bill wish to move the motion number 2, Kim Leadbeater?
Mr Speaker, I move that the Public Bill Committee to which the Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill stands committed shall have the power to send for persons, papers and records.
Under Standing Order number 63, brackets 2, I must now put the question forthwith. The question is that the Public Bill Committee, to which the Terminally Ill End-of-Life Bill stands committed, shall have the power to send for persons, papers and records. And many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Under Standing Order number 632, only one motion relating to the committal of the bill may be moved, and that has been done. Right.
Well, there we have it.
Thank you, everybody.
MPs have voted to allow adults who are terminally ill to be provided with assistance to end their own lives. They voted in favour of the principle of assisted dying. 330 MPs voting in favour, 275 voting against, so a majority there of 55. And that means today is a truly historic day where the principle of being able to end your own life if you are terminally ill has been passed with assistance from others. This has been a heartfelt debate, a debate in the House of Commons that has reflected the deep feeling and the splits and the divisions that many people across the country feel as well. And I think that it is worth reflecting that there will be some today, including, of course, Kim Leadbeater, who put this bill forward, who drove it through, who will be feeling relieved and very satisfied with the results because they believe that this will greatly help those who need to end their own lives. There will be others who will be feeling deeply disappointed and worried about the consequences of it as well. Well, let's cross now to our political editor, Beth Rigby, who is in Central Lobby for us. I believe Beth can give us some reaction to this historic moment with the assisted dying bill being passed. Beth.
So, Sophie, it's passed with a majority of 55, but we talked about how it was a very divisive issue, that the House was profoundly split. And you can see that in the result, 330 in favour, 275 MPs against. And I'm just glancing at the doors of the Commons because I am hoping that Kim Leadbeater will come and talk to us. This bill passed. She will be, of course, profoundly happy about that. She has worked extremely hard to get this in principle passed. It is the second time it's been debated in a decade, and it has passed after being voted down in 2015. It will now go to the third reading, where it will be into committee stage, into report stage, and the bill will be fleshed out. And my government sources have told me that the government will work with Kim Leadbeater and MPs in order to make the bill operable. Indeed, that was what Kim Leadbeater talked about herself in the Commons, but this was a divided issue in which MPs felt extremely strongly both ways. So in a way it's a victory for Kim Leadbeater, but I think it is actually more a profoundly emotional moment for many MPs, but it is a moment potentially of huge societal change. As I was saying, it's a piece of legislation that will affect everybody's lives. The right to determine potentially your own death if you are terminally ill and you have a 6-month or less life expectancy. So that was Kim Leadbeater's bill, in which she said it was not about life or death, but rather autonomy over how you choose to die at the end of your life. You saw the debates about, on the one hand, people talking about the need to give people choice and dignified deaths and an ability to stop, in the words of Kit Malthouse, who argued profoundly for the bill, people suffering from terminal diseases, from facing painful deaths. Others, Danny Kruger, warning that people might feel coerced in it or feel that they are a burden on their families, and that it was the job of MPs to protect the vulnerable. But this is a hugely historic moment in principle. The idea of assisted dying has been passed in the House of Commons at the second reading. 31 jurisdictions around the world allow assisted dying, and now it goes into debate and committee stage, and MPs will vote on it at a third reading. That could take up to 2 years, according to what Kim Leadbeater told MPs in the Commons today. But this then a beginning of a national conversation about assisted dying and how that might look now in practice.
Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rippey there, our political editor, reflecting on this historic vote. MPs voting in favour of the principle of assisted dying, which is going to have, of course, huge consequences for everybody, frankly, because everyone dies. Tragically, at some point, we all see our loved ones die. And this bill, passed by MPs today with a majority of 55, is going to have a big impact on that. I'm going to return to Beth at this point, because I believe that Beth has got Danny Kruger with her, who, of course, spoke very emotionally, very profoundly against this bill earlier today.
Yeah, Sophie, I've got Danny Kruger here, who spoke against the bill and spoke extremely eloquently, talking about protecting vulnerable people, saying that this wasn't just about a few, but this would touch everyone's lives at that moment where you face death. Danny, you spoke so eloquently. It was extremely divisive debate, but yet the House united in a funny way, in that it was a difficult discussion. How are you feeling now that bill has passed the second reading?
Well, I'm very disappointed that we lost the second reading, but I was encouraged, and you're right, it was actually Parliament doing its job. You know, we didn't know how it was going to go today. I think the debate was influential. I'm very sorry that I and others didn't manage to persuade enough colleagues to win. But what really did come across is that everybody agrees we need to improve palliative care, which is my main concern. And a lot of people expressed real concern about this bill. And what they said was, it's only the second reading. So it's a very headline, support in principle to the bill that people have given. A lot of people said they want to examine it much more closely. A lot of people are very worried about the lack of safeguards or that it's not tough enough. So what they're saying is that they're going to look closely at it in the remaining stages of the bill. So it goes into committee now, and it comes back to the House. So there will be a further opportunity to improve it if we can, and if we can't, then I hope we'll be able to reject it.
Yeah, so it now goes into committee stage. Can you just explain to viewers what happens now? How long might that process take? And what I think you're saying is if you cannot amend the bill to your satisfaction, you will make another attempt to vote this down. So it might never come into law.
Yeah, so second reading is very important. I mean, it's now got some momentum, but as I said, a lot of people were saying that they wanted to examine it in committee. So yes, a committee will be appointed of MPs that should have some balance, I hope. They'll look at it line by line and can propose amendments to improve the bill or to remove some of the dangers. Then comes back to the House and other members can put in amendments then as well. But it's now for the government to decide how this process works. They've got to provide an impact assessment on it. They've got to tell us how it's going to work in the judiciary and the NHS. And they could also give it more time in Parliament as well for debate. So I don't think we should have done it this way. I don't think there's been enough time so far for the debate. That can be improved now. I hope the government will. But yes, unless it's substantially improved and all of our concerns about the impact on the vulnerable and on palliative care, unless those are addressed satisfactorily, I'll be voting against, and I hope others will too.
Danny, Kim's argument was that the majority of public opinion is in support of assisted dying. Her argument was it wasn't about choosing between life and death. It was about how you determine how you die at the end of your life. You had a very different view of that. You felt that vulnerable people are not protected. Can you talk to me about that?
Yes. So she's absolutely right to highlight the really terrible cases that we all are familiar with and we can all imagine of people not getting properly looked after when they die and having a really, really bad death. And I think we should be putting all our energy into fixing that system and ensuring that people don't die badly. My wider concern about the bill is that, yes, it will induce in people the suggestion that the right thing to do for them, for their families, maybe even for the NHS itself, is to take this option. So it's not just about the people we all worry about. This bill will change things for all of us, for every family of somebody approaching the end of their life will now have this choice. It's really an obligation to think about, is it time for mum to take the assisted death? Is it time for me to take the assisted death? What's the right thing to do for my family? And I think that is a very dangerous thing to introduce into family life, and particularly for the most vulnerable people. I'm not sure we're ever going to be able to improve the bill to remove that biggest concern that I have, but I'm open to the effort. I think we should do what we can to make it safer.
Is there any way you could be persuaded, or do you just profoundly disagree with assisted dying?
Well, I think that it is impossible to write a law that is safe, and that, there's 30 other countries or jurisdictions around the world which have got a law like this. As colleagues in the chamber who support this bill were saying, they're not following any of those. We're trying to come up with our own, and that's because nowhere in the world does this work properly. Nowhere in the world is it safe, and that's because you cannot draft a law in black and white in English that doesn't mean that people in every other country where they have this, people with anorexia, people with diabetes, people that you or I would not think of as terminally ill, but people who can just refuse treatment, refuse food, and then qualify for it. You can't write a law that doesn't mean that those people are terminally ill. So people with mental health conditions, vulnerable, frail, lonely people are always going to get dragged into it. So I think it's very unlikely I could ever support a bill of this nature. But if it's going to pass, I still think we can stop it, and I'm going to try. But if we're going to pass it, let's try and make it as safe as possible.
Just final question. We've talked about it all day on the television. It is often in this place. You all discuss things in there, and I'm obviously very interested in all of it. But in the real world, it doesn't really touch people's lives. But this debate really has sparked a national conversation, hasn't it? How big a moment do you think it is more broadly for society?
Well, it's good for Parliament. I mean, it was genuinely a good day for Parliament. And yes, I welcome the fact we're having a conversation about palliative care, so we can all agree on that. I wish it wasn't being done in this way. I wish we could focus on palliative care first. I think it's good that we're discussing dying, but I do worry about some of the undertone of the argument for assisted death, which really suggests that the old, the vulnerable, the people who are messy, expensive, a burden to their families, they have less value, and that they should be moving on and, saving money for their families. I think there's quite a dangerous undertone to some of the national debate that we're having, but it is good that we're talking about it. And if we end up improving palliative care, then that would have been a good thing.
Danny Kruger, thank you so much. Thank you for coming to join us on Sky News. Thank you. So Danny Kruger there saying that while he had fought hard against this bill, that it is now, in principle, in his words, having some momentum. He talked a lot, didn't he, about how they will now look to amend the bill to try and put in as many safeguards. But in principle, he said he simply cannot back assisted dying. He also said it was a good day for the House of Commons in the way in which it was debated in such a respectful and sensitive way, with no doubt many people around the country watching. We'll try and get Kim Leadbeater on as well, Sophie, to talk about the fact that she has succeeded in principle at least, getting assisted dying passed through the House of Commons, the beginning, if you like, of a bigger conversation now about assisted dying, and as Danny Kruger was saying, about palliative care and the end of life. Death is something that happens to everyone. Everyone loses loved ones and has to go through that. We often don't talk about it. And that is something that Kim and both Danny and Kim have said has been a positive from this, that we're now having a discussion about end-of-life care and how it might be improved.
Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rigby there, our political editor in Central Lobby. And, of course, we'll go straight back to Beth if she does manage to track down Kim Leadbeater. Well, these are the scenes outside the Commons right now. There have been protests for and against assisted dying. These are the people who are feeling relieved, happy today. These are the people in favour of assisted dying. And, of course, they got their way in the House of Commons today with MPs voting in favour of the principle of assisted dying with a majority of 55. Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, shall we? Sam, we understand that Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, voted in favour of this legislation. And if it does go through all the stages, if it does get passed, then this could be the thing that his government is defined by.
That's right. Because although this is a private member's bill, which means that the government doesn't formally have a view, I think Keir Starmer will have played a big role in ensuring even that we've got to today. Keir Starmer, who was a former Director of Public Prosecution, dealt with lots of cases of people who wanted to end their lives, and then what happened to the relatives and should they be prosecuted. It's a subject that's been close to his heart for many years, and it will be his government that really facilitates what's happened next. Let's just explain what happens next. Now they've got to be, before it returns to the House of Commons for sort of line-by-line scrutiny, the government's got to get involved and explain exactly how this assisted dying proposal would work in practice. Is it done by part of the NHS? Is it done by a standalone service? Who will pay for it? Does that come at the expense of other things? How will the element of judicial oversight, how will a High Court judge end up getting involved? The court service is pretty stretched, some concerns around that. So there's a lot of work for the government to do in conjunction with Kim Leadbeater in order to sort of get us to the next stage. So it's important to say, today is historic from the point of view that you have never had a piece of legislation that would authorise assisted dying getting as far as it now has. That didn't happen in 2015, it hasn't happened before. That doesn't yet mean that we are definitely going to introduce assisted dying in this country, because there are many more parliamentary stages that are going to be played out across several months.
And of course we heard people like David Davies, didn't we, saying, I'm going to vote for it now, but please give us more time so we can debate this more fully.
That's right. And it's really interesting looking at the divisions, and we've been seeing some of the pictures of the protests, and the division inside the Commons chamber was as stark as some of the division outside, where you see both camps there. I've just done a bit of sort of looking at the stats of what we've got. So a reasonably comfortable majority of 55. That will give the bill momentum when it goes to the next stage in the House of Commons, committee stage and all the rest of it. But then you dig down a bit deeper. So first of all, Keir Starmer, as we were saying, voted in favour. Kemi Badenoch voted against. But how do the main parties sort of shake down? Well, much more sign of a sort of tribal affiliation on the Tory side. 93 Tories voted against, and only comparatively small numbers, 23 voted for, once you include all the tellers. Whereas on the Labour side, a bit more evenly split, sort of a bit more like 2-1 rather than 4-1. Labour, 236 voted for and 148 voted against. It's worth saying that the SNP didn't vote at all because their Scottish MPs And of course, this legislation only applies in England and Wales. They felt that they couldn't take a position on it. Sinn Féin don't take their seats. So there's probably around 25 to 30 MPs who appear to either have had business that took them away from the chamber or have chosen not to vote. A quick look at the division list suggests that Lou Haig is actually in Parliament. She, of course, resigned as Transport Secretary earlier today. But about 25 to 30, I think, from the early rough numbers, look like they weren't here for some reason or another. But you do get that sense that the Tories slightly more lean one way than another compared to, say, Labour.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It just shows the election and the differing makeup of Parliament makes all the difference when it comes to these conscience votes as well, even if they're not whipped. Sam, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates there, our Deputy Political Editor. I just want to cross again to Central Lobby because I believe that our Political Editor, Beth Rigby, is speaking now to Kim Leadbeater, who, of course, spearheaded this private members' bill.
Yes, Sophie. Kim Leadbeater. It's very busy now in Central Lobby. Everyone's come out. Kim Leadbeater is here with us. Kim, thank you for joining us on Sky News. I asked you before the debate if you would come out, and you said, I'll come and talk to you either way. I might be in floods of tears. But you are not. The bill has passed. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm nearly in floods of tears because it's been a really emotional process. But I'm incredibly proud that I think today we've seen Parliament at its best. We had some brilliant speeches from people with different views and different opinions across all sides of the House. But I think we've done what needed to be done, which is to take this really important piece of legislation to the next level. And my thoughts are with the families and the many people who have campaigned on this issue for decades. It's not a new issue. We've just taken it to that next really important stage here in Parliament today.
It's been quite a personal battle for you, hasn't it? You have been a lightning rod for abuse. You have had to fight this every day. Did you always believe it would pass, or did you feel at times it's a bit much?
I mean, I genuinely didn't know what would happen today because I know how strongly people feel about this issue in a variety of different ways. And you're right, it's been a tough journey for me personally, but, you know, no people have suffered more than this than the people who are currently struggling as a result of the inadequacies of the law as it stands. So, you know, I might have been the facilitator of this process, but actually it's their voices that I think always needed to be heard, and they were heard today. Those stories were told, and we've now got to make sure that we take on board everything that was discussed in the Chamber, whether that's the state of palliative care, that's the NHS, it's the rights of disabled people. Those are all really valuable campaigns, and I look forward to championing them all, but also taking the bill forward to make sure that we give terminally ill adults that choice that they desperately need at the end of their lives.
And Kim, in the Commons, you talked about how you had come to Westminster, but you always wanted to speak beyond Westminster, and you talked about how this did have popular support. The majority of people did want assisted dying. For our viewers who have watched this debate, and it's the second reading, but now it has to go through, if you like, it's the beginning of a conversation, isn't it? Can you just explain what will happen now? How will the government get involved? And ultimately, how confident are you it will come into law, and when might that be?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I didn't set out to be an MP. I never really wanted to be an MP, if I'm honest, but I've come in this place to try and make a difference, and this is a huge issue of our time. The next stage will happen. I probably won't speak about it today. I might get some sleep, but the Bill Committee will probably be early in the new year. That will be a committee which is made up of members from across the House with a variety of different views. As I said, we will take evidence for that committee, and I think it's fair to say Lucy Powell, the Speaker of the House, has said on the Leader of the House has said on numerous occasions, the government will then support the workability and the operation of that bill. So I think things will really start to happen now, but also the Bill Committee will be open to amendments. It will be open to scrutiny. So let's get this bill, and I think it's a blooming good bill, as I would, but if there's things that need to change, we can do that. We can do that collaboratively and collegiately across the House. So there's a long way to go, 6 months, I would imagine, before the bill were to become law. And then there's the implementation after that. Obviously, there's a lot to think about. We need to get it right, but I will work hard, as I have done in these recent months, to make sure that we do get this right and we show Parliament at its very best.
You said, Kim, in the Commons that it could take up to 2 years. When do you think the third reading, just explain to us, the third reading is when it's the legislation is all ready and MPs finally decide whether to put it into law. When do you think that could be?
Yeah, I would say that's probably going to be in the next 6 months, and then there is the commencement. There's then the commencement period, which again I would work with government on to establish the timeframes around that. So you know, to go through Bill Committee, report stage, third reading in the Lords, probably talking around 6 months.
And, I mean, just on a couple of substantive points, I mean, Danny Kruger spoke very much about worrying about people feeling that they're a burden and they have to, in the end, everyone will have to take a decision about whether or not to end their lives if they are terminally ill. It will be something that touches everyone's lives. At the end of life, everyone's going to end up having this conversation. And you talked about it just being for a few people. He said it wasn't. What do you think of that as an argument? It is a profound societal change for all of us, isn't it?
But what I hope this will do, and indeed what it actually already has done, Beth, is facilitated conversations up and down the country about death and dying. And we don't talk about those things enough. I think that's a really positive thing. But what we've also done is shone a light on the situation as it stands. So at the moment, no one is checking whether people are taking their own lives when they're terminally ill because they feel a burden or because they've been coerced. So we're putting a legal framework around what is essentially a really unsafe system. And I firmly believe the safeguards that are built into the bill will create safety. It will put light on a situation. As one of my quotes in the speech was, coercion happens behind closed doors. We're putting that out there. We're involving doctors, we're involving a High Court judge in the process. This is much more efficient and robust than the current situation for so many people who are struggling.
If you don't mind, what do you think Jo would think, your sister? You came into politics, you took her seat in a by-election, you didn't want to do it, and now you have passed, potentially, a massive law that will touch people's lives.
I think about Jo every day. I've thought about her a lot in the last few months. I haven't talked about her very much, but I think about her all the time. Jo went into politics to make a difference. I've done exactly the same, and I know she'd be extremely proud. She voted for a similar bill back in 2015. So, yeah, I think she'd be very proud. And she'd be very proud, actually, of the way that Parliament has conducted itself today, as am I. I've got huge respect for everybody who's spoken today, and I think the debate was done in a really professional and respectful manner, and that's what Jo believed in, and it's what I believe in.
Kim Leadbeater, thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll have you back on to talk about this. Thank you for your time on Sky News. Thanks, Kim. Kim Leadbeater there, as I said, she never wanted to come into politics, and she has succeeded where so many have not before. Assisted dying in some form or another has been attempted to be reintroduced to the House in 7 different bills since 2010. It was voted down in 2015. Kim there saying that her late sister Jo, who was murdered in a constituency, in her constituency visit, Kim saying that Jo did vote for the bill, that Jo would have been very proud of her. And she said that she thinks that this could get to the 3rd reading in the next 6 months. She also said that she expected the government to work with her. And finally, she said it has provoked a national conversation about something we don't talk about, but so many people experience, which is losing a loved one and end-of-life care, and how could we do it better. So Kim Leadbeater there has managed to get this bill voted through on principle, 55 majority, and now the work begins to get it potentially into law. You heard Danny Kruger. He thinks that if it's not good enough, maybe there's a chance it gets voted down. This is a very, very big moment for the country.
Yeah, it really is. Beth, thank you for such an emotionally charged interview there with Kim Leadbeater. I'm sure the emotions that she expressed there will be felt by so many people across the country, because as we've been discussing this morning on Sky, we've been witnessing on our screens, it's been such a highly charged debate. MPs really getting their own strength of feeling across in the House of Commons today. And of course, those emotions will be reflected around the country as well. And I'm sure so many of us will be having very strong reactions to the result of the bill today. Assisted dying agreed in principle by MPs. I want to go now to our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi, who's been having a lot of conversations with people around the country who have very personal connections to what happens with the bill today. Ashish, just talk to us about what you've been doing today.
Yes, thank you. Just listening to what you have to say about the country and the people and how it's going to impact so many lives, and listening to Beth talking to Kim Leadbeater and how emotionally charged that interview was. Well, I've been here in a house in southeast London speaking to an inspirationally brave woman who has been following every word this morning. And the reason Frank Sussan has been following this debate is because Frank has terminal stage 4 liver cancer. And last week, another bombshell... liver disease. And last week, another bombshell was dropped on you. You have cancer.
Yeah.
And that was just last Tuesday you found out.
It was, yes.
And you don't know the prognosis yet?
Not quite yet. On the pathway. Have a meeting next week where everything will be discussed and I'll know where I am, what we're doing, how long it's going to be, etc., etc.
When we were watching the debates, I can't imagine what must have been going through your mind. You watched it fail in 2015.
Yeah.
You weren't sick then. You weren't dying then. You are sick and you are dying now. You want to be able to have an assisted death should your pain become unmanageable. Watching that debate and when the result was announced, I don't think you'll mind me sharing this with our viewers.
No.
You burst into tears.
Probably will now. Yeah, I was very happy it had gone through. It's probably not going to go through totally in my lifetime, but for other people and the people I've met since my prognoses of both diseases, and for those people and the people I've met in my hospice, I'm just so happy. The jobs I've done in the past, as mentioned, talking about suicides and things like that, to have assisted dying to make, because if a patient wants to die, they're going to die, no matter what means. And I think that this bill going through is going to make it easier for families, patients, and just make it more dignified and lawful.
You said something very profound when that result was announced.
Yeah, it was that I can die in peace now. I can... The legislation may not be through, but knowing that it's going to go through and knowing that in my mind it's just going to be more peaceful for me, because I don't know what's going to happen. And it's not all about pain. It's about physical ability. It's about being able to do things, you know, in your dying days, not just taking morphine. You know, it's about going out in a wheelchair and walking my dogs with my husband. It's about finishing off a felting project or something. It's a lot more than just pain. You know, people with neuron diseases in big chairs and things like that, how do they feel about their life? You know, and just to know that even if it's not pain for me, but it's a physical thing, I still want to wear heels. I still want to look pretty. You know, and those things are important, you know.
It's the quality of your life.
It is quality of life. Quality of life for me, quality of life for my husband, my pets, my friends. Pain can be managed. A lot of that was said today. Pain can be managed. And if pain can be managed, then quality of life can be managed. However, if you don't have quality of life, you don't have a life.
I don't want to spend too much time talking about the arguments that people against assisted dying have expressed. But was there anything you heard today, and there were some very emotional arguments on both sides. Was there anything you heard today from those who are against assisted dying that might have registered with you about coercion, about vulnerable people?
Yeah, coercion was a big word. Vulnerable people was a big word. What I noticed was a lot of people who said they voted against it, the preamble that they gave and the stories and some harrowing stories that they gave, and all were very personal, which was good to hear from PMs. I still felt that their preambles almost said that they were for it, but then they said they were against it. So it was quite difficult because it was so personal, and that's the way it came across. It's quite difficult to believe their arguments.
A historic day for the country, but a very important day for you, Frank.
Very important day.
Thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you.
We've been talking about the impact this legislation, this bill will have, and I think you've just heard probably one of the most profound testimonies from a person you will hear today about why they want this autonomy towards the end of their lives.
That very powerful perspective to us today. Thank you. We just spoke there to a woman who spoke so compellingly, so eloquently about her own experiences, why she, of course, is in favour of assisted dying. I want to speak now to the author, Paul Carroll, who was against the bill. Thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate your time. Can you just give us your reaction to your MPs voting in favour of the principle of assisted dying?
Yes, well, I don't think the result was too much of a surprise from actually hearing the debate and the forerunning lead up to the debate. I think the bill has been even acknowledged by many of its proponents, is flimsy, deals with process rather than impacts. And they've almost been apologising for it not being as thorough and robust as it should have been, which perhaps is no surprise given it's a private member's bill. So the fact that this vote has gone through today, in a way, is an advantage because the debate does need to be heard, and it needs to be heard properly. I think we've been dealing, and we saw again in the debate today, we've been dealing with very, very emotional and anecdotal observations of this ruling. And I think that's a misleading way to look at the formulation of a law which would have such an impact. Because if the law is restricted, and I don't believe these safeguards would actually stand the test of time, but if it is restricted to the terminally ill with 6 months to live, I think that the parameters would soon be widened to other people. Sorry.
Can I just ask you a bit about your own journey? You know, you speak very eloquently about your concerns about the safeguarding, but it just really did jump out to me that you were someone who applied to Dignitas yourself. Can you just talk me through your own journey?
Yeah, indeed. We went through a number of close family deaths, so we've experienced, varying stages of distress and need. And my partner and I signed up, but we weren't ill. So this is a bit like, you hear people say, oh, if I'm ever ill, take me to Switzerland or whatever. And I think that's about as deep as a lot of the debate has gone in the past. But when I started writing a novel where I decided it would take the paths of 4 people in a UK where assisted death had been dying, that was the premise. We looked at I looked at the human stories, and the research I did around the world was rather alarming. Not least this question, not only of the slippery slope, or the ski slope as it's been called in some areas, because legislation could be challenged. And whatever the Parliament says at the moment, there's nothing to stop another Parliament in 10 or 20 years changing the rules. But this idea of coercion, it's not. Coercion suggests that somebody's in the corner forcing you to make that decision. But basically, it's a power of expectation.
It's an important point you make on coercion. It really is an important point. Thank you so much for coming on Sky News today to share your perspective. We appreciate it. Good afternoon. It is 3 o'clock and we start with breaking news in the last half hour. It's a historic day in Parliament as MPs have voted in favour of legislation that would legalise assisted dying in England and Wales. Now, 330 MPs voted for the bill, including the Prime Minister, and 275 opposed. The bill would allow adults who are terminally ill with 6 months left to live the right to request medical assistance to end their own lives. Now, it's important to say there are still hurdles to overcome before this is passed into law. The bill will now go to the committee stage for scrutiny, and some MPs were certainly saying that they were voting for the principle to allow the MP to get the legislation to get through this stage, but it didn't necessarily mean that there wouldn't be hurdles to come in the future. I just want to start the programme by taking a look back at that historic moment in Parliament.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And look! Right, does the member in charge of the bill wish to move the motion number 2, Kim Levitt?
Mr Speaker, I move that the Public Bill Committee to which the Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill stands committed shall have the power to send for persons, papers and records.
Under Standing Order number 63 brackets 2, I must now put the question forthwith. The question is that the Public Bill Committee, to which the Terminally Ill End-of-Life Bill stands committed, shall have the power to send for persons, papers and records. And many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Under Standing Order number 632, only one motion relating to the committal of the bill may be moved, and that has been done.
So a truly historic moment today. We can cross now to our political editor, Beth Rigby, who's in Central Lobby. And Beth, it really was Parliament rising to the occasion today.
It really was a moment where party politics was put aside and MPs profoundly in disagreement, actually, but united with profound respect for each other as they debated the most weighty of issues, which is whether or not to, in principle, vote for assisted dying. It was a bill that was brought in 2015 and was voted down now, nearly a decade on. MPs have voted it through the second reading. It now goes to committee and report stage and gets turned into a piece of legislation that they will vote on. And really this is a beginning, if you like, of a national conversation about assisted dying and how people's lives should end, palliative care. And it really has opened up a conversation that touches all of our lives, but we don't talk about much. But I'm joined by Kit Malthouse, a Conservative MP who gave a very moving speech in the Commons. Now, Kit, many of your colleagues, the majority actually, I think, are opposed to assisted dying, but you spoke passionately about your support for it, and you talked about a gentleman called Mark. You recounted a devastating story. Is that really how you came to your decision, his story?
Well, in truth, Beth, I've been a proponent of assisted dying since my teenage years, but over the years, and particularly the last 10 years of campaigning here, I've spent so much time with dying and bereaved people and come across so many stories like Mark Crampton's story.
Just quickly remind us of that story.
Well, they really imprint on you, and his in particular kind of imprinted in a way I can never forget. So Mark was a former senior police officer with COPD, restricting his breathing, terrible burden on him. You know, he was 6'2". By the end, he was only 8 stone, tiny, sort of my size, and shrunk down. And one night, he just couldn't take it anymore. And so he went out with his oxygen mask and waited on a railway embankment for the final train, so he didn't inconvenience the public, heartbreakingly, and then took his own life. And you know, his daughter was out in the media saying this is just not acceptable for my dad. There should have been a better way for him. And I agree with her. And I've heard so many of those stories over the years, and I've sat, frankly, Beth, and I'm not a man easily moved to tears, but I've sat and wept with those people that I was determined to do everything I could to try and get us here, having failed to 10 years ago in 2015.
And that debate, I haven't actually seen a debate like that in the House of Commons. What was it like being in there?
Well, obviously, my emotions were waxing and waning as the debate ebbed and flowed. But do you know what? I was actually very proud of colleagues, because what we were hoping was that the British Parliament was able to show the people that we're able to handle complex issues of humanity and morality in an informed and respectful and kind of philosophical way. And I think that's what we saw today. And I hope that will characterise the rest of the process. So you have to remember, this is just the first step. There's a lot more hurdles to get through. But I thought the House was very respectful and very measured today, which is exactly what we're hoping for.
Just for viewers out there, they will understand that in principle the bill has passed, but it has got many more hurdles. What happens now, and how involved do you think the government needs to become in order to get this bill fit for purpose?
So obviously there are essentially 3 more stages in the House of Commons. So we've got the committee stage, and we varied the committee to give it the powers to take evidence and written and oral evidence, which is unusual for a private member's bill. Then there'll be a report stage, then third reading, then it'll go off to the Lords for the same process. And the government has already said that if it passed second reading, which it has, it will engage with the legislation and work with the bill promoters to make sure that it is workable. And that means that during committee and report, there may be amendments and adjustments that the government wants to make, which is great, because, you know, we need to make sure that this lands well, not just for the people it's going to affect, but for the whole of society, and in particular for the NHS.
You've been an MP for many years. You've voted on hundreds of bills. Is this the most important vote you feel you've cast?
For me personally, yes, I would say so. As I say, I voted for in 2015. And when it fell, I set myself the task of having another go whenever the opportunity arose. And so it's been quite a project since then, with the all-party group and lots of colleagues who've supported the all-party group. But Kim, I have to say, has been fantastic, right? She's a great leader, a great personality to take it through. And she's really shown enormous courage and strength in the face of, you know, what is effectively a kind of blowtorch turned on you when you take something like this on. So it's been a real team effort, but yes, very important vote.
Just final question. Your colleague Danny Kruger, who also argued very eloquently and with real conviction about why he could not support assisted dying, he just told me that whatever the amendments, he thinks it's impossible to safeguard and make this safe. For those out there who will be devastated that this has actually passed, what reassurances can you give them that by the time it gets to the final vote, those safeguards are in place? What do you think needs to be done?
Well, we'll have to see what comes forward in evidence or in a written, and people can give evidence to the committee. That power has been bestowed upon it. So it's hard for me to predict, Beth, because we'll have to see how it goes, and I wouldn't want to give a conclusion now. Part of our job is to sit back and contemplate issues that are raised with the legislation and adjust it if we think that is a valid concern. Now, Danny and I are constituency neighbours, and we're friends. Just last Friday, we were in a crime summit together across our 2 constituencies, and we have lots and lots that unite us. We happen to differ on this, but unfortunately, the nature of the House of Commons is that divisions are binary. Right, and lots of people cluster around that binary line. And I hope that over the next few months I can convince him and others that this is the right thing to do.
Okay, Kit, thank you so much for joining us on Sky News. Thank you so much for your time. Kit Malthouse there, he voted for it in 2015. You heard him, he said for him personally, it's probably the most important vote he'll ever cast, and he talked about the humanity shown in the Commons and the decency in that debate that is profoundly divisive, but also united the House in wanting to do it well and have that conversation done well, not just for in there, but for all of you out there watching this with your own feelings about it. So Kit Malthouse there saying he hopes he can persuade his colleagues in the coming months. The assisted dying bill has been voted through on the second reading. 275 MPs opposed, 334 passed by 55, and now it goes to committee stage and they get into the nuts and bolts of the legislation.
Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rigby there, our political editor from Central Lobby. Well, as we've been reflecting on this afternoon, it is a historic day in Westminster where for the first time MPs have backed the principle of assisted dying, and it all comes down to the actions really of one woman, Kim Leadbeater, the MP who tabled the bill. We can I was going to say that we were going to hear from her, but we're not going to hear from her right now. We will... Oh no, apologies, we do have the grab. One of those days, lots of news happening today. We can now listen to Kim Leadbeater.
Well, I'm nearly in floods of tears because it's been a really emotional process. But I'm incredibly proud that I think today we've seen Parliament at its best. We had some brilliant speeches from people with different views and different opinions across all sides of the House. But I think we've done what needed to be done, which is to take this really important piece of legislation to the next level. And my thoughts are with the families and the many people who have campaigned on this issue for decades. It's not a new issue. We've just taken it to that next really important stage here in Parliament today.
Kim Leadbeater there speaking a short time after her bill was accepted in principle by MPs in the House of Commons. I should say, though, it was a highly charged debate. We heard some very compelling arguments and emotional arguments too on both sides of the argument. The person who was the leading opponent of the legislation was the Conservative MP Danny Kruger. This is what he had to say.
Well, I'm very disappointed that we lost the second reading, but I was encouraged, and you're right, it was actually Parliament doing its job. You know, we didn't know how it was going to go today. I think the debate was influential. I'm very sorry that I and others didn't manage to persuade enough colleagues to win. But what really did come across is that everybody agrees we need to improve palliative care, which is my main concern. And a lot of people expressed real concern about this bill. And what they said was, it's only the second reading. So it's a very headline, support in principle to the bill that people have given. A lot of people said they want to examine it much more closely. A lot of people are very worried about the lack of safeguards or that it's not tough enough. So what they're saying is that they're going to look closely at it in the remaining stages of the bill. So it goes into committee now and it comes back to the House. So there will be a further opportunity to improve it if we can. And if we can't, then I hope we'll be able to reject it.
Well, there was Kim Leadbeater and Danny Kruger clearly on both sides of the argument when it comes to this most emotive subject. But it was a respectful debate and a very high-level debate as well. 330 MPs in total voting in favour of the legislation and 275 voicing their opposition. Well, we now know how MPs voted. We can have a look at some key figures who voted in favour of the bill, because, of course, it was a free vote, so the government didn't take a position. But we do know that the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, the former Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, and also the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, all voted in favour of assisted dying. But there were some prominent politicians who voted against the bill as well, including the Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch, the Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner, the Health Secretary Wes Streeting, who of course is going to have such a crucial role if this legislation does go through, and also the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey. Well, let's speak now to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who joins us now. And Sam, I mean, we saw it looking at the members of the Cabinet who really split over this, just like MPs. But it could be a defining issue for this government.
It is, and although this has all been done through a private member's bill, like so many issues of conscience that got through in the past have been done, this moves pretty much from being a backbench issue and a free vote of conscience to a sort of government problem from here on in. It continues to be a private member's bill, but it is now up to the government to sort of flesh out how the proposals that MPs have authorised in principle turn into practice. Will there be a part of the NHS that delivers a service that delivers end of life? Will there be some kind of mechanism so that the courts can cope with the presumably new volume of applications that they get in order to do this? And what's interesting when you start to go through the lists of how MPs voting is, as you touched upon there, the cabinet ministers with the greatest responsibility are some of the cabinet ministers that voted against. And I'm actually quite struck by the number of people in the cabinet that voted against this. It's slightly more than I was expecting. Not only do you have the Deputy Prime Minister, who I think we knew was going to vote against this, Angela Rayner, but also David Lammy, who's not on the list on the screen in front of you, but the Foreign Secretary voted against it. You've got Wes Streeting and Shabana Mahmood, the two cabinet ministers who basically have to turn this into operationalise this, as it were, and Bridget Phillipson, the Education Secretary. So quite a spread across the cabinet, but the cabinet of a government that's got to make this happen over the coming weeks and months. So that's just a little bit more tricky than I think I was anticipating. But they will do it. They're committed to doing it. They've said that. They said that publicly and privately. So it is now the government's job to explain what happens next.
Let's talk a little bit more about what does happen next. We can speak now to Lord Thomas, who was the Lord Chief Justice of England and Wales from 2013 to 2017 as well. Sam was just talking there about some of the difficulties getting this legislation through, what it might mean for the health service, but of course for the justice system as well. There are some pretty thorny questions too, right?
Indeed. I think that one of the problems that has been raised so far is it is by no means clear what the court is to do and how much resource will be needed.
Because there are judges who could be involved in effectively somebody getting permission, if you like, to go down the assisted dying route. We know how much pressure there is on the courts already. These are people who have 6 months left to live. I mean, I can already start to see some of the issues coming forward.
Well, I think there are a number of issues. The first must be, what is the role of the judge? What evidence is he going to be provided with? Secondly, how is that evidence to be provided? Because in this country, the judge normally operates by having evidence put before him, and we don't have a system, which they have in other countries, of the judge having power to go out and get evidence himself. So that's got to be resolved. I think there's then a very difficult issue as to what happens about what part of the process is made public. One of the concerns I read about is some say, well, the rest of the family ought to know what's happening. But on the other hand, you can see this is a very private matter. But that's to be debated. And then within the courts, obviously, the court system is under significant financial pressures at the moment. And somehow we have got to find room to A, do the work, B, pay for it, and C, look at the manpower on requirements of the judiciary, because although most people have spoken of this as being approved by a High Court judge, that isn't actually what the bill says. It says in the High Court, and there are different levels of judge in the High Court, and obviously you've got to decide, or Parliament has to decide, what level you're going to use.
You see, this is a key thing, isn't it? Because it feels like during the last few weeks, we've debated a lot about the impact it's going to have on the health service, particularly at a time when budgets are under pressure. We've heard, of course, the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, talk about that as well. But in the justice system, the financial pressures, I can tell by your reaction that, we don't really need to spell them out for our viewers, that they're very intense.
Yes.
Is this something that you think that the legal system can cope with?
It's always a judge's duty to do what Parliament requests. I think the only caveat I would add to that is that you may feel that judges are entitled in a matter of this kind to have the same liberty as doctors have, which they don't have to be compelled to do it. But providing there are enough judges and there's enough money, if Parliament wants the judiciary to do something, it must be right they do it. But I am very concerned because, as your political editor has just explained, there has been no proper working out of the resources that are required for this bill. And
is that partly because of the method used, the private members' bill?
Yes, if this had been a public bill, there would have been an impact assessment at the very least, an explanatory memorandum which went far more than just going through the clauses of the bill. People would have asked questions and there would have been a lot of discussion. But because of the way this has gone, that hasn't happened. And now I feel for both the Secretary of State for Health and the Justice Secretary, they've got quite a large resource problem to work out. I don't think it can necessarily be done very quickly, but it has to be done. And I'm very anxious that people do understand the court process, because a court process is difficult for people at the best of times. And if you're told all of this has to be approved by the courts and it's quite a rigorous process, I'm sure that will influence what people decide to do. And of course, it may be at the end of the day when you've reviewed the court process, you decide that isn't really practicable and should be another way forward.
Can I ask, it might seem like a silly question, but I don't understand what the judges are actually going to do in this process. Because you've got, the judges will only have access to presumably testimony of 2 doctors and the ability to potentially talk to the person themselves and potentially talk to people around them. But what do you envisage it actually to look like in practice? And do you think it's a meaningful step, a meaningful safeguard?
If it's not meaningful, the judges shouldn't be involved. You can't have a judge rubber stamping or having a sort of just ticking the box. So as the bill is constructed at the moment, the doctors certify it's to their best of their knowledge. It's of the person's free will and understanding, and to the best of their knowledge, there's no coercion. Now, it seems to me that if a judge has to be satisfied, he can't rely on that. A doctor is not going to help on what I think is what bothers people most, which is coercion, either from other members of the family or some wrong view of what the effect of someone dying might be. And so there is a role for the judge, but I agree with you that I don't see how the judge can do that without some assistance. And I think that the real issue that has to be worked out is the judge going to be given some proper assistance? For example, the official solicitor is one avenue that can be used. You could set up a special body who can go out, make some inquiries and report to the judge, and the judge can then decide what evidence he needs on the basis of that.
Okay, thank you.
It's not... This is quite a complicated problem, as I think some of us have tried to explain, but it's the judge's duty, if Parliament decides they want a course undertaken, and providing it's consistent with judicial standards, then the judges must do it.
I feel like we're getting a bit of a sense of your very polite and measured frustration, may I say, without putting...
I have no views. I've said this on whether assisted dying should be allowed or not. I think the arguments are very difficult both ways. But my concern is that the court process is meaningful and judges aren't there to rubber stamp.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Well, we've been talking throughout the day about the very strong views held on either side of the argument, and Sky's Matthew Thompson is outside Parliament, where campaigners both for and against assisted dying have been staging their protests. Matthew.
Will you join me just to hear whoops and cheers as Kim Ledbetter, the Labour MP, of course, who brought this private member's bill, has arrived to the pro-demonstration, I suppose, in large part organised by Dignity in Dying. She's arrived to something of a hero's welcome here amongst people who are really valuing what she has brought. When the moment came, when the MPs passed the vote, it was an interesting reaction. I hesitate to say joy, because, of course, the reason that so many people are here is itself tinged with such profound sadness. There was a lot of emotion, a lot of hugging, a lot of tears when people heard the news, because this really is a profound moment for many of the people who've campaigned for so long. But don't take it from me. I've got someone with me here who can illustrate that profoundness very well for us. Astrid, thank you for joining us on Sky News. So first of all, look, just give me your reaction to that extraordinary moment. Well, I suppose about an hour or so going on, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's a victory for choice and for compassion. I'm so pleased that the MPs who were maybe undecided have allowed this bill to progress to the next stage so it can have further debate and scrutiny.
And look, I mentioned those personal, sad stories that often bring people here. Talk us through your own.
I'm really campaigning on behalf of my dad, who died of motor neurone disease in 2019. My dad, my hero, had the best possible palliative care and support from his medical specialists, but he still had symptoms, multiple complex symptoms, that couldn't be helped by palliative care, and he wanted a choice. He would have wanted a different end, and I would want that for myself and for others. So it's really in memory of him that I campaign.
and it was he didn't really have a choice, I suppose. And we were talking a moment ago. That's ultimately what you think this gives.
Yes, it gives a choice. He would have wanted the option, if things became unbearable, to take control of his own destiny, take a decision to end his life at a time when he felt that it was sufficient suffering. Whereas he didn't have that choice, and say, we looked after him until the end of his life. Say he had great support from our hospice and from our medical team, but it wasn't still a choice, and that has left us with some difficult memories.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, you presumably had to watch and be at the side of...
Yes.
Be at his side when he was going through something unpleasant and understatement.
Looked after him at home, and the most intractable symptom was, even though he couldn't speak for a year and couldn't eat for a year, so he was denied a lot of the pleasures of life, the most difficult thing was he couldn't swallow, so at the end of his life it was choking, continual choking. There's nothing that palliative care can really do to support.
Well, that's because, of course, you will know, I'm sure, that one of the key objections that was made repeatedly, both protesters at the other protest inside the House of Commons itself today, was that we need to focus more on palliative care. But it's your view that wouldn't have helped your father necessarily.
I completely agree we need to focus more on palliative care, because it isn't yet provisioned equally across the UK and it's not funded sufficiently, but that I do not believe will always help all conditions, and I certainly don't believe that it would have alleviated Dad's symptoms. There will always be some people for which the best palliative care does not offer relief of their suffering, and I think it's those people today. It's a victory for people who are terminally ill, who now have a choice of the potential.
Well, I was going to say that. Well, that leads me very nicely to my next question, because obviously this is just the first stage, really, and there's a long way to go. So is there a sense of a victory yet, or is this just one of many small steps?
It's a small step, and in victory, that's not a gloating, victorious thing. It's a recognition of the strongly held beliefs on all sides, and the relief is that this bill has passed the first hurdle, and we now have an opportunity at the committee and report stages to really hear again from all of the concerns, and to look at all sides of the argument and try and convince some of the people who have had concerns maybe about the safeguards around the bill, to really convince them that you can make a strong and watertight legal position before we get to the next stage of it.
That's interesting. You're still very much almost welcoming the views of the people that were just down the road earlier today protesting against this, and it's a good thing that they can still bring those criticisms.
Yeah, it's such a profound change. It's really important that all views are heard and considered, and that nobody is dismissed. This is a big societal change, and I firmly believe we can make a very good safeguarded law that Kim has proposed, absolutely. But it is important that people are comfortable with that progression, and I really welcome the fact that we now have a chance to debate that further through the committee stage.
That's right. Thank you ever so much. That was wonderfully put. I couldn't sum it up really any better myself. I suppose the key thing to take away from all this is it is just the first of many stages, and the many people who were just 100, 200 metres or so in the opposite camp today will still have time to put those concerns and possibly, even if they were determined to do so, see the bill out. There's plenty of time and space and debate to go before this ever looks like becoming law of the land.
Matthew, thank you very much indeed. Matthew Thompson there, reporting amidst the protesters outside Parliament. Well, we're joined again by our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. And Sam, Matthew was just reflecting there, wasn't he, that really we've got an awfully long way to go. This is not a single hurdle that this legislation has to clear. So what happens next?
Well, I'm really struck by the sort of talk from Kim Leadbeater about some of the timescales here. What she's saying is that once the bill becomes law, there will then be a further 2 years before it effectively is rolled out. And it's going to take 6 months to get through the Commons stages. Presumably then there's the Lords as well, and it'll come back to the Commons. So we're basically looking probably at the start of something like 2028 before, if this bill completes all its passages, assisted dying ends up coming in to England and Wales. That's where this legislation applies to. Now, just leaving out everything else I said, politically that will be very, very close to the next general election. So that'll be an interesting moment for what will be seen, even though it's a private member's bill, as one of the biggest changes to happen under Keir Starmer's government to be coming in. And really before then, we have had a vote on the principle, but the journey to actually making this happen requires a lot of consideration about the practicalities. We were just hearing about the court service and the difficulty about effectively whether judges get an ability to investigate whether or not there's been coercion, or else the judicial stage will be meaningless. There's a question about who exactly carries it out and whether it can be done in the hospitals that exist already, or whether that's deemed unacceptable and they're done in separate clinics or at home, and how that might work, whether it's part of the NHS, maybe even a private service. That doesn't sound likely, but it's not impossible. All of these things now are basically for ministers to consider. Quite a lot of those ministers not exactly happy about this going through at all.
Yeah, I mean, the people whose departments are perhaps most impacted by that, West Street and the Health Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, the Justice Secretary, both voting against the legislation. And Sam, just talking to you, you know, it really does strike home that today was a vote about the principle, isn't it? And there's an awful lot of things for MPs to work out. I mean, this government could be defined by this.
I think it could well be. And if it goes ahead, it probably will be. And that will be the consequence of a decision made by Keir Starmer himself. For although, as we keep saying, this is a backbench bill, Kim Leadbeater, not a member of the government, to put it forward, it is happening because Keir Starmer, in opposition, made a promise to a TV presenter and campaigner, Esther Ranson, that he would facilitate exactly the debate and vote that we've seen today. He promised her that that would happen. When the sort of process to work out which bills could be voted on like this was going on, it was clear the Prime Minister's wish was that this would be pretty close to the top of the list. And that's how Kim Leadbeater ended up doing what she did today. This is happening because Keir Starmer wanted it to, and so it would be right for it to be seen as effectively an achievement of Keir Starmer's time in number 10.
You say if it goes through. Do you think there's a chance it may not go through then?
Yes. I think that there is a high chance that it does go through. The 55-strong majority that we saw today will power it through the next phases. But there are many, many unknowns. And let's take a name at random from the debate, David Davis. David Davis, the veteran, one-time Tory leadership candidate, former cabinet minister, said this. He said, I'm voting today so that we can have the debate about what this might look like. But make no mistake, I, David Davis, will vote against it further down the tracks if I am unhappy with the type of system that this government draws up. So it is not guaranteed.
It's all about those safeguards, isn't it? Sam, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates there, our Deputy Political Editor. Well, let's remind you, shall we, of this afternoon's breaking news. A historic day in Parliament as MPs have voted in favour of legislation that would legalise assisted dying in England and Wales. A total of 330 MPs voted for the bill, including the Prime Minister, and 275 opposed it. Now, the bill would allow adults who are terminally ill with 6 months left to live to request medical assistance to end their lives. Now, as we were just reflecting, there are still hurdles to overcome before this is passed into law. The bill will now go into the committee stage for scrutiny, but let's just take a moment and look back at the time in Parliament when it did pass.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And look! Right, does the member in charge of the bill wish to move the motion number 2, Kim Leadbeater?
Mr Speaker, I move that the Public Bill Committee to which the Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill stands committed shall have the power to send for persons, papers and records.
Under Standing Order number 63, brackets 2, I must now put the question forthwith. The question is that the Public Bill Committee, to which the Terminally Ill End-of-Life Bill stands committed, shall have the power to send for persons, papers and records. And many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Under Standing Order number 632, only one motion relating to the committal of the bill may be moved, and that has been done.
Well, a short while ago, we heard from Kim Leadbeater, who was the MP who, of course, tabled the bill. She spoke to our political editor, Beth Rigby, shortly after the vote.
I'm nearly in floods of tears because it's been a really emotional process. But I'm incredibly proud that I think today we've seen Parliament at its best. We had some brilliant speeches from people with different views and different opinions across all sides of the House. But I think we've done what needed to be done, which is to take this really important piece of legislation to the next level. And my thoughts are with the families and the many people who have campaigned on this issue for decades. It's not a new issue. We've just taken it to that next really important stage here in Parliament today.
It's been quite a personal battle for you, hasn't it? You have been a lightning rod for abuse. You have had to fight this every day. Did you always believe it would pass, or did you feel at times it's a bit much?
I mean, I genuinely didn't know what would happen today because I know how strongly people feel about this issue in a variety of different ways. And you're right, it's been a tough journey for me personally, but, you know, no people have suffered more than this than the people who are currently struggling as a result of the inadequacies of the law as it stands. So, you know, I might have been the facilitator of this process, but actually it's their voices that I think always needed to be heard, and they were heard today. Those stories were told, and we've now got to make sure that we take on board everything that was discussed in the Chamber, whether that's the state of palliative care, that's the NHS, it's the rights of disabled people. Those are all really valuable campaigns, and I look forward to championing them all, but also taking the bill forward to make sure that we give terminally ill adults that choice that they desperately need at the end of their lives.
And Kim, in the Commons, you talked about how you had come to Westminster, but you always wanted to speak beyond Westminster, and you talked about how this did have popular support. The majority of people did want assisted dying. For our viewers who have watched this debate, and it's the second reading, but now it has to go through, if you like, it's the beginning of a conversation, isn't it? Can you just explain what will happen now? How will the government get involved? And ultimately, how confident are you it will come into law, and when might that be?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I didn't set out to be an MP. I never really wanted to be an MP, if I'm honest, but I've come in this place to try and make a difference, and this is a huge issue of our time. The next stage will happen. I probably won't speak about it today. I might get some sleep, but the Bill Committee will probably be early in the new year. That will be a committee which is made up of members from across the House with a variety of different views. As I said, we will take evidence for that committee. And I think it's fair to say, Lucy Powell, the Speaker of the House, has said the Leader of the House has said on numerous occasions, the government will then support the workability and the operation of that bill. So I think things will really start to happen now. But also, the Bill Committee will be open to amendments. It will be open to scrutiny. So let's get this bill, and I think it's a blooming good bill, as I would. But if there's things that need to change, we can do that. We can do that collaboratively and collegiately across the House. So there's a long way to go, 6 months, I would imagine, before the bill were to become law. And then there's the implementation after that. Obviously, there's a lot to think about. We need to get it right. But I will work hard, as I have done in these recent months, to make sure that we do get this right and we show Parliament at its very best.
You said, Kim, in the Commons that it could take up to 2 years. When do you think the third reading, just to explain to us, the third reading is when it's the legislation is all ready and MPs finally decide whether to put it into law. When do you think that could be?
Yeah, I would say that's probably going to be in the next 6 months. And then there is the commencement period, which, again, I would work with government on to establish the timeframes around that. So you know, to go through Bill Committee, report stage, third reading in the Lords, probably talking around 6 months.
And, I mean, just on a couple of substantive points, I mean, Danny Kruger spoke very much about worrying about people feeling that they're a burden and they have to, in the end, everyone will have to take a decision about whether or not to end their lives if they are terminally ill. It will be something that touches everyone's lives. At the end of life, everyone's going to end up having this conversation. And you talked about it just being for a few people. He said it wasn't. What do you think of that as an argument? It is a profound societal change for all of us, isn't it?
But what I hope this will do, and indeed what it actually already has done, Beth, is facilitated conversations up and down the country about death and dying. And we don't talk about those things enough. I think that's a really positive thing. But what we've also done is shone a light on the situation as it stands. So at the moment, no one is checking whether people are taking their own lives when they're terminally ill because they feel a burden or because they've been coerced. So we're putting a legal framework around what is essentially a really unsafe system. And I firmly believe the safeguards that are built into the bill will create safety. It will put light on a situation. As one of my quotes in the speech was, coercion happens behind closed doors. We're putting that out there. We're involving doctors. We're involving a High Court judge in the process. This is much more efficient and robust than the current situation for so many people who are struggling.
If you don't mind, what do you think Jo would think, your sister? You came into politics, you took her seat in a by-election, you didn't want to do it, and now you have passed, potentially, a massive law that will touch people's lives.
I think about Jo every day. I've thought about her a lot in the last few months. I haven't talked about her very much, but I think about her all the time. Jo went into politics to make a difference. I've done exactly the same, and I know she'd be extremely proud. She voted for a similar bill back in 2015. So, yeah, I think she'd be very proud. And she'd be very proud, actually, of the way that Parliament has conducted itself today, as am I. I've got huge respect for everybody who's spoken today, and I think the debate was done in a really professional and respectful manner, and that's what Jo believed in, and it's what I believe in.
Kim Leadbeater, thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll have you back on to talk about this. Thank you for your time on Sky News. Thanks, Kim.
Kim Leadbeater there, talking to our political editor, Beth Rigby. Now, one of the most high-profile supporters of the bill for legalising assisted dying is the broadcaster, Dame Esther Rantzen, who I'm pleased to say joins us now on the phone. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Well, Sir Keir Starmer promised you that this vote would be held. It's now passed. How are you feeling now?
Well, I'm absolutely thrilled and lost in awe and admiration for your previous interviewee, Kim Leadbeater, who was extraordinary in taking on this bill, which she knew would be controversial, and steering it through its second reading, as she did, with the most wonderful introduction from her, taking on all the concerns and explaining why this bill is so important. And it was followed by a very good debate, and there were as many people speaking in the debate against it as in favour, so I was on tenterhooks all the way through, and then we got the result that we had dreamed of, so that is wonderful.
As you said, it was a debate where we did hear a real range of views and very well argued, very passionately held views as well. You, of course, have been so central to this because of your own campaigning on the issue, and you, of course, got that promise from the Prime Minister. Have you spoken to Keir Starmer at all during the course of this debate?
No, I haven't. And when you rang, I was just looking up to see whether I could find a number for 10 Downing Street to thank him. But I think he's behaved admirably because I know that he supports a change in the law, because I know as DPP he found it very messy, very crude, and sometimes very cruel. So I know he didn't feel it was working at all and thought it should be changed. But he also recognised that it is a matter of conscience. There are some people who, for faith reasons or other reasons, will oppose it. And so he was determined that it shouldn't be a political issue, it should be a free vote. And so he didn't talk about the way he felt, and I think that was quite right, because he didn't want to influence anyone else.
I should say, if anyone from Number 10 is watching this, Esther Rantzen is after your number. She wants to call Keir Starmer to say thank you. So just let us know and we'll try and make that happen. I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about your own position here. This is obviously something that you've thought about an awful lot. Everyone is bringing their personal experiences to this debate. Can you just explain to our audience why it is that you feel so strongly about the right to die?
Well, I've thought about this a long time. I talked about it to my late husband, and we discussed it. He made documentaries showing people having to, for example, go to Switzerland to achieve a merciful death when they were in the last stages of illness. I made a program called How to Have a Good Death in around 2002 and listened to the arguments for and against. So it's an issue that I have thought about for a long time. And when I had a diagnosis about a year ago of lung cancer, stage 4, it had already spread, I said to the consultant who gave me the diagnosis, well, you know, I'm off to Zurich then, because I'm 83 years old, as I was then, and I've had a good run, and I want to die peacefully, pain-free in my own time. I may have said, because I'm a television performer, I want to leave people wanting more, not overstaying my welcome. But, and that was described in the debate as coercing oneself. Isn't it odd, that idea that you can coerce yourself? Some opponents thought you could coerce yourself. Well, personally, I call it choice, and that's what I was exercising. However, it appears there's a new miracle drug which, instead of bumping me off instantly, has given me a year, so that when I had a conversation over the phone with Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, and he said that he would make sure there was a time in Parliament for a debate, and he hoped I'd be around to hear it. And I thought, well, that's not possible. But lo and behold, it was. So I was alive long enough to hear this very thoughtful, I thought, very impressive debate, and at the end, the right result.
Well, I just want to say, obviously, I'm so sorry to hear about your diagnosis that obviously we sort of knew about, but your attitude towards it is really genuinely quite inspiring. At the same time, of course, this legislation is likely, if it does get through, to be at least 2 years away. Are you, I guess, fearful that it may be something that you are not able to benefit from, even though you fought so hard on behalf of others?
I'm assuming that it won't change the law in time for me. I've always assumed that would be the case. So I think I'm still going to have to hop onto that plane by myself. Although, actually, it's interesting, Sophie, because now that the second reading of the bill has passed, maybe my family could go with me to Zurich and say goodbye to me there as I die, unassisted death. I wonder if that's going to make a difference, because can you imagine the police trying to tell my family that they'd coerced me or assisted me? So I think that might have made a difference to me. I'll put it to my family. I'm not sure if they want to go to Switzerland, because obviously I haven't been able to ask them before, but I wonder if that has made a difference. It might have.
I mean, I have to say, we're so unused to talking about death as a society, and one of the positive things to come out of this whole debate has been us confronting it, all of us confronting it in a way that some people are, of course, forced to. There are, though, of course, so many genuinely held concerns about the bill. What would you say to MPs who voted against the legislation today, who might be deeply worried about it?
Well, I would say there's been more discussion about palliative care and the fact that it needed proper resourcing, proper funding, than there has been, I think, for 10 years. And that's what other countries have found, that the introduction of assisted dying, far from damaging palliative care, has actually strengthened it and made sure that it had proper resources. So I think if those are the concerns, I think those might be allayed. People with religious faith, I can only say, well, you will have the choice, as I will have the choice. It's just, I don't belong to your religion, and therefore you won't force me to abide by the faith that you believe in and I don't. So I think they've just got to accept that we live in a diverse society, and we each have the right to choose. And I can't remember what the other concerns were, but slippery slope, famous slippery slope. Well, Kim Leadbeater is absolutely confident that having named her bill the way she has, it cannot be extended beyond people, adults with terminal illness in the last 6 months of their life, because that's what it's called and that's what it's about. And to the disabled people who are fearful that it might extend to them, it will only extend to you if you have a terminal illness in the last 6 months of your life. If you're disabled, you will not qualify. But if you are terminally ill, I think you too should have the choice.
OK, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today. Dame Esther Ranson there speaking about this historic moment with MPs backing the bill on assisted dying. Well, of course, we've been hearing from people on the programme who passionately support the bill. We've also, of course, been listening to those who have real concerns and who opposed the legislation. One of them was Danny Kruger, the Conservative MP. He spoke to us a little earlier.
Well, I'm very disappointed that we lost the second reading, but I was encouraged, and you're right, it was actually Parliament doing its job. You know, we didn't know how it was going to go today. I think the debate was influential. I'm very sorry that I and others didn't manage to persuade enough colleagues to win. But what really did come across is that everybody agrees we need to improve palliative care, which is my main concern. And a lot of people expressed real concern about this bill. And what they said was, it's only the second reading. So it's a very headline, support in principle to the bill that people have given. A lot of people said they want to examine it much more closely. A lot of people are very worried about the lack of safeguards or that it's not tough enough. So what they're saying is that they're going to look closely at it in the remaining stages of the bill. So it goes into committee now and it comes back to the House. So there will be a further opportunity to improve it if we can. And if we can't, then I hope we'll be able to reject it.
Well, let's take a look, shall we, at some of the key numbers from this afternoon's vote. 330 MPs voted in favour of the legislation, 275 voiced their opposition. And we now know how MPs voted, which means we know how some key figures voted. These are people who voted in favour of the bill. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer in favour of assisted dying, along with the Chancellor Rachel Reeves, the former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, and also the Home Secretary Yvette Cooper. There were also some prominent politicians who voted against the bill, including the Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch, the Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner, the Health Secretary Wes Streeting, and also the Liberal Democrat leader Sir Ed Davey. Let's talk now to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who is here with us. And Sam, there are obviously an awful lot of politicians who backed the bill, including the Prime Minister, but there was a strength of feeling against it, including some members of the Cabinet who are going to be instrumental in enacting this if it goes through.
The 55-strong majority will be enough, I think, to power this legislation through the next stages, into the next stages and of the of scrutiny in the House of Commons next year, and it wasn't a sort of knife-edge vote. There are still a lot of MPs against it, though, and as you say, some of those are in the Cabinet. Members of the Cabinet who have voted against assisted dying legislation today have, however, pledged to see it through. In many ways, what's about to happen, slightly informally, is that the government is going to have to take over aspects of this bill. It doesn't matter that, I think, really, that Cabinet members are opposing it. They're just going to have to get on with it because they are bound by collective responsibility, and that will presumably require them just simply to draw up the plans. But actually doing that in of itself is going to be tricky. I think, although there is a majority today, and I think on balance it is likely that this now becomes law, it is not certain that it becomes law, because you have to fill in an awful lot of the details. We've been talking about them this afternoon, who exactly does what, how it's authorised, what the resource implications are. All of these things are not straightforward, and it is for government to determine, flesh these things out, and then for MPs to choose again whether they still back the proposals.
Hold that thought, because I want to bring in Lord Faulkner on that point. The former Justice Secretary, also the former Lord Chancellor. Just firstly, before we get into some of what Sam was saying, the complications about how to enact this, how to make it happen, just explain to viewers your position on assisted dying.
I've always been a very strong supporter, and I introduced a bill that was quite similar to this bill, though not as detailed as this bill 10 years ago, which then went to the Commons and was rejected by 330 votes against it to, I think, 118 in favour. And this morning, or this afternoon, as you've just explained, 330 voted in favour and 275 voted against. That's 605 MPs out of, I think there are 650 MPs, about 20 of whom don't take their seats or can't vote. So practically everybody in the Commons voted. And I don't know if you were there or watched it on telly. It was an absolutely extraordinary 5 hours. The quality of the speeches was absolutely extraordinary. And then there was that extraordinary moment at the end when the result was announced by the whips. And my experience in the Commons, which is only as an observer, is whoever wins, there's a lot of yelling and yelping with pleasure. And there was almost silence as people felt that it had been an incredibly serious debate of real gravity and a very major step had been taken.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in this chair since 10, listening to it all, and I'll be honest, I have never seen a debate like it. In my 10 years or so covering politics, it was extraordinarily moving, I thought, on all sides. Absolutely right.
I found listening to the 5 hours very emotionally draining because it was...
I'm with you. I'm sure lots of us will be with you.
But it was members of Parliament very often expressing the most profound personal experience.
Today was about principle, the principle of assisted dying. Now it's the nuts and bolts.
Yes.
And this is a health service that is under severe pressure.
Yeah.
It's a justice system that is under severe pressure.
Yeah.
How is this going to work?
First of all, in relation to the health service, what you're dealing with here are people who are almost certainly being treated by the health service already. So it's not as if you have to make care available to somebody who is not getting care. You're providing those people already being cared for with an additional option. A lot of work will need to go into making sure that it's available in a proper way, and Kim Ledbetter, who promoted the bill, I thought absolutely brilliantly, made it clear that it would take maybe up to 2 years after it passes and becomes an act before it can be introduced. But it's not going to be a huge increase in required resources because you're treating that patient anyway. As far as the justice system is concerned, it involves a judge dealing with each of these individual cases. Judges have, over the last 20 years, and we're not talking about the criminal justice system here, we're talking about the civil justice system, and in particular the Court of Protection, the family justice system. They've had increases in work, for example, dealing with those cases where children, whether care should be stopped to children because the doctors think it's causing pain and it's not doing any good. And they're very good at dealing with these urgent cases. It may lead to some delays in other cases. But those delays will not be substantial because the nature of these cases they're incredibly serious, but they don't take a very long time.
Keir Starmer voted in favour of the legislation. He obviously didn't campaign for it, it was a free vote. Do you think this is something that is going to define him as a Prime Minister?
I think it's of real significance. I think the two people most responsible for this passing are Kim Ledbetter, who worked it through in detail, and Keir Starmer. I think it's incredibly significant. I didn't realise it till you just announced it just then, that the only other Prime Minister in the House of Commons, Rishi Sunak, also voted for it. And the leaders, I mean, I know Kemi Badenoch's currently the leader, but the two long-term leaders of both parties voted for it. But the fact that the Prime Minister and the leader of the governing party voted for it sends a signal that this is something that can be done.
OK, thank you very much indeed. We're out of time. Good
to
have you on the programme. Well, you're watching Sky News. It has been an absolutely historic day here in Westminster, with MPs voting in favour of the principle of assisted dying.